God, the immovable mover, the one behind all events in the cosmos, is the still point, the bindu, around which everything revolves because he is still with peace of love and yet dancing eternally in everything that exists. His dance is union of element. His dance is rhythm, pulsation of life. All forms are bound in a single stream, a thread, a link, a uniting force, be they plants, animals, or stars. The threads of gunas behold the action, and puppets of tattvas eternally dance. Actions are karmas, patterns are samskaras, emotions are mudras, and the king desire to reunite creates the dance in the immovable mover, the bindu, Harish to Hari, Ananda Ashram, January 18, 1983. Tantra is the study of the universal from the point of view of the individual. The practicality of tantric doctrines makes Tantra a select science that links all sciences and uses their essence in preparing workable formulae. Tantra is not limited to the study of any one branch of the tree of life. It is the study of the tree of life. Tools for Tantra by Harish Johari, Chapter 1. What is Tantra? Tantra is a holistic approach to the study of the universal from the point of view of the individual, the study of the macrocosm to the study of the microcosm. It draws on all the sciences, astronomy, astrology, numerology, physiognomy, physics, chemistry, alchemy, Ayurveda, the traditional medicine of India, psychology, parapsychology, mathematics, geometry, and so on, life. Instead of separating and categorizing the different areas of human knowledge, Tantra draws them together like beads on one string. The beautiful rosary thus formed is a unique instrument for enhancing the physical, mental, and spiritual life of man and woman. Put another way, Tantra studies the tree of life itself instead of limiting itself to any single branch of the tree. This tree, this macrocosm, is a great organization of diverse elements linked together by a unifying law, Dharma. Tantra seeks to understand this law, which has organized the diverse phenomena into the world of relative existence, Maya, and to use it to promote the evolution of individual consciousness. As stated in the Kashika Vritti, Tantra is that knowledge which expands mind, body, and consciousness. The aim of Tantra, then, is to expand awareness in all states of consciousness, whether waking state, dream state, or deep sleep. To accomplish this, we need a kind of deprogramming and reprogramming of our human computer. Our birth in a particular place and time gives us our primary programming, influenced by heredity and environment. If we are content with the results and live our lives without too many problems, then we will see no need for change. But when we experience great difficulties in life or begin to seek something beyond our limited program, then we need a way to alter it. Tantra provides the methodology and the tools for this work. It teaches us to identify the various factors that influence our thoughts and feelings and to transcend the obstacles to our evolution arising from ignorance, intolerance, attachment to our animal nature, and selfishness. By refining our thoughts and feelings by means of tantric practices, we learn to create peace, harmony, and order within ourselves. Tantra thus promotes a one-pointedness and centeredness that help to free the consciousness from limitations. Shakti. People often think of Tantra as a mother-worshipping cult. This is not strictly accurate, although Tantra might be called a Shakti-worshipping cult. Shakti is the universal principle of energy, power, or creativity. This energy is personified as feminine, as Shakti, the universal mother. She is inseparable from the one who beholds her, the Shaktiman, power holder, the masculine principle or universal father. Shaktiman is called Brahman by the writers of the Upanishads. In the Tantric tradition, he is called Shiva. The universe is in fact a product of this pair of opposites, one static Shaktiman and the other dynamic Shakti. The external part of everything is the creative aspect of the dynamic force, and inside every dynamic creation is the static force, which is the nucleus of phenomenal existence. The play of Shakti has no beginning or end. Although it is restless, the energy does move in an orderly cycle, alternating periods of motion and rest. During the period of motion, through permutations and various combinations, the energy undergoes many changes, vikriti, and gets distorted. It reorganizes itself during the period of rest, and thus a continuous process of creation, preservation, and destruction, reorganization, and recreation. Tantra believes that as long as the phenomenal world exists, it is the universal mother who is the creator, preserver, and destroyer. Thus, she should be worshipped as an aspect of the divine. What is the motivating force behind this eternal play that creates the illusory world of phenomena? It is the power of desire, Ichha-Shakti. This desire is present in the one who is without attributes, the nameless and formless aspect of the divine, Brahman or Nishkal Brahman. Tantra performs the unique work of studying this principle of desire, desires, and the chakras. Since Tantra accepts desire as the prime motivating force of the universe, it does not ask its aspirants to renounce desire. Other spiritual sciences advise the avoidance of desire, which they claim leads to bondage and is an obstacle to achieving higher consciousness. They try to overcome desire through asceticism or by roasting the seed of desire in the fire of knowledge so that it cannot sprout. Yet one is left with the paradox that to achieve desirelessness, one must have a strong desire to be desireless. Tantra asserts that desires are natural and that as long as we are embodied, we will have them. Our sense organs serve as windows through which desires enter. That is, desires are created out of our attachment to sensory input. All desires have a physical basis in innumerable electrochemical impulses. The more we try to suppress them, the stronger they become. Desires activate the secretion of hormones from the endocrine glands. The concentration of these substances in the blood, arising from the suppression of desire, appears as chemical disturbance or disease. Desires are directly related to the 6 psychic centers known as the chakras. As the energy in its natural course moves through the different chakras in concert with the movement of the earth in the heavens, it energizes the latent desires of those chakras. This makes a person move from one desire to another during the 24-hour cycle of a day. Our physical reality is directly influenced by the force of gravity of the earth and by the environment created by the celestial bodies and the electromagnetic currents flowing within the planet. The constant presence of desire arouses a yearning and love for the desired object. A person's psyche is strongly influenced and conditioned by the quality of the object of his or her desire. Most desires center on the physical body and its comforts. People become slaves to their instincts, which constitute the lower part of the personality, and fall prey to agitation, loneliness, excitation, anxiety, dissatisfaction, selfishness, and misery. All religions and sciences that seek to improve human behavior try to combat these problems by advocating the love of abstract principles such as truth, compassion, benevolence, patience, self-sacrifice, disinterested consideration for others, pure affection, endurance, and forgiveness. However, what we need are practical methods of applying these principles. Knowledge of such ideals alone cannot make us wise or happy. Desires do not belong to the self, the individual consciousness. They are related to 6 of the chakras, and all desires can be classified according to these chakras. The chakras are the playground of the 5 gross elements: akasha, ether or space, air, fire, water, and earth. To transcend desires, we have to transcend the elements, and this is possible only through raising the dormant energy, kundalini, that lies at the base of the spine. Table 1 shows the relationship of 6 chakras with the elements and various desires. The 7th chakra is beyond desire. This is the dwelling place of enlightened beings, the seat of the self or individual consciousness, reprogramming the brain. Normally, the energy flows in the lower 3 chakras, and as long as it flows there, the desires of the lower nature dominate. As Table 1 shows, all worldly desires have their origin in the first 3 chakras. The modern scientific study of the brain confirms that such worldly desires are associated with the lower brain. The brain evolved from the inside out. Deep inside is the oldest part, the brain stem, which conducts the basic biological functions, including the rhythms of life, heartbeat, and respiration. According to a provocative insight by Paul MacLean, the higher functions of the brain evolved in 3 successive stages. Capping the brainstem is the R complex, the seat of aggression, ritual, territoriality, and social hierarchy, which evolved hundreds of millions of years ago in our reptilian ancestors. Deep inside the skull of every one of us, there is something like the brain of a crocodile. Surrounding the R complex is the limbic system or mammalian brain, which evolved tens of millions of years ago in ancestors who were mammals, but not yet primate. It is a major source of our moods and emotions, of our concern and care for the young. And finally, on the outside, living in uneasy truce with the more primitive brains beneath it, is the cerebral cortex, which evolved millions of years ago in our primate ancestors. The cerebral cortex, where matter is transformed into consciousness, is the point of embarkation of all our cosmic voyages. Comprising more than 2/3 of the brain mass, it is the realm of both intuition and critical analysis. It is here that we have ideas and inspirations, here that we read and write, here that we do mathematics and compose music. Tantra offers practical methods of reprogramming the brainstem, our complex and cerebral cortex. Tantric worship always begins with purification, physical and ritual cleansing, followed by pranayama, breathing exercises. Purification creates an electrochemical balance, as I will explain later. Pranayama affects the brainstem, which controls the respiratory function. The aspirant performs certain rituals to energize the area of the R complex so as to subdue aggression, territoriality, and the sense of social hierarchy. Next comes the exercise of abstract thinking, contemplation, visualization, and mantra japa, repetition of a sound, such as the name of the Lord, in sustained tones to influence the cerebral cortex, which is the seat of inspiration. Tantra prescribes all these practices in a systematic order, which happens to be the same order as the evolution of the brain. There are 14 subtle nadis channels connecting the psychic centers with the brain stem, of which 10 are the most important. The 10 nadis are divided into 3 types of currents: solar, lunar, and fire. The solar nadis are situated on the right side of the spine, the lunar nadis on the left side of the spine, and the fire in the central canal inside the spine. Besides the subtle nadis, there is a network of fine nerves of the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems connecting the entire body and its internal organs with the brainstem. These 3 currents flow through 3 principal nadis: Pingala, Ida, and Sushumna. Sushumna extends from the base of the spine to the cerebral cortex, bifurcating in the area of the R complex. One branch goes straight to the area of the corpus callosum, while the other branch goes around the optic lobe in the rear side of the skull, before reaching the area of the corpus callosum. The 2 branches, though they reach the same locale, do not actually meet each other. Rather, they both branch out into smaller capillaries that extend into the cerebral cortex. Pingala and Ida also start at the base of the spine, like Sushumna, but extend only to the area of the R complex and terminate in the solar nadi, Pingala, in the right nostril, and the lunar nadi, Ida. That is why yogis are advised to keep their consciousness in the higher centers of the cerebral cortex, which is the area of inspiration, and so they get established in bliss by the constant practice of Kundalini Yoga. This science of chakras is a unique discovery of Tantra that creates a bridge between matter and mind, body and spirit, the individual and the universal, and presents a holistic system that utilizes the physical for the attainment of spiritual aim. Tantra assumes that all that exists is a product of conscious energy, Parashakti. Modern scientific investigations confirm that it is in the cerebral cortex that matter is converted into consciousness. That is, matter in the form of electromagnetic signals transmitted when the sense organs are stimulated is registered in the brain as emotions, which influences consciousness. This transformation would not be possible if consciousness were not inherent in the matter itself. In the beginning, there is only consciousness. This consciousness is neither male nor female. It is simply pure consciousness, unenergized. Then the principle of desire enters the picture, energizing the consciousness and separating it into two parts, a static principle and a dynamic principle. The first pair of opposites are interwoven, as illustrated by the Chinese symbol of yin and yang. And so begins the game of creation, or Maya, see Fig. The creation is not the result of sheer chance. It is governed by laws, and the phenomenal world is a product of cosmos, not chaos. The physical sciences have considered mind to be a byproduct of matter, whereas the spiritual sciences believe that mind precedes matter. Both apprehend the truth only from different standpoints. In the phenomenal world, the unfolding of consciousness starts with antimatter. Mind enters the playground when its tools, the sense organs, are fully formed. Prana, the active life force, puts everything in motion. The stopping of prana, and thereby of the mind, brings the play to an end, which is total awareness, nirvija samadhi. Pure consciousness is both the beginning and the end of the game. Truth is always one and the same, whether seen by the physical sciences or by the Vedic or Tantric sages. Diagram of the brain, its functions, and its relationship to Tantric practices. Tantra understands that bad company, love of power, and desire for worldly pleasures and comforts are our greatest enemies in the journey of unfoldment of our divine nature. Worldly desires agitate the mind, and a mind tossed by desire cannot find inspiration and happiness. One has to overcome lassitude, imaginings, fantasies, and egoity. As long as any of these remain unconquered, the higher states of meditation are hard to obtain. A person is what he or she deeply desires. As you think, so you are. Tantra is perfectly monistic and believes in one supreme entity who is inseparable from his Shakti and is always her nucleus. Tantra believes in unity in diversity and in the continuity of energy, which undergoes many transformations while ever remaining the same. According to Lama Govinda, this principle of continuity is the basic concept of the Tantric view of life. It extends in both space and time, as each continuous process interacts with innumerable simultaneously existing processes. This is the warp and woof of reality, the infinite interrelationship of everything that exists in the external universe, reflected on a smaller scale in each living organism. This is the great discovery of Tantra that cuts across all religious dogma and formulation. It represents a spiritual science independent of belief or opinion, ever verifiable by experience, because it is based on exact methodology of psychological observation and meditational practices. It creates an atmosphere of certainty and confidence that enables the individual to establish a meaningful relationship to his own inner world and to the world around him, the way to awareness. Besides the work with the chakras, known as Kundalini Yoga or Laya Yoga, the science of yantra and mantra, is another important contribution of Tantra. This science entails practices that satisfy desires and establish contact between the individual and the universal. Yantra Yoga and Mantra Yoga can bring one into attunement with the same regulating forces that have created the nature in all its forms. Capacity to think. Through psychophysical methods, Tantra provides us with an ability to explore our inner nature, our inner beauty, by creating a witness consciousness, which destroys self-forgetfulness, reveals the slightest fluctuations of mind, and gives us the power to stop these fluctuations and to establish the habit of one-pointedness. By learning to master these regulating forces of nature, the yogis become miracle workers. There could be no miracles without these regulating forces. Like all else, cities or powers are regulated by natural law. Tantra is the study of the human being's dynamic nature, of our latent potential. It is an outcome of our eternal quest for developing a methodology to achieve self-perfection. One can achieve a state of total awareness through the following 6 practices: sama, mental quietude and subduing of the passions; dhamma, self-restraint and the subjugation of the 5 sense organs: ears, hearing; skin, touch; eyes, sight; tongue, taste, nose, smell, and the five organs of action: mouth, speech, hands, grasping, feet, locomotion, anus, evacuation, genitals, generation, and the four internal organs: ahamkara, egoity, chitta, memory, buddhi, understanding, manas, cognition, operati, complete cessation of the perceiving and acting sense faculty, titiksha, endurance, patience, the power to endure without the slightest discomposure extremes of heat and cold, joy and sorrow, honor and abuse, loss and gain, samadhan, constant concentration of mind, shraddha, true faith, conviction, and devotion. The aspirant should also have the following 6 qualifications, along with the 6 above mentioned treasures. Then he or she is fully competent to study Tantra. Daksha, intelligence, chitendriya, control over the senses, sarva, hinsa vinyamukta, abstention from violence of all kinds, sarva, prani, itrata, concern for universal welfare, shuchi, purity, astik, belief in truth, which is vidya knowledge, Veda, body of knowledge, and God. These 6 give one control over one's animal nature and make one a yogi. The 6 practices of Sama and Dhamma produce coordination between the upper and lower brain during all the 3 states of consciousness, the waking, dream, and deep sleep states, and lead one toward the 4th state. Chapter 2, Temperament and Tantra. The subject matter of Tantra is life and its environment. This life is created by laws and operates through laws. Every living unit, though different from every other individual, is similar in the ingredients that comprise it. The individual differences give rise to a great variety in patterns of behavior. These differences have been understood by different sciences in different ways. A psychologist might describe behavioral patterns in terms of introversion, extroversion, and ambiversion. Endomorph, ectomorph, and mesomorph are the human varieties as described by Sheldon. The Ayurvedic doctor sees people as dominated by Vayu, wind, Pitta, bile, or Kapha, vikas. For seers, the important qualities are Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, the 3 gunas, or modes of energy, which comprise the primordial nature. In thy unmanifested state, the gunas are in a state of equilibrium. When this equilibrium is disturbed, the manifested universe appears. These 3 modes of energy are actually one appearing in 3 forms. They are interconvertible. Sattva and Tamas are static principles and cannot move by themselves. Rajas is the dynamic principle of activity, and it keeps on converting Tamas into Sattva and vice versa. The term Sattva is derived from the Sanskrit root sat, which means truth or essence. Rajas is activity, and Tamas is the veiling power, the inertia. In the Tantric view, differences of temperament are influenced by 3 bhavas, emotional states. Ashu, bhava, posha lasso, to bind, is the state of consciousness dominated by tamas, dullness, drowsiness, and ignorance. Virhava, vir, heroic, brave, active, is the state dominated by rajas. Divya, bhava is the divine or godlike temperament in which consciousness is dominated by sattva, self-mastery. The quality of one's temperament must be seen before adopting any program of inner evolution. Tantric seers realize that these individual differences create different kind of thinking mechanisms, different body chemistries, and very different ways of reacting to the environment. The aim of the Tantric way is to enhance sattva by adopting disciplines such as simplicity, prayer, devotion, self-analysis, self-study, charity, kindness, regularity, and the yama and niyama and niyama prescribed by the Raja Yoga of Patanjali, cleanliness, celibacy, and so on. A spiritual guide studies his or her students and prescribes the rituals and exercises to suit their individual temperaments. By following these prescriptions, the aspirant gradually experiences a change in mood. Changes in body chemistry are revealed in the types of dreams that one has. To preach a single doctrine to everybody is a mistake. Tantric seers believe the saying Manda Manda Mati Arvina, as many heads, so many opinions. Each head is a world in itself, each body a microcosm. The common elements in each individual self are the five elements: akasha, air, fire, water, and earth, and the four internal organs: mind, intellect, memory, and egoity. The seers of Tantra realized that it is the mind that has the faculty of cognition, and intellect and ego that play games with the mind. A person's own imagination and fantasies are a trap in which he or she gets caught. Physiologically, we are composed of opposites: the protons and neutrons at the atomic level, for example, or the acid alkaline balance of the body chemistry. These opposites make us experience duality, and we find continuous and constant dialogue going on inside our heads. This dichotomy is due to our basic bipolarity. Tantric practices make use of the chemical nature and temperament of a person to lead him or her to the goal of happiness. This happiness can only be experienced by self-perfection, by mastering the body and mind, by freedom from the mind-body trap. The higher self, in physiological language, the cerebral cortex with its right and left hemispheres, and the lower self, the lower brain, spinal cord, medulla oblongata, and brainstem. Our greatest trap is our identification with the body and temperament. We treat our subjective reality as ultimate reality and forget that the frame of reference through which we understand reality is the limited I, not our real self. According to Lama Govinda, mistaking the momentary focus for a permanent and independently existing unity or an autonomous I fixes the consciousness in a one-sided position and becomes an obstacle. However, as a relative point of reference that establishes a relationship between past and present, the I, the perpetually self-creating inner center, is an essential element in the structure of consciousness that is aware of itself and the world in which it lives. Tantra tries to rectify this mistake by making us conscious of unity in diversity, by creating rituals to eliminate the egoity that this I gives, through surrender to Guru and to God in the form of Guru, through following a system and creating an order in life, and through spiritual experience. This false notion of me and mine versus you and yours falls away. By spiritual experience, one enters into the fourth state of consciousness, Turiya. This state is achieved when the energy enters the Sushumna, the central passageway for the coiled-up dormant energy, Kundalini. In his spiritual experience, thy body undergoes many electrochemical and hormonal changes. These physiological changes alter the programming of the computer of the mind and create awareness. Without real spiritual experience, the non-dual state cannot be established. According to Lord Buddha in the Dhammapa, there are 9 impediments of the mind: sickness, incompetence, doubt, delusion, sloth, non-abstention, erroneous conception, non-attainment of any yogic state, amity toward the happy, compassion toward the miserable, goodwill toward the virtuous, and indifference toward the vicious make the mind serene. He says, all sorrow can be cured through good conduct, reverential faith, enthusiasm, remembrance, concentration, and correct knowledge. Tantra Yoga prescribes the 6 treasures described in Chapter 1, Sama, Damas, Oparati, Titiksha, Samadhan, and Shraddha, which help us overcome the 9 impediments of mind and achieve the merits that bring spiritual experience, the right and left brain. Human consciousness is the product of the brain, and the human brain is the highest product of consciousness in the phenomenal world. As mentioned earlier, the brain has 2 parts, the lower and the upper brain. The lower brain consists of the primitive reptilian brain and the R complex. The upper brain has also 2 parts, the right and the left hemispheres. Here in this pair of opposites lies the cause of all dichotomy in man. The right hemisphere is mainly responsible for pattern recognition, intuition, sensitivity, and creative insights. It is the feminine side. The left hemisphere governs rational, analytical, critical thinking. It is the masculine side. These 2 opposite forces do not work in coordination except when thinking is combined with the motor response. The study of the functions of the two hemispheres will aid in the understanding of yantras and mantras as tools of Tantra. Table 2 shows the abilities of each, as revealed by dichotic tests performed in the early 1950s. Ardharishwara, hermaphroditic deity incorporating male, Shiva, and female, Shakti, qualities symbolic of the bipolarity of the human body. In Tantra, the right side of the body is considered male and the left side female. This is true for both men and women. This information revealed by science was long ago grasped intuitively by the Tantrics, who learned to work with the dichotomy of the brain and the dual nature caused by the lower and upper brain. The lower brain is very obstinate and does not want to change. The upper brain is very open and accepts change readily, if convinced on both sides, that is, both rationally and emotionally. The emotional side is even more powerful, even though a rational explanation may not be available. If the emotional side is convinced, it feels satisfying. But even when the upper brain accepts something, it is not easy to persuade the lower brain to ignore its biological needs and desires. It follows the language of DNA, the genetic code. Yoga enables one to transcend the limitations of the genetic code. The seers of Tantra had to invent methods and rituals that would tame the reptile brain, because they observed within themselves a constant struggle between the lower and upper brain. They were not as precise as neurologists, but because they were seers of truth, they saw that a strict methodology was the only solution to this continuing problem of duality. They were not aware of the functional specialization of the two hemispheres, but they knew that human beings are both verbal and visual. They described this dual nature in terms of the principle of namarupa, name and form. The persistence of memory, verbal or visual, constantly creates negative and positive emotions, and the poor human being, nature's best creation, is tossed between depression and inspiration. The only solution is union, yoga, of the lower and upper brain and of the right and left sides of the cerebral cortex. Table 2. Behavior associated with the right and left hemispheres. Left hemisphere, right hemisphere. Speech, writing, and abstract thinking. Power of conversation increases. Vocabulary becomes richer and varied. Nonverbal memory, emotions, and concrete thinking, likes discussions. Sharply diminished capacity for speech, answers questions in more detailed manner, and the answers are more extensive. Difficulty in recalling names of objects in daily use, although the objects are recognized, becomes excessively talkative, uses short, simple sentences, becomes more receptive to what others say. Answers are given by mime and gestures instead of words, is untouched by intonations of sound or emotions behind sound. Difficulty in conversing, is unable to distinguish between male and female sounds. Silence and inattentiveness to speech, is unable to pair patterns. Hearing of loud sounds only. Distinction between moods and intonations remains. Powers of grasp or recognition lessen. Can distinguish between male and female sounds. Imagination and perception become defective. Nonverbal sounds are heard, recognizes tones and tunes but no words. Long-term memory remains. Deterioration in verbal perception and selective improvement in all aspects of imaginary perception. Short-term memory decreases. Can easily select pairs of colors. Is quick to evaluate unfinished drawings and identify defect. Is unable to recognize winter and summer. Loss of theoretical knowledge. School education. Visual disturbance. Shapes and figures are easily recognized and dealt with. Is easygoing, sociable, cheerful, optimistic. Loss of orientation in space. Shapes and figures are easily recognized and dealt with. Loss of orientation in space. Loss of orientation in time. Is morose, pessimistic. Swara Yoga, the science of the nostrils. The Tantric seers were not puritanical and did not believe in inhibiting or prohibiting certain acts of physiological origin. They knew that moral values would be automatically incorporated into life once energy started to flow into the upper chakras. All physical needs and desires are normal because they are created by the 5 elements, which constitute the phenomenal world. Without going beyond the 5 elements, which govern the first 5 chakras, it is impossible to avoid worldly desires and without establishing oneself in the highest chakra beyond the gunas, it is impossible to avoid mental fluctuations. For this, one has to rouse the dormant energy sleeping in the Muladhara, the first chakra. When the Kundalini rises with enough force, there is a combustion of positive and negative ions as it passes through and pierces the 6 chakras. Through this piercing of the 6 chakras, one can achieve tranquility of mind. By understanding the nature of the elements and constantly watching their presence and dominance, one can work with the elements. Swara Yoga, the science of the nostrils, provides a practical method to use with the right and left hemispheres of the cerebral cortex at will. Swara Yoga tells us that we do not breathe through both nostrils at the same time. One nostril or the other is always dominant, just as one hemisphere is always dominant. Researchers who have studied circadian rhythm say that the nostrils alternate in dominance every 2 hours, in children every hour. According to experts of Swara Yoga, however, this change should be every hour. Recently, it has been found that there is a connection between the nostrils and the hemispheres of the brain. That is, when one nostril is dominant, the opposite hemisphere is also dominant. The nostrils thus provide us with an important and practical key to tune our behavior according to the energy available in our body. They establish our relationship with the sun and the moon. The nostrils obey the sun in that they change about half an hour before sunrise. The same nostril that starts the day also ends the day at sunset. The nostrils also correspond to the planets. The right nostril, which is masculine solar and connected with the left hemisphere, is connected with the solar planets, the Sun, Mars, and Saturn. On Sunday, Tuesday, and Saturday, the right nostril works with the ruling planet of the day for 1 hour. Half an hour before sunrise, it changes and the nostril of the day takes over. The left nostril, which is feminine, lunar, and connected with the right hemisphere, is associated with the lunar planets, the Moon, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus. Every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the left nostril works with the ruling planet of the day for about 1 hour, and half an hour before sunrise, it changes and the nostril of the day starts operating. The nostrils are directly related to the lunar cycles. In the ascending phase, the lunar nostril dominates, and in the descending phase, the solar nostril dominates. In the ascending moon cycle, the left nostril starts the day for 9 days out of the 15 days of the cycle. Only on 6 days does the day start with the right nostril. Similarly, in the descending moon cycle, the right nostril starts the day for 9 days out of 15. There is a particular order in this system, and the nostrils alternate in the same way. On the moon, dates 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15 of the ascending cycle, the left nostril is dominant. And on dates 4, 5, 6, and 10, 11. On moon dates 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15 of the descending cycle, the day starts with the right nostril, and on moon dates 4, 5, 6, and 10, 11, 12 of the descending cycle. For convenience, we count 15 days in the ascending cycle and 15 days in the descending cycle, making it a 30-day cycle. But these days are lunar and not solar. The moon takes only 2 days to complete its 1 revolution around the earth. Our understanding of a day is based on the 24-hour cycle in which the earth completes 1 rotation on its axis. The different speeds of earth and the moon create a rather complicated pattern, and not every moon date corresponds with the sunrise point on which our dates are based. For the last 9 years, the Sri Center International has been publishing a prana calendar showing which nostrils should be working on which day at dawn. This science of Swara Yoga gives a way to check our rhythm every fortnight. Every dawn following the full moon night, the descending moon cycle starts, and at the time of dawn, the right nostril starts the day. It goes for almost 3 lunar days, and then the left nostril operates for 3 days. Similarly, the ascending moon cycle starts following the night of new moon, and at the time of dawn, the left nostril operates for 3 days and then alternates with the right nostril every 3 lunar days. 30 lunar days are equivalent to 28 1-2 solar days. It is possible that the nostril of the day may start 10 minutes before or after sunrise, or half an hour before or after. It all depends on one's individual body chemistry, but such variation is an indication that the body rhythms are not working with the moon, and as a result some kind of physiological or psychological problem may rise. If one's nostril is not properly synchronized, one should wait up to half an hour after sunrise and then change the nostril. How to change the nostril? To determine which nostril is dominant, exhale through the nose onto a mirror or window pane. The moisture pattern thus produced will show which nostril is open. With practice, one can also detect a cold sensation in the operating nostril during inhalation. To change the operating nostril, one can use either of 2 easy methods. 1. Lie down on the same side as the operating nostril. Put a small cushion under the armpit and press it with your body weight. Or 2. Sit down calmly and gaze toward the same side as the nostril that is not operating. The first method is more effective, and everybody can practice it to change his or her nostril. Swara yogis can change the nostril at will. Why and when to change the nostril? The operating nostril should be changed only if the nostril of the day is not the same as the operating nostrils. There is to be a change in activity, a sign of disease or psychological disorder is first noticed. One nostril keeps operating for more than 2 hours. Each nostril is associated with particular actions that can be done best when that particular nostril is working. See Table 3. The following points have to be understood. The body is divided in 2 equal halves: the solar male right side and the lunar female left side. The right nostril is connected with the right side of the body, and the left nostril is connected with the left side of the body. The right side of the body and the right nostril are connected with the left hemisphere of the cerebral cortex, and the left nostril and left side of the body are connected with the right hemisphere. All activities that require physical strength are right nostril jobs, and all activities that require emotional strength are left nostril jobs. The dominance of the right nostril during the night and of the left nostril during the day makes one healthy, wealthy, and wise, and increases longevity. One nostril should not work for more than 2 hours in a row, except for those who are practicing Swara Yoga and like to keep their left nostril operating during the day and right nostril during the night, as stated above. The normal breathing rate should not be more than 15 breaths per minute. Thus, one should breathe 1,600 times in 24 hours. According to Tantra, the human lifespan is measured not in years but in number of breaths, and if one lives in accordance with the laws of Swara Yoga, one will be able to live a happy, healthy, inspired life of up to 120 years, a total of 920 years, a total of 920,000 breaths. Table 3. Actions associated with the nostrils: left nostril, right nostrils. Peaceful actions, hard actions, activities to strengthen body, vitality, or energy, handling weapons. Friendship, teaching, war. Yoga, music, meditation, driving a vehicle. Using divine medicines, exercise, alchemy, boating. Wearing new clothes, making a yantra, or practicing Tantra. Wearing new ornaments and jewelry, climbing on a mountain or fort. Sexual intercourse for women, sexual intercourse for men. Giving charity, fighting, dueling, boxing, wrestling. Entering an ashram for spiritual or inner growth, buying and selling animals and birds. Building a new house, sculpting, cutting, chiseling, carpentry. Constructing a pond, swimming pool, well, etc. Hatha yoga, hard yogic disciplines. Planting, gardening, meeting government officials, conference discussion, debate, pleading, starting the new colony, approaching someone, making a long journey towards south or west, applying for a temporary job, drinking water, bathing, urinating, eating, and defecating, returning home, writing letters or books, leaving home. The solar right nostril is called Pingala and is bile dominated. The lunar left nostril is called Ida and is mucus dominated. When both right and left nostrils are working, they are called sushumna and are wind dominated. In connection with the science of chakras, Laya Yoga, we have said a little about the three principal nadis, Pingala, Ida, and Sushumna, and have mentioned that Ida and Pingala originate at the base of the spine, and have mentioned that Ida and Pingala originate at the base of the spine and terminate in their respective left and right nostrils area, from the base of the spine to the top of the corpus callosum. In Swara Yoga, we get a very clear understanding of these three principal nadis. Ida is most active with the operation of the left nostril, Pingala with the operation of the right nostril, and Sushumna when both nostrils operate simultaneously. Sushumna automatically operates at dawn or dusk, when the nostril connected with the planet stops and the nostril of the day takes over. Even if the nostril of the planet is the same as the nostril of the day, Sushumna starts working at the time of sunrise. If the body chemistry is disturbed, there could be a fluctuation of half an hour maximum before or after sunrise. For example, on Monday, 1 hour before dawn, the moon rules that hour of the day and the left nostril should be operating. But if it also happens to be moon date 1, 2, 3, or 7, 8, 9, or 13, 14, 14, 15 in the ascending cycle, the left nostril should operate at dawn to start the day and at dusk to finish the day. Even then, in a healthy person or child, Sushumna should operate at the time of dawn and dusk. Sushumna also operates for about 10 breaths during the time when one nostril is changing over to the other nostril. This is called Santikal, joining time. Sushumna is not good for worldly activities. Plans made in Sushumna never get fulfilled. All work begun in Sushumna is spoiled. Sushumna is meant only for calming the system to prepare it for the change. But it is the best nadi for yoga and meditation. In Hatha Yoga alternate, nostril breathing is practiced to open Sushumna and is prescribed for 5 minutes before starting meditation. Swara Yoga enables us to properly utilize the energies of the Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, and to switch our hemispheres at will so as to use their energy in the desired manner. Without this knowledge, all other yogas and sciences are incomplete. The nostrils are like a steering wheel directing us in the journey of life. Swara Yoga also teaches us techniques to observe the presence of the 5 elements in the body. These elements come and go in each cycle of breath, that is, in each hourly cycle of the right and left nostril. Every hour we change from one nostril to the other. Earth is the starting point. The beginning of each cycle of nostril is with the earth element. Then comes water, fire, air, and Akasha. After Akasha, the nostril changes. This way, Sushumna operates always in Akasha Tattva element. In 1 hour, we breathe 900 breaths, 60 x 15, 900. For 20 minutes, 300 breaths, earth dominates. For 16 minutes, 240 breaths, water dominates. For 12 minutes, 180 breaths, fire dominates. For 8 minutes, 120 breaths, air dominates. For 4 minutes, 60 breaths, Akasha dominates. In 60 minutes, 900 breaths, all the elements come and go. Of the 60 Akasha breaths, the last 10 are the ones in which the transition takes place before the other nostril takes over. It is during this transition that Sushumna operates. At sunrise and sunset, it operates for a longer duration, which can be prolonged by meditating at those hours of the day. This was one of the reasons why the seers of the Vedas, Upanishads, and Tantra prescribed worship for the times of dawn and dusk. These elements, as shown in Table 1 in Chapter 1, are produced by gradual changes in energy and form the basic octave of Prakriti, primordial nature, and are the basic material of the entire phenomenal existence. They also form physical reality and are psychological responses, the stimulus and the reaction to the stimulus. In the science of chakras, we have seen that the chakras are just a playground for the elements. The real players are the elements. Yogic scriptures assert that true knowledge of the self is not possible without becoming tattvatit, going beyond element. They also say one should become tattva, darshi, an observer of the elements, because all physiological and psychological changes arise from the mutation of the gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas, and the tattvas, asha, and the tattvas, asha, air, fire. Swara Yoga provides a practical key to observe the presence of the tattvas. Table 4 gives a brief introduction to this system of observing the tattvas so as to become tattva, kayani, mover of elements. Out of tattvas, the phenomenal world begins, and into tattvas, it merges before it goes to its subtle aspect. The shape of tattva, indicating which element is predominating in the person's system at that moment, can be seen by breathing out on a piece of mirror or glass. The vapor deposit forms the shapes given in the table. The color can be seen by doing yoni mudra, closing the ears with the thumbs, the eyes with the index fingers, the nostrils with the middle fingers, and the lips with the ring and little fingers. The taste can be felt in the mouth. Smokers cannot sense the taste so easily because of the taste of tobacco in their mouth. One should clean and rinse the mouth before doing yoni mudra. Tantra uses tattvas as tools for spiritual evolution and also as a means of understanding one's own desires, needs, and psychological makeup. In their gross form, the tattvas combine with each other to create the phenomenal world. In their subtle form, they provide nourishment to the internal organs. Earth nourishes the physical body, the muscles, bones, and hair. Water nourishes the bodily fluids, such as blood and lymph. Fire nourishes the digestive fire, ojas. Air nourishes prana, the circulatory system, endocrine glands, nerves, and skin. Akasha nourishes the ears, semen, and brain. Moods, rasas, sometimes create a chemical disturbance in the body if we remain for a long time in one of the 9 classically known rasas and breathe from the same nostril for a longer duration. This disturbs the cyclic order of tattvas, and the tattva of the mood predominates. For example, anger increases fire. This also disturbs the 3 humors, wind, bile, and mucus, the 3 humors of the elements in a different form. The combination of earth and water produces mucus. The element of fire produces bile. The element of air produces wind. The persistence of a particular mood creates psychophysical ailments. One who keeps a constant watch on his tattvas can stop the persistence of a mood by concentrating on the sound of the breath, which is soham. This sound, soham, is called a japa, indicating that the japa repetition is not done orally or mentally. It is happening with the inhalation and exhalation of the breath itself. This japa or soham is used as a tool in Tantra. In fact, there are 7 other ajapas besides soham that are going on in the body. And it has been said, table 4, the tattvas, elements. In Muladhara chakra, the breath is doing a japa of Ganesh for 600 breaths. In Svarishtana chakra, the breath is doing a japa of Vishnu for 6,000 breaths. In Manipura chakra, the breath is doing a japa of Rudra for 6,000 breaths. In Anahata chakra, the breath is doing a japa of Shiva for 6,000 breaths. In Vishuddha chakra, the breath is doing a japa of Panchvaktara Shiva for 1,000 breaths. In Ajna chakra, the breath is doing a japa of Ardnarishwara for 1,000 breaths. In Sahasrara chakra, the breath is doing a japa of the Guru for 1,000 breaths. The total numbers of these japas is 21,600, which is the number of breaths in a 24-hour cycle of the day. It is impossible to devote each breath to keeping track of the japa in different chakras, but by working with Sohama japa, it is possible to a certain extent, and one should try to listen to this sound in one's own breath. Sound so at inhalation, pura, and ham at exhalation. The 2 most powerful tools of Tantra are mantra and yantra, discussed in the next 2 chapters. Chapter 3, Mantra, the auditory tool. A mantra is composed of psychically potent sound syllables that are capable of influencing the human system. They can excite the emotions and give suggestions to the mind. They affect both the one who chants them and the one who hears them. The word mantra comes from the Sanskrit mantrana, which means advice or suggestion. In a sense, every word is a mantra. In our daily life, we use words to get everything done, obtain everything we need. Each mantra or word is a sound pattern that suggests to the mind the meanings inherent in it. Besides being a sound pattern associated with some meaning, a mantra is also energy composed of certain frequencies that have a pattern of their own and the vibrational field that creates different intonations. These frequencies and the sympathetic overtones generated by them influence our sympathetic and parasympathetic nerves, which are spread in a fine network around our internal organs. The sympathetic response generates the neuromotor response and influences the two hemispheres of the cerebral cortex, as shown in Figure 2. The effect of mantra. Mantra practice involves the left hemisphere and is therefore effective in increasing positive emotion. The intonation and melody, which are the essential parts of mantra, remove negative emotions. In association with the yantra, a diagram or picture of a deity, the mantra also provides the right hemisphere with a concrete image of the object of emotional attachment. It is the left hemisphere that has raised humanity to a position of supreme eminence. In a very broad sense, animals can be said to have two right hemispheres. In animals, there is no distinction between right hand and left hand functions, except in apes and monkeys, which automatically perform complex motor actions with the right hand. This distinction of right hand and left hand functions and the dominance of the right hand led to asymmetry in the hemispheres of the human brain. In animals, both hemispheres work in symmetry, so the distinction between the two hemispheres does not exist. The distinctiveness of the left hemisphere is a development that emerged with the appearance of verbal communication in human beings. Thus, it is clear that mantras affect the emotional self. Spiritual sounds may be poems, chants, prayers, or hymns. All create emotional frequencies and open new dimensions in our consciousness. Chanting is conducive to positive emotions. The meanings inherent in the sounds and words of chants excite the memory and the psychic centers and cause the entire nervous system to vibrate. Chanting mantras or devotional songs in the early morning hours sets a rhythmic pattern for the whole day. According to Ramana Maharshi, repetition of mantra with attention directed to the source of the sound completely engages the mind. This is tapas, penance. The source is not the vocal organs alone, but also the idea of the sound in the mind, whose source is self. Thus, the practice of mantra is more than a suggestion, a bit of advice, or an idea. It is a means of getting in touch with ourself. The origin of mantra. The mantras we know were heard by yogis and Vedic seers in their meditations, samadhi. They were not created in a normal state of consciousness as art and literature, but were heard in a higher state of consciousness, turiya. Writers, poets, composers, and artists experience an altered state of consciousness during creative activity that is much different from their ordinary state. This altered state is one of deep concentration, but is not meditation. The ancient yogis and seers, rishis, practiced a way of life that put them in a constant state of awareness, directing their energy toward the highest chakra in a tranquil state of mind, inspired by divine love. In that state, being completely absorbed in their essence, they heard these sound compositions, and when they returned to normal consciousness, they chanted them from memory. Later, these mantras were collected and compiled as Vedas by the 4 disciples of the sage Vyasa. Put another way, the origin of mantras is divine. The rishis only heard them as riches, sound frequencies in an organized form. Because they were produced by higher consciousness, they transport anyone who practices them to the same space from which they originated. These mantras are called shrutis, which refers both to frequencies and to the sound that is heard. Later, seers and visionaries who were artists, poets, and musicians also created mantras, which are found in the scriptures created by them. These scriptures are called the Shastras, Upanishads, and Smriti, and other scriptures come under the second category. These mantras are of several types. Mantras that explain truth, mantras that advise, mantras that promote a certain emotional state, healing mantras. Tantra has a vast collection of these 4 categories of mantras. In Tantra, mantra is used as a tool, and its origin is in the desire to communicate, to manifest, invoke, materialize, excite emotions, heal, raise the level of consciousness, energize, inspire, and the like. According to Tantra, all mantras are forms of consciousness, vijna, rupa, and when a mantra is fully practiced, it fully enlivens the samskara, accumulated experience of all past lives, and the meanings of the mantra appear to the mind. The essence of a mantra is to concentrate and vitalize thought and willpower. Tantrics believe that will opens the way to faith, and faith creates miracles. The magic of mantra, therefore, is not so much in the intonation or melody itself as in faith, true bhakti. Varieties of mantra. Mantras may be used for religious worship, for japa, for healing, to help spiritual evolution, for purification, for making offerings, and so forth. There is a difference between Vedic mantras and Tantric mantras. Tantra is called the fifth Veda, and is supposed to be the Veda of our present age, the Kali Yuga. Some mantras are only chants or expressions of nearness to the divine. But some saints who are inspired by divine love and unshakable faith use these chants as mantras or tools in their own spiritual practice, and their followers afterwards started using those mantras, calling them mahamantras or great mantras. An example of such a mantra well known in the West is a chant that was used by Sri Chaitanya and is now spreading rapidly through his devotees around the world. Her Rama Fa Rama 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 Fire Far Har Krishna Har Krishna Krishna Har Har Har. Pronunciation, which is an important part of intonation, plays an essential role in the recitation of a mantra, apart from the melody. But pronunciation changes from country to country and place to place, as do melodies. Thus, it is primarily faith that creates the effect of mantra. In addition to pronunciation and melody, the beat cycle in which mantra is chanted, whether silently or aloud, plays an important role. The beat cycle is the rhythmic pattern inherent in the melody, but it changes according to the state of consciousness of the one who is chanting. An increase in the speed of the chanting increases the speed of mind, heartbeat, and respiration. The beat cycle affects the emotions. A fast speed sometimes creates a continuous vibration, and if the chanting is done by a group, it creates a good effect because the mind works in synchronization with the beat cycle and has no time to fantasize. Thus, the minds of people who are very restless get absorbed in chanting and relax. Slowing the beat cycle also creates the same continuous vibration, but it slows down the speed of mind, heart, and breath. In brief, the difference between the two speeds is this. Fast chanting exhausts the mind, heart, and breath, and relaxation comes after the chanting is over. Slow chanting relaxes the mind, heart, and breath while the chanting is going on, but it is good only when the chanting is done individually. Table 5. The 10 karmas of mantras. Shanti, peaceful. Karma, mantras that free one from diseases, psychological problems, fear, illusions, and worldly and environmental troubles. And mantras done without any desire for reward, power, or attachment. Istamhan, paralyzing. Karma, mantras used to stop the movement of any living thing or inanimate object in nature. Mohan, attracting. Karma, mantras used to attract a man, woman, or animal. Mesmerism and hypnotism come under this category, also known as Samohan. Uchatan, mantras used to disturb the mental equilibrium of any living being. Such a mantra increases doubt, uncertainty, fear, and delusion, and the person influenced by it starts acting as if possessed. Vashikan, mantras used to enslave somebody. The one on whom the mantra is used loses his own discrimination and will and becomes like a puppet. Vashikaran means controlling the consciousness of the one on whom the mantra is used. Vashi, control, karani, doing. Akarshan, mantras used to attract somebody who is living at a distant place. Draman, mantras used to change behavioral pattern. So Mat, the one on whom the mantra is used, starts acting the way the one using the mantra wants. Vidveshan, Mantras used to create opposition between two individuals. This kind of mantra creates anger, hatred, jealousy, and aggression in both individuals toward each other. With others, their behavior remains as usual. It only changes with the one whom the user of the mantra chooses, and the result is animosity. Varan. Mantras used to kill somebody. This kind of use of mantra brings instantaneous death without any physical ailment or disorder. Pushtikama. Mantras used to increase one's own or another's wealth, name, fame, goodwill, social status, power, etc., also known as postik. A medium speed beat cycle is good for group and individual chanting. It does not disturb the heartbeat or breathing pattern and makes the mind more awake, alert, and conscious. Chanting slowly induces a hypnagogic state. Sound creates akasha, which creates sympathetic overtones, and these overtones influence the total nervous system. More akasha is produced when sound echoes as if it were coming out of a hollow bamboo. The echoing quality of sound increases with the increase of akasha in sound. The place from which the sound emanates influences its tonal quality. Although the sound cannot be produced without the vocal cords, they are not the place of origin of sound. Deep tones are produced by the vocal cords in conjunction with the abdominal region, middle tones in conjunction with the heart region, and high-pitched tones in conjunction with the upper region of the body. Indian classical music, which is based on the chants of early temple ceremonies, uses all three places in a gradual order. The chanters start with the abdominal region and go up to the upper region, the head, but the middle region, chest, heart, and throat, is used the most and produces a greater emotional impact on the listeners. Mantra chanting increases willpower, the power of concentration, and positive emotions, and these three create faith in a mantra, which is one of the forms of the deity. This faith leads to the magical effects of mantra. Saraswati, goddess of knowledge, music, and the fine art. Japa drawing, composed of the deity's name, written in colored ink, used as a centering device. Repeating the name as a mantra while writing it increases the power of the japa drawing. Examples of yantras made of beans, rice, and colored stones. Yantras are sometimes stitched, beaded, or woven, and for certain rituals, made out of grains and colored flowers. Attitude of the aspirant. The attitude of an aspirant sadha plays an important role in mantra sadhana. Mantra is energy. It can be used for either good or bad purposes. The entire responsibility rests with the sadhak. If the sadhak practices mantra japa for personal spiritual growth, it helps him or her to evolve. But if a mantra is done to help others, it serves a double purpose. It helps both the others and the sadhak who does it. If the mantra is used to harm anybody, then it also harms the one who is using it. There are also mantras that can protect one from harm, discussed later in this chapter. Tantra teaches all the uses of mantras. For example, if I were to teach you about fire, I would tell you not only how it can cook your food and warm you, but also how it can burn and destroy. It is then up to you to know the purpose for which you are using fire. A good person will use it for a good purpose, and a malicious person will use it for harming others. Fire is independent of what is done with it. Fire is just energy, neither good nor bad in itself. It gives heat, and this heat can be used in any way we choose. In Tantra, there are 10 categories of actions, karmas, that a mantra can accomplish. See Table 5. These 10 categories cover all aspects of human desires, good and bad, and include all the ways that mantra can be used. The intentions of the sadhak are his or her responsibility. One must thus be clear about why one picks up this tool of mantra. Good and bad karmas are categorized according to the effect they create inside and outside the individual. Whatever one does, one has to be responsible for that. By doing good or bad to others, one earns the same in return. Tantra agrees completely with the saying, as you sow, so shall you reap. The 10 karmas of a mantra cannot be performed anytime and anywhere. There are special times of the year, lunar dates, and days for each kind of work. See Table 6. Using these mantras at the suitable times and dates gives them their power. Natural forces are available during these periods for attaining magical effects from the japa of these mantras. Within the months mentioned in the table, there are a few lunar dates that are more suitable than others for doing the japa. See Table 7. Table 6. Seasons suitable for the 10 karmas of mantras. Karma of mantras suitable Hindi month. Akasham, Chaitra, Vaisakh. March to April. Vashikaran, Brahman. Mohan, Vidvishan, Jais, Vashant. May, June, Uchatan. Istamhan, Shravan, the Bhadrapad. July, August. Maran, Ashwin, Hartik. September, October. Shanti, March year. November, Pushti March, Falgun, January to February. Table 7. Dates and days suitable for the 10 karmas. Prerequisites of mantra sadhana. Guru, spiritual guide. Diksha, initiation. Abhishek, special rites of 8 types given by teacher to student as part of initiation. Requisites of mantra sadhana. Samkalpa, firm determination. Pride, Icha, Shakti. Asta, faith. Chuchita, purity. Ekagrita, one-pointedness. Asana, postures. Pranayama, breathing techniques. Mala, rosary. Dhyana meditation. Japa, repetition of a mantra. Homa, fire worship. Terya, patience. Suitable places for mantra sadhana. Place and directions play an important role in mantra sadhana. Temperature and pressure, altitude, are the factors that make one place better than another. For the best results, one should try to understand this distinction before starting mantra japa. Some places are charged with magnetic energy and are rich in pranic energy, negative ions. Some places, though not geographically situated in the power belt, are still charged with more powerful energy because of any of the following reasons. Some high soul has done sadhana there. The one who is practicing mantra has some emotional attachment to the place. It is a natural environment. The sages have praised these environments for mantra sadhana. Flower gardens, lonely places, the depths of a thick forest, a land where there has been no war, the meeting place of 2 rivers, holy places, caves in the mountains, the shadow of a people, banyan or vat tree, a cave under the root of a bilva tree, amid basilicum bushes, on the bank of a river, near a pond or spring, the presence of a cow, a Brahman, a stream, a D lamp, the sun, the moon, or the Guru enhances the power of mantra japa. Japa done sitting in a river or stream up to the navel also is very effective. Asana, seat. The word asana as used here refers not to a posture, but to the material used for sitting. A person doing mantra sadhana should not use an asana that has been used by somebody else, unless that person is the teacher, a holy man, or one who is spiritually evolved and to whom the sadhak has an emotional attachment. Ordinarily the following are prescribed as good asanas. Mats made of kusha grass, deer skin, tiger skin, woolen rugs, silk sheet, wooden tables. The main reasons for using these materials is that all are poor conductors of heat and electricity. Thus, the energy that the sadhak generates during sadhana will not be lost by escaping into the ground. Even then, Tantra clearly states the use of an asana in accordance with the purpose of mantra sadhana. Cotton asanas need to be washed and dried. Therefore, cotton is not considered as pure and is sometimes prohibited. Asanas made of bamboo, stone, earth, rotten wood, leaves, and grass needles are prohibited for sadhana. Kushasana, asana made of kusha grass, is supposed to be very auspicious and can be used for any kind of mantra japa or worship. Kusha has been praised in the Rig Veda and Yajur Veda. The effects of kushasana are as follows. Purifies antavkaran, the 4 internal organs, mind, manas, intellect, buddhi, being, chitta, and ego, ahamkara, helps in attaining desired goal, helps in purification and enhances mental and physical health, cleans impurities of the place and environment, conserves energy of the aspirant deer skin. The skin of a black deer gives siddhis, special powers, liberates the aspirant from bondage, and ensures that the aspirant is never short of money. Any kind of deerskin or antelope skin helps him. Subjugation of the senses, sublimation of sensuality, achieving realization or a state of total awareness, acquisition of spiritual powers, curing disease caused by aggravation of mind and curing bile and blood diseases, increasing individual magnetism, tiger or leopard skin. Tiger or leopard skin is suitable only for aspirants of Rajasic, dominated by Rajas temperament. It brings luxury suitable for a king, creates anger, and keeps the aspirant away from snakes, scorpions, and other insects. It protects the aspirant from environmental disturbances and obstacles. It is also purifying, like kusha or deerskin, and helps tame the tiger of the mind through the subjugation of the senses. Wool rugs and silk sheets. Wool and silk help in the attainment of desired object. A red wool asana is especially beneficial in attaining objects of desire. These materials also conserve the individual's energy and purify the mind. Japel. Repeating a mantra with or without a counting device is known as japa. It is a practice used by aspirants of all religions, Jews, Christians, Hindus, Muslims, Zoroastrians, as a powerful tool to control the mind. They all believe that an idle mind is the devil's workshop, and they accomplish practical work on themselves by doing prayers or japa, often with a rosary. In Tantra, japa is used with some additional tools to make its effects more positive, durable, and powerful. In Tantric japa, one repeats a mantra for a prescribed number of times. After about 9/10 of the total are done, one is supposed to do a homa, fire worship. The remaining mantras should be done while offering ghee, clarified butter, or samadhi, a combination of 36 herbs, or black sesame seeds, or any other material as prescribed by the Shastras, to the fire or to the Guru. Each time the mantra is repeated, an offering to the fire, ahuti, is made, thus completing the remaining 1/10 of the mantra. Another approach is to repeat the prescribed number of japa first, and then to perform homa, giving 1/10 of the prescribed number of offerings to the fire. When the japa is done without any desire, it needs no fire worship. Japa can be done with the mantra, with or without at the beginning and end, with the name of a deity, with bijas or bija mantras, bijasi, aloud, silently. Silent japa, moon, as Upanshu japa, is supposed to be more powerful than japa said aloud. An easy way to exercise silent japa is to perform japa aloud for a period of time so that the ears will hear the mantra and the brain will register it. The aspirant should keep on decreasing the volume of the sound using deep tones, bass sounds, and should gradually start doing it silently. This method is effective because the cerebral cortex will keep on repeating the mantra for a period of time even after the audible japa has stopped. The speed of japa should remain uniform, and it should be done in sustained tones. Written japa is a powerful variation of silent japa. It entails writing the name of the deity on paper, birch bark, or leaves from a banyan tree, peepal tree, banana tree, or mango tree. If writing on birch bark or mango, banana, or banyan leaves, the aspirant should use a pen made from the branch of a pomegranate tree or of a banyan tree. The ink should be made from guroshan, from red sandalwood paste, or from saffron, or a combination of two or all three of these. Written japa creates a habit of silent japa and is supposed to be 10 times more powerful. Written japa can be made more powerful if the mantra of the name of the deity composes a picture of the deity. The use of different colors can make it more aesthetic and powerful. See colored plate 1. Using a mala. In doing japa with a mala, one should observe the following guidelines. The mala should be used by the right hand. Only one hand should be used. The index finger and the little finger should not touch the beads. The beads should be held by the middle finger and the ring finger and should be turned with the help of the thumb. There is always an extra bead hanging outside the row of beads whose total number is usually 108. This 109th bead is called Sumeru. The Sumeru bead should never be passed. It thus becomes like a static point in the mala. The aspirant should start the mala at the first bead next to Sumeru, and should end on the last bead before Sumeru. If the aspirant has to do the mala twice, he should turn the mala and make the last bead, the one at which he ended his first round of malai. If the japa is prescribed for numerous times, sometimes it is prescribed for 1 or 3 or 5 or 7 or 9 or 11 times, one should count with the help of the required number of rice grains. After doing each mala, one removes a single grain of rice from the total number of grains. Thus, one will not have to spend energy in counting and remembering the number one has already finished. When all the grains of rice are removed, the japa is done. If the japa is prescribed in terms of the number of repetitions of mantra, such as 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 12,500 times, or 125,000 times, one should first count that amount of rice grains and keep them in a metal pot. Each time the mantra is recited, a grain can be removed from the pot, or after completing a mala, one can remove a single grain, which indicates that the japa of the same mantra has been done 108 times. The pot should be kept on the left side since the mala is done with the right hand. The best way is to divide the total number of japa by 108, and the result should determine the number of rice grains to be kept in the pot. If the amount of japa is not evenly divisible by 108, see how much is remaining, and keep that number of grains separately. After completing the required number of malas, stop the mala and do the mantra, removing with each mantra one grain of the remaining number of grains. For example, if the japa is prescribed to be done 1,000 times, then 1,000 A 108 B 908 108. Now 9 times the mala can be done, and the remaining 28, which cannot be divided by 108, should be kept separately. Thus you have 9 grains in one pot and 28 grains in another pot. Do one mala and remove one grain from the pot that has 9 grains. When all 9 grains are done, stop the mala and do the mantra one time and remove one grain from the pot that has 28 grains and repeat this 28 times. This way one does not have to count 1,000 grains of rice and repeat the exercise after every mantra. For doing the homa, the total number of japa should be divided by 10, and the same technique of keeping counted number of rice grains should be used. For example, if japa is prescribed 1,000 times, the homa will be 1,000 A10 and 100. If the japa is prescribed 125,000 times, the homa will be 125,000 A10 12,500. Homa is not performed immediately after the number of japa is finished, as the japa may take many days or months if the prescribed number is large. In such a case, the aspirant should, after finishing the japa, wait until a suitable time when the order of the planets is right, and perform the homa on an auspicious day, e.g. the 11th day of the ascending moon cycle, or on the full moon day. If the homa cannot be done in one day only, it should be done in as many days as possible. In that case, the total number of mantras should be divided by the number of mantras that could be easily repeated by the aspirant in a day. Each day, the japa should be done, and with each mantra, the offering of samigri and ghee should be made. Types of mala beads. Mala, the counting device for japa, is generally made of 108 beads. The material that the beads are made of has an effect on the body chemistry. Possible materials include tulsi wood, sandalwood, lotus seeds, rudrakshas, dried seeds from the rudraksha tree, currants, pearl, quartz or crystal, shell, silver. Small malas, called sumerni, are made of fewer beads, although the number is divisible into 108. For example, a sumerni is made of 27 beads. Doing a sumerni 4 times completes 108 repetitions of a mantra. A mala also can be made of 54 beads, in which case 2 malas make 1 japa of 108 repetitions. Tulsi mala is best for believers of Lord Vishnu, Ram, Krishna, or Hanuman. Rudraksha mala is for believers in Lord Shiva and Shakti. Sandalwood mala is common. Lotus seed mala is only used for Moran, Ushatan, and Vidvishan karmas. For Shanti karma, Puromala or Koromala is very effective. Koromala is good for worship and japa done to attain wealth. A mala made of Rudraksha is supposed to be the most beneficial and even better than a mala made from silver, gold, coral, or pearls, emeralds, and rubies. The Rudraksha should be neither very small nor very big. Rudrakshas the size of a cherry are supposed to be the best. Besides being a counting device, a mala is a good centering device. Engagement of the fingertips is engagement of consciousness. Mala practice creates a habitual centered state of consciousness. A mala gets charged with energy after it has been used for japa very frequently. If one has done 125,000 japa on a mala, that mala itself becomes siddha, charged with energy, and by wearing it one gets energy from it. Also, the mala conditions the brain, so that each time you see it, it reminds you of your mantra. For starting a new japa, a new mala should always be used. If the mantra remains the same, however, the same mala can be used for generations. Again, mala should not be touched by the index finger or the little finger, as shown in the accompanying illustration. One must also remember that it is prohibited to pass the extra bead, or sumaru, homa. Fire worship, homa, or havan, is fire worship. Fire is visible divine energy that can be seen and felt. It is said to be the mediator between humans and gods. Tantra believes in one God with many forms. Because God performs many kinds of functions, He is known by many names. For performing each job, He has to shape Himself into a different form. That is why there appear so many gods, but the sadhak knows that all the names are His name, and all the forms are His form. He is one, but appears to be many. When He creates, He is called Brahma. When He preserves, He is called Vishnu. When He destroys, He is called Shiva. When He brings forth the energy of heat and light, He is called Sun. When He beholds the creation, He is called Earth. He is neither male nor female. His static aspect is male. His dynamic aspect is female. Each manifested aspect has both a male and a female side. Every male god has a Shakti, a female counterpart. This division of jobs creates many sides, many names, many forms of God. These gods are not the supreme, but one aspect of the supreme, so they are less in power. This creates a hierarchy. The supreme is omnipotent, and Brahma is just one little part of Him as creator. Vishnu is just one little part of Him as preserver, and Shiva is just one little part of Him as destroyer. These three gods are His three aspects. He is like the sun with uncountable beams of light. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva are only three main rays of His light. Then there are other energies through which these three work. They are called some gods. India, king of the gods of heaven, is responsible for rain. Varuna is the god of water. Kubera is the god of wealth. Agni is the god of fire. Pavan is the god of 49 types of air. Prajapati is the creator. Brahma created Prajapati, and Prajapati creates with his Shakti the Praja, or the people. Vishwakarma is the god of crafts, the celestial architect. Homa is performed to please these sub-gods. The mediator between these gods and the sub-gods and human beings is the fire god. Soul, the gift to these gods, is the emotion on which they survive, and it is offered to them through fire worship. Kun. Homa is performed in a receptacle called the kun. This kun should be made according to the amount of fire to be created. If big logs of wood are being used, the kun will be big. If the fire worship is not to be done on a large scale, then the one doing the homa should build a small fireplace. For normal homa, the aspirant should measure the place with the hand. The kun is usually like an inverted pyramid, narrow at the bottom and broad on the top. The bottom part should be a square of about 12 finger widths of the one performing the homa. The top should be 1.5 times the bottom, which makes it 18 finger widths. The height of the kund should be about the same size of the top. It is best if the kund is made by digging an inverted pyramid-like opening in the ground, keeping the bottom narrow and the top broad, as shown in the diagram. Then a vedi, fireplace, is made by raising the level of the kund above the ground with bricks. The Vedi should be decorated and made attractive with colorful flowers, leaves, grains, or beans. A colored border motif can also be painted on the raised bricks using vegetable and mineral substances. Fuel. Wood to be used as fuel for the fire worship must come from certain prescribed trees. If no mention of wood is made, however, one can take any wood that burns easily without creating much smoke. In India, the wood from a mango tree is most often used. One picks up thin, dried branches with bark and cuts or breaks them to suit the size of the kund. The wood should be completely dry. Pine wood or other oily woods should be used only when mango wood or any other oil-free burning wood is not available. Samigri. Samigri means material. The material used in Homa or Havan is known as Havan Samigri. This Samigri is a combination of 36 herbs. It purifies the atmosphere and smells very good, like incense. In India, the herbs are available at the market, in herb shops. In Europe and North America, stores that sell Indian spices and herbs have it packaged from India. One should add some ghee and powdered raw sugar to the samigri. 1 tablespoon ghee and 1/2 cup raw sugar are sufficient for 500 grams, 1 pound of samigri. Clarified butter or ghee is available in Indian food stores. Only the ghee made from clarified cow butter should be used in Homa, not the ghee made from vegetable oils, known as vegetable ghee. Ahuti is the offering to the fire. Ahuti can be given by pouring a small spoonful of ghee into the kund, where dry fire has been lit, or it can be given by pouring a small amount of samigri into the kund. The use of the index finger and the little finger is prohibited in offering the samigri. The one giving ahuti of samigri should thus hold the samigri in the right hand, keeping the index and little fingers apart. When the homa is performed, the chemicals present in the samigri are burned and get converted into the gaseous form of smell. The smell mixes in the atmosphere, and the same atmospheric air enters the breath of the one doing the homa and those who are in the vicinity. This air contains all the chemicals of the herbs in gaseous form, and thus these chemicals go to the gods that are present as different energies or abilities inside the human organism. These chemicals influence the body chemistry and bring about the desired effect. The essence of all mantras. In the Chandogya Upanishad, it is said, the essence of all beings is earth. The essence of earth is water. The essence of water is the plants. The essence of the plants is man. The essence of man is speech. The essence of speech is Rig Veda. The essence of Rig Veda is Samveda. The essence of Samveda is Ojit, which is that Adit is the best of all essences, deserving thy highest place. So the essence of all is or Om in all scriptures of Vedic origin. Is a whole that represents the all-encompassing cosmic consciousness, Turiya, beyond words and concepts, the consciousness of the fourth dimension. The Upanishads say that is Brahman himself, that God in the form of sound is the pranava is a bow. The arrow is the self, and Brahman is said to be the mark. The Maitreya Upanishad compares to an arrow, with manas, mind, thought, idea, as its point laid upon the bow of the human body. The breath, which after penetrating the darkness of ignorance, reaches the light of the supreme state. Just as a spider climbs up its thread and gains freedom, so the yogis climb toward liberation by the syllable Am. Am is the primordial sound of timeless reality that vibrates within us from the beginning. Its sound opens the innermost being to the vibration of a higher reality, not a reality outside the person, but one that is eternal and was forever present within and around him or her. The poet Rabindranath Tagore has beautifully said about the sacred syllable that Am is the symbolic word for the perfect, the infinite, the eternal. The sound is already perfect in itself and represents the wholeness of all creation. All our religious contemplation begins and ends with Am. Its purpose is to fill the mind with the presentiment of infinite perfection and to free it from the world of narrow selfishness. This phenomenal world is a creation of frequencies. According to all spiritual sciences, first God created sound, and from these sound frequencies came the phenomenal world. Our total existence is constituted by this sound, which becomes a mantra when organized by a desire to communicate, manifest, invoke, or materialize, excite, or energize manifested energy from the Brahman, the Supreme, with his Parashakti Maya, issued nada, Shiva Shakti, male and female energies, as the word or sound, and from nada, Bindu appeared. This manifestation is known as Shabda, Brahman, the Supreme Consciousness as sound, which is the indistinct sound produced by the unfolding of energized consciousness, Param Bindu. This inaudible, indistinct sound is the Avyakta, the unmanifest energy which manifests itself in a triad of Shakti, Gayan Shakti, knowledge, Icha Shakti, will, Kriya Shakti, action. These three are associated with the three gunas, tamas, sattva, and rajas, which represent nature as the descent from spirit to matter and vice versa, and nature as the dense veil of spirit. The energy that is manifested as the phenomenal world is thus sound and the treasure house of the gunas, which have endless modifications. The nada or sound is a combination of Shiva and Shakti, the eternal pair of opposites pervading the universe. In the human being, they are the two sides. The right side is Shiva and the left side Shakti. He is in Swayambhu Lingam, in Muladhara Chakra, as Shiva, and she is coiled around it in 3.5 coils as Kundalini Shakti. The material content and the essence of all material content are sound, as expressed in this passage from the Chandogya Upanishad. Am is the most perfect and precise mantra. Avam is the waking state. Subjective consciousness. You of Am is the dream state, consciousness of the inner world of thoughts, feelings, and desires. M of Am is the deep sleep state, consciousness of undifferentiated unity. Am is the best first and last mantra. It is the supreme consciousness in sound form. A is Sattva and Brahma. U is Rajas and Vishnu. M is Tamas and Shiva. Am is thus the creator, preserver, and destroyer all in one. Using Am before and after any mantra harmonizes the two hemispheres of the brain and creates a magical effect. This placement of the same sound before and after a mantra is called the Semput in Sanskrit. In Tattva Prakash, one of the books of Tantric scripture, Am is called the Tara mantra or Tarini mantra, and is supposed to be used to obtain a Siddha state, the state of being free from physical bondage. It brings union with the Brahman if it is repeated 300,000 times. A is Akar, form, the earth element. U is Urdhagami, the upward moving air element. N is Akasha, the void. When Am is done as Soji for Pranava, the sadhak should use deep tones, and the breath should be directed through the nasal passage, as automatically happens when the last part of the sound Am, the masked part of the sound Am. This M, known as Ma or Maka, makes the lips close, which is like locking the door from the outside world and reaching the deep inside of Brahma and Hara, also known as Anhaka, blind well. This, in physiological language, is our corpus callosum. The vibrations made in pronouncing M in deep tones are similar to the buzzing of a bumblebee, and the sound vibrates the top of the cranium, that is, the whole cerebral cortex. There are many convulsions and depressions in the brain, in the area of the cerebral cortex, resembling valleys of a mountain. These valleys are depressions in the lobes, and the reverberations and pulsations created by the yim sound of Am help the brain to gain more area for storage of information. But this is possible only when the japa is done for a long time daily. In creative artists, poets, and musicians, this pranava appears as a humming sound that helps them to create new compositions. Some mantras for japa, Am Gam Ganapataye Namah Aum. If this mantra is repeated 125,000 times, 5,000 each day for 25 days. One will see the effect of the mantra. Ganesh, or Ganapati, is supposed to be the obstacle remover. He is married to Riddhi and Siddhi, so he gives all kinds of Riddhis and Siddhis, physical and mental powers. He gives peace and prosperity. The japa should be done after purification, after taking a bath. Having a picture or idol of Ganesh on hand at the time of japa will provide additional help. If the japa is done 125,000 times, then 1/10 of the total, that is 12,500, should be recited before the fire homa, and a huti of ghee and ashtagansh, a combination of 8 nice smelling herbs, should be given as offering to enhance the influence. Saraswati Nama. Ain is the bish, akshar, seed syllable or condensed form of the larger mantra of Saraswati, goddess of speech, music, knowledge, and the fine art. If this mantra is repeated 500,000 times, one can see Saraswati and will become enlightened. All knowledge will be revealed, and Saraswati will reside on one's tongue. That is, whatever one says will come true. 1/10 or 50,000 of the repetitions should be accompanied by homa. Kling Kalikaya Nama. Kling, or Krim, as it is called in Madras, is the bij, akshar of the Divine Mother Kali. The number of japa prescribed is 500,000, and homa with 50,000 ahutis should be performed afterward. Ain, Hring, Kling, Shamundayi, Vishji. This is the most popular mantra of the Divine Mother Durga, given in Chandi and Durga Sapshati, tantric scriptures. This mantra should be repeated 500,000 times, and the fire worship should be performed with 50,000 ahutis of the same mantra. Dong Durgai Nama Ayum. This also is a mantra for Mother Durga. Dang is her bij, akshar. Perform the same amount of japa and homa as in mantra 4. Hring Nama. Hring is the bij, akshar of the goddess of Maya, and is known as tantric pranav or tantric sound. As Ayam is for Vedantics, so is Hring for Tantrics. The performance of 500,000 japa and 50,000 ahutis of ghee and ashtaganj brings siddhis. Shring, Hring, Kling, Mahal, Lakshmi, Nama. Shring is Lakshmi Bija. The prescribed number for japa is 100,000, and 10,000 ahutis of ghee and samigri bring Mother Lakshmi's blessings in the form of peace, prosperity, and harmony. Gayatri Mantra, a mantra for all purposes. Luva Swagat Savitur Valaniya. Argo Devasya Dimahi. Vayu Yumna Prashodaya. Repetition of Gayatri Mantra 125,000 times brings siddhi. After the mantra has been done for the prescribed number of times, fire worship should be done with 12,000 ahutas of Havan Samigri, with an offering of raw sugar, lax sesame seeds, 125 jeen, and ghee 250 gem. After the Oma, a small feast should be held for 12 girls of 8 years of age and 1 boy of 6 years. The mantra is Siddha now and can be used to heal physiological or psychological diseases, cure ill luck, and give victory over enemies. For healing, before touching the patient or giving any medicine, repeat 1 mala of Gayatri. After completing the mala, 108 beads, give the patient the medicine for the disease. If he or she is not taking medicine, put water into a clean copper, brass, bronze, or silver pot. Shake the water and repeat the mantra only once before giving the water to the patient. This water will have a miraculous effect. For good memory and increased mental power, japa of Gayatri mantra should be done facing east before sunrise after bathing. The forehead should remain wet. This is accomplished by applying a thick layer of sandalwood paste on it. The paste is made by rubbing a sandalwood block on a stone and adding a pinch of saffron and 1 small crystal of camphor, or a pinch of camphor powder. with a few drops of water to make it a thick paste like honey. Gayatri mantra should be recited, repeating the sound 3 times before the mantra. Japa should be done daily, either 1 mala 108 times, 3 malas be 324 times, 5 malas 540 times, 7 malas 740 times, 7 malas 756 times. After doing the mala, rub both palms together while reciting the mantra. Then rub both hands on the forehead, touching the place of the third eye with both ring fingers, while the right hand rubs the right side of the forehead, temples. Then bring the hands to the head, then to the eyes, ears, nose, cheeks, back of the neck, and front of the neck in order. This exercise should be done in a slow rhythm. Hold the breath, no inhaling or exhaling, while touching the starting point, the third eye, until the end, the front of the neck, for obtaining wealth. At the end of the Gayatri mantra, repeat Shring, the Lakshmi Bija, 3 times. 1 mala, 108 times, should be done every day. All implements used in worship should be yellow, and yellow food should be taken for the period japa is done. Use a yellow woolen rug, a mola of yellow haldi, turmeric root, beads, yellow pots, yellow flowers, and yellow prasad, consecrated food. A pinch of saffron should be added to the water in the water pot. The aspirant should fast on Sunday and should massage his or her body with oil mixed with turmeric powder. The japa should be done in the early morning hours, preferably before sunrise. To cure oneself of disease, the sick person should do the japa of Gayatri after bathing, adding in 3 times at the end of the mantra for diseases related to activation of mucus and bile. The japa should be done 108 times each day in the early morning hours after washing to dispel evil spirits. An agnihotra, homa, should be done and 108 ahutis of ordinary havan, samigri, should be given to the fire. After the havan has been done, the whitish grey ashes should be collected from the fireplace, Havan kund atyarya kund, and rubbed on the hands, feet, face, ears, head, stomach, and back of the one who is possessed by an evil spirit. The Gayatri mantra should be recited during the rubbing of the ashes. The evil spirit will vanish after one rubbing of ashes. These ashes should be kept in a bottle and may be used whenever needed by the attendants of the patient. They can be used on any other patient, but before using them, one should put the ashes in one's hand and recite Gayatri mantra 11 times and keep on reciting while rubbing. Types of Gayatri mantra. Gayatri mantra is composed of 24 sound syllables. Each sound syllable is the energy of any one of the 24 gods, and Gayatri is a combination of the energy of 24 gods, or a combined force of 24 different types of energies. Each energy is of a different nature and serves a different purpose. Doing japa of the desired mantra daily can help in obtaining the desired energy. 1 mala each day in the early morning hours is sufficient. Ganesh Gayatri, for removing obstacles. Iddantaye vidmahe vakatunaye dhimahi tanno buddhi prashodaya. Vishnu Gayatri, for welfare of one's family. Narayanaye vidmahe Vasudevai Tanno Vishnu Prashodaya. Shiva Gayatri, for easing problems, for peace and prosperity. Panchvatraya Vidmahai Dimahadevai Dimahi Tanno Rudra Prashodaya. Brahma Gayatri, to increase productivity. Parmeshware Vidmahe Paratapvaye Dimahi Tanno Brahma Prashodaya. Ram Gayatri, for security, increase in name and status. Dashwathai Vidmahe Sita Bol Labhai Dimahe Tanmo Rama Prashodaya. Krishna Gayatri, for success in job, increase in activity. Devkinandanaya Vidmahe Vasudevai Dimahi Tanno Krishna Prashodaya. Indra Gayatri, for security in aggression, war. Sahatra Netre Gidmahai Vosraya Sredima Tanno Indra Prashodaya. Hanuman Gayatri, for increasing love in performing duties, selfless service. Anjaneyai Vidmahai Mahavale Dimahi Tano Hanuman Prashodaya. Surya Gayatri. For curing disease, freedom from ailments, Bhaskaraya Vidmahe Divakraya Dhimahi Tano Surya Prasudaya Chandra Gayatri. For subduing anxiety, pessimism, worries, psychosis, neurosis, Shilputraya Vidmaha Amrit Tafai Daimahi Tano Chandra Prasudaya Yama Gayatri. For freedom from fear of death, Surya Putraya Vidmahe Mahakaya Dhimahi Tano Yama Prasodaya Varuna Gayatri. To increase love between man and woman, Javimbai Vidmahe Nil Purushai Dhimahi Tano Varuna Prasodaya Narayan Gayatri. To increase administrative power, Narayanaye Vidmahe Vasudevai Dhimahi Tano Narayan Prasudaya Narsing Gayatri. To increase the ability to help others, Uvanarsing Hai Vidmahai Vajra Mekai Dhimahi Talo Marsing Prasudaya Durga Gayatri. For victory over obstacles, enemies, pains, and sufferings, Garjai Vidmahe Shiv Priyai Dhimahi Tano Durga Prasudaya Lakshmi Gayatri. For wealth, luxuries, status, promotion, and jobs, Mahalakshmi Vidmahai Vishnu Priyaya Dhimahi Tano Lakshmi Prasudaya Radha Gayatri. To increase devotion, divine love, Rashvanujaya Vidmahe Krishna Priyaya Dhimahi Tano Radha Prasudaya Sita Gayatri. To increase power to work on oneself, penance and tolerance, Janaknani Vidmahe Vimi Jai Dhimahi Tano Sita Prasudaya Saraswati Gayatri. For memory, wisdom, knowledge, creativity, Saraswati Vidmahe Brahmaput Riya Dhimahi Tano Saraswati Prasudaya Agni Gayatri. To provide vitality and ojas to body, mind, prana, and all sense organs, including the 4 internal organs and all work organs. Mahajwale Vidmahe Agnidavai Dhimahi Tano Agnish Prasudaya Prithvi Gayatri. For stability, patience, cooperation, Prithvi Divi Vidmahe Shastra Vorte Dhimahi Tano Prithvi Prasudaya Kau Gayatri. To increase sensuality, sexual satisfaction, sexual power, vitality, vigor, stamina, Kamdavaye Vidmahai Pushpanaye Dhimahi Tano Kama Prasudaya Hans Gayatri. To increase vivek, power of discrimination, Param Hansai Vidmahe Maha Se Dhimahi Tano Hansa Prasudaya Ayagrif Gayatri. To increase courage, remove fear of all kinds, Tanishwaraya Vidmahe Hayagri Vaye Dhimahi Tano Hayagru Prasudaya. For poisonings and bites, snake, scorpion, etc. Ashes from sandalwood or people, banyan, wood obtained after a homa with 108 recitations of Gayatri mantra should be collected and kept in a blue bottle, used whenever needed for curing all kinds of poisons, including scorpion sting or snake bite. Observe the following method. Check which nostril is working. Keep ashes in the hand on the same side as the dominant nostril. Recite Gayatri mantra, adding hung at the end, while meditating on Gayatri. Riding a horse, recite the mantra 11 times. Rub the ashes while chanting the mantra. Bharbuva Swa. That's Savitur Varanyam. Vargo Devasya Dhimahi. Keep in another small bottle 10 grams of mustard seeds made into a paste. Recite the mantra 108 times while making the paste in a stone mortar. This paste should be made and stored like the ashes and used simultaneously or after rubbing the ashes. Take the paste when needed and apply it to the tips of all fingers, all toes, earlobes, navel, tip of the nose, and forehead. Mahamrityunjaya mantra Trayambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivarthanam Urvarukmiv Bananani Vichyor Mukshiyai Mamrita. This powerful mantra of Shiva, the Rudra, removes physical, mental, and celestial ailments. Like Gayatri, this is an all-purpose mantra and is commonly prescribed by astrologers, Vaidyas, medicine men, and tantrics. Japa of 125,000 times removes the fear of death, even if the condition of the ailing person is so severe that the doctors become helpless and no medicine works. After japa, Oma should be done with 12,500 repetitions of the mantra and an offering of black sesame seeds with each. Mahamrityunjaya is the name of Shiva, the Lord of Destruction. As Mahakala, he is Lord of Death. Meditation on the Shiva with 4 arms is necessary. In his Mahamrityunjaya form, Shiva is sitting in a pond. 2 of his arms are holding water pots, from which he is pouring water over his head. His 3rd hand on the right side is doing a mala, and in his 4th hand on the left side, he has another water pot, from which water is constantly issuing. Sometimes, one of his right hands is shown in a blessing mudra gesture. Mahamrityunjaya mantra is supposed to be a victory over death, suffering, and disease. It removes obstacles, creates a suitable environment, and brings happiness to life. 12-syllable mantra of Vishnu. Am Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. The number of japa for this mantra is 1,200,000. Homa with 120,000 ahutis with an offering of cow's ghee and black sesame seeds is prescribed. A syllable mantra of Shiva. Am Namah Shivaya. When only Namah Shivaya is counted, it is a 5-syllable mantra. Bija mantras. Bija mantras are seed mantras having several syllables and are supposed to be more powerful than other mantras. To add power to a mantra, sometimes these bijas are added, either at the beginning or at the end, or at both the beginning and the end. Bija mantras may or may not convey sense, but their meanings are the forms of the particular gods or goddesses whose bijas they are. Sometimes a bija mantra consists of only 1 or 2 syllables. Bija, god or goddess. Ing Saraswati, Fing Vaya, Kling Kama, Kring Kali, Shring Lakshmi, Being Yoni, Lung earth, on water, Varuna rain, fire, Yang there, Hain Akashan, Ang Surya, Sun, Ma Vu, Gain Ganesh, Tang Durga. Some bija mantras are abbreviated forms of a longer mantra. For example, Shochi mantra or Tripura Sundari mantra is Fring Ka Ai Yila Fring Hasaka Hala Fring Sakala Fring. The derivation of the above bija mantra is as follows. Kamuyuni Kamla Vajapaniya Kuha Hasamatishva from Indra Punar Kuha Sakala Mayaya Chat Purush Chiva Vishvamatadi Vidyom Kama Ke Yoni I Kamla E Vajapani Indra Lao Guha Fring Hasavarnas Matrishva Vayu Ka Afra Ha Indra La Punar Guha Fring Sakala Varnas and Maya Fring Kaal Ai La Fring Hasakahal Fring Sakala Fring. This mantra seems ridiculous and meaningless at first, but when we know the original, the abbreviated form suggests to us the original. Chapter 4. Yantra. The visual tool. Yantras are visual tools that serve either as centering devices or as symbolic compositions of the energy pattern of a deity as seen by tantric seers in their visions. The Kulan of Tantra says, Yantram mantra mayam proktan mantraptin devataiv deha manaryata bedo yantra devatayustatha. This means that deity pervades both yantra and mantra. As there is a difference between mind and body, so there is between yantra and mantra. Yantra is the body or form of the deity, devata, whereas mantra is the mind, consciousness, spirit, or name. Elsewhere, the scripture says that as oil is dear to the lamp, so is the body dear to the spirit and yantra to the deity, because yantra is the external visual expression through which the deity receives the devotion. When a yantra is adopted for worship and the energy is invoked in it, it becomes a symbolic representative of the deity, and actually is the deity himself when the sadhak abandons his analytical, critical attitude. Every yantra becomes the dwelling place of the deity, by whose name it is known. The essence of the iconographic image of the deity, the spirit, is retained in the yantric form, Yet no idol or picture of a deity is as powerful as a yantra. An iconographic idol is a personal thing, whereas a yantra is universal, because it is composed of archetypal forms that are common to all existing phenomena. A yantra is therefore an archetypal unit. The very process of making a yantra is an archetypal activity that works with the encoding of the genes, so that the divine revelations repeat themselves during the process. It is a process by which one moves from concrete reality to abstract truth. Definition of yantra. The word yantra is used in two or more ways in Sanskrit. It comes from the root yam, which means support or hold. To hold is to contain, to keep, to maintain the essence of an object, a thought, or a concept. The syllable tray comes from trana, for liberation from bondage. So a yantra is that which preserves the essence and liberates. In a more general way, yantra means tool in Sanskrit. When the word yam is used in its symbolic sense, yama is the lord of death, and tray means getting trana, or freedom. Then a yantra is that which gives liberation from the clutches of death, the cycle of birth and rebirth. The first definition of yantra, which makes it the beholder of the essence of the energy of the deity, makes yantra a symbol. Symbols are precise and crystallized means of expression, corresponding in essence to the inner life, which is intensive and qualitative, as opposed to the external world, which is extensive and quantitative. In symbol, the particular represents the general. It is a creative representation of the inscrutable. This makes yantra a reflection of the divine. When the word yantra becomes a symbol, it becomes every symbol, and every symbol becomes a yantra. As a tool, yantra is used to withdraw consciousness from the outer world and direct it to the inner world, so as to help the sadhak go beyond the normal framework of the mind to the altered state of consciousness known as turiya. The construction of yantras, the act of drawing and painting yantras, teaches the mind how to concentrate, how to be one-pointed. To some people, this practice is fascinating and absorbing, while others might not find it as interesting as doing calligraphy or singing. But even these latter people can draw a valuable lesson from creating yantras. The geometrical patterns of which a yantra is composed are governed by a law, which is communicated to one who attempts to draw it. Attention is needed, for if one becomes a little careless, one makes mistakes. Yantra drawing requires accuracy, exactness, discipline, concentration, neatness, and patience. Physiologists have observed that comprehending geometrical forms and patterns, circles, triangles, squares, and the like, is the work of the right hemisphere of the cerebral cortex. A person in whom only the left hemisphere is functional will find it impossible to match geometrical patterns. The geometrical forms of the yantra activate the right hemisphere, which is visual and nonverbal. Yantra meditation thus increases inner silence and tranquility. It also creates a tendency to be inattentive to speech. The construction of a yantra is of great significance, and for all yantras used for meditation, it is done in such a way that all the linear forms intersect with the central axis or nucleus. This nucleus is either a point, bindu, or a sound, bija mantra. A point, however, is supposed to be the most powerful stimulus for the visual cortex. Human physiology and yantra. A black point on a white background forms the most precise and powerful yantra. One who is satisfied with this point needs no more explanations and definitions. To be centered is a basic human necessity. All that has been accomplished in the field of knowledge is a product of centered minds. To be one-pointed, one needs to practice some technique and to develop a habit of remaining centered. The mind, through its association with the sense organs, becomes manifold, restricting. This slippery nature of the mind turns off when the sense organs are engaged. Exactly the same thing happens in japa. When the aspirant repeats the same sound again and again, the mind finds no opportunity to fantasize, to roam around in the forest of desires, and becomes quiet, for a stabilized image or sound is not interesting to the mind. Physiologists have learned that the output from each eye is conveyed to the brain by about 1 million nerve fibers bundled together in the optic nerve. There is a partial crossing of the optic nerves in the optic chiasma. The geniculate and the cortex on the left side are connected to the two half retinas and are therefore concerned with the right half of the visual scene, and the converse is the case for the right geniculate and the right cortex. Each geniculate and each cortex receives input from both eyes, and each is concerned with the opposite half of the visual world. Symmetrical geometric patterns thus seem to be the best stimuli for both geniculates and cortex. They produce similar effects on both sides and thus create a centered state. Unfortunately, most experiments pertaining to vision are conducted on animals, so that no data on the impact of yantras on the visual cortex of the brain are available to help us understand the subject in greater detail. However, scientists have observed that both the retinal ganglion cell and the geniculate cell respond best to a circular spot of a light, sensitive element of a particular size in a particular part or area of the visual field. The size of the spot is critical because each cell's receptive field is divided with an excitatory center and an inhibitory center. A spot exactly filling the excitatory center or cell is a more effective stimulus than a larger spot that invades the inhibitory area. These retinal ganglion cells and lateral geniculate cells supplying input to the visual cortex have a circular symmetry. They respond very well to circular patterns, a spot or a point, because the receptive field is circular. Mandalas, representing the cosmos, and yantras, representing a particular deity, therefore correspond to the internal structure of retinal and geniculate cells. Their construction is based on the tantric seer's intuitive knowledge of the mind's nature, its relationship with subtle channels of energy, nadis, and the human need for a symbolic life. They are a product of this universal human need, and through their archetypal language, they transform the psychic energy in us, making life more meaningful, joyful, and worth living. Yantras and the twin hemispheres. A yantra, as used by practitioners of Tantra, is combined with a mantra to engage the visual and verbal hemispheres of the brain at the same time. Normally, both hemispheres alternate and work separately because of their functional specialization. The geometrical pattern of a tantric yantra, when combined with sound, mantra, can engage both sides equally. Aspirants train themselves in the art of thinking in images as a means of attaining abstract concentration. Concentration on timeless objects establishes a relationship between the creator and the created, the abstract and the concrete. Yantra, being related to imaginal thinking, works with the right hemisphere, and mantra, because of its verbal nature and relationship with imaginal thinking in terms of abstract generalized models. Yantra, as a symbol, represents a particular energy which is related with a particular state of awareness. For instance, a Kali yantra not only portrays Kali through abstract symbols, but is a symbolic projection of the energy that Kali represents or personifies. So the yantra, because of its symbolic nature, also works with the left hemisphere, whereas its geometrical construction triggers the right hemisphere. See Figure 3. Sometimes in the outermost band of the yantra, all the matrikas, letters of the alphabet, are inscribed, forming the mantra appropriate for the deity to be invoked in the yantra. This gives the yantra power to fuse all the dimensions into a state of oneness. The symbolism of yantra represents a universal pattern, and the mantra the cosmic sound. The combination of the two helps the sadhak to transcend the normal frame of reference and achieve a higher state of awareness in which individual being and universal being are one. The dichotomy is resolved. Both hemispheres are calm. Recently, it has been observed that Westerners are more left hemisphere oriented and are deficient in right hemisphere education, which has caused some loss of their faculty of imagination. They need more right hemisphere education, art, dance, music, to establish a balance. By coloring and drawing these geometrical diagrams Based on the mathematical perfection of sages of the East, Westerners can make both their hemispheres work simultaneously and calmly, achieve faith, and live in constant awareness. The grammar of yantra. Let us now discuss the meaning of the geometrical patterns that comprise a yantra. Generally, a yantra is composed of a square on the outside with 4 projections forming a T-shaped structure, circles, a row of lotus petals, and some triangular forms inside the lotus petals. Sometimes there are 2 triangles overlapping each other, making a 6-pointed star. Sometimes many triangles are superimposed on each other in a pyramid form, and inside all these geometrical forms is a point or a sound. As I have noted, yantras correspond with the internal structure of the retinal cells and geniculate cells. They must have been constructed with an intuitive understanding of the law of optics. It is because of this correspondence between the shape and size of yantras and the brain's mechanism of vision that the yantras gain a universal quality and appear as archetypal forms throughout the world. It has been observed that a line at 90 degrees to the line of reference almost never evokes any response. The eyes see it, but do not respond to it in any special manner, as they do to a point, a circle, and a triangle. The square around a yantra thus evokes no special response and serves the purpose of restricting the field of vision. The circular patterns inside, which are arranged concentrically, affect the excitatory center cells. The geometrical patterns inside the circular patterns are symmetrical and invoke similar pattern images on both the right and left fields of vision, leading the eye to the central point, the centering place. Like the retinal cells, the geniculate cells are concentric in construction and therefore have a circular symmetry. Yantras are also composed of patterns that provide symmetrical input and are thus capable of stimulating the excitatory cells. The thickness of the lines in a yantra also plays an important role, as does the size of the point. The thickness of line, if increased beyond some optimal width, reduces the response of the ganglion and geniculate cells. Very thin lines also do not register very effectively. The lines in a yantra do not produce an ineffective response if their thickness reduces gradually. If the thickness varies irregularly, that is, not gradually, it produces an irregular response. If the thickness of all the lines remains the same, it produces a uniform response. It is always good to use the same thickness everywhere, except in the pattern that contains the point in its center. If the thickness varies there, and the lines are thin in the pattern that is in the center, a uniform response is produced, and the thin lines in the center make the center more powerful. It is a matter of individual understanding. The one who is drawing the yantra has to discover for himself or herself the suitable thickness for the lines composing it. Every person has a different sense of sight and a different field of vision. An important factor in meditation is the distance of the yantra from the eye of the meditator. This is directly related to the receptive field of the retinal cells from the center of the gaze, because this will influence the response of the cells and will be different for each individual. Normally, reading distance is said to be the best distance at which to fix the object of concentration, the yantra for gazing. This kind of steady gazing is called tratak in Sanskrit. Because the object or stimulus is outside, it is known as vahiya tratak, or external gazing without blinking. The point, bindu, a point called bindu by tantrics, is the most powerful yantra, but it is too simple to say merely that a yantra is a point on a surface which serves as a field for gazing. The point holds a very significant position in the yantra and is the center of the drawing. The entire drawing is thus a projection around this center. The point signifies unity, the origin, the principle of manifestation and emanation. Points are of 2 kinds. 1. A point having no magnitude, and 2. A point having the smallest conceivable or practicable magnitude. A true point has no magnitude, but to have a point in concrete form, it is given the smallest conceivable or practicable magnitude. So although in theory a point has no magnitude, in practice it has the smallest conceivable magnitude. This point is the first step in bringing to the field of vision the abstract the formless. Thus, we see that this Bindu is the point of origin and source of all symbolism. As it is said in the Upanishads, God, being the immovable mover, the one behind all events in the cosmos, is the still point around which everything revolves. This point, which is still with the peace of love, is the nucleus of the cosmic yantra that is the phenomenal world, which is a combination of patterns evolving through the eternal dance of primordial nature. This point is the source from which everything is created and into which it all dissolves. It is a symbol of the supreme consciousness. When it projects itself, it brings forth the world of names and forms, binds them in one single stream, and serves as a link or uniting force. Meditation or concentration on this point likewise works as a uniting force, a link, a tantra, and brings the mind toward abstract concentration. Bindu is also synonymous with semen or male energy. It represents static energy as well as the unity between male and female principles. A Bindu has great metaphysical significance and is the point of union between the aspired and the divine. The circle. A circle is an expansion of a point. The point is the most condensed form of energy, and a circle is its extension. With the radius of desire, this point draws a circumference around itself and expands. This expansion is growth in dimension, which broadens the scope of a point, yet it also imprisons the point as an individual unit, making an individual consciousness out of cosmic consciousness. Whereas a point is static, thy circle is dynamic and represents the cyclic force. The point is beyond space because it is very compact, and it is the seed form of all the forms. A circle has space inside it, which is directly related with its radius. It is the radius of desires which sets the static point in dynamic movement around its own self and creates a distance between the point, which is at the very center of the circle, and the circumference, which is expansion of the same point. Thus the point without magnitude acquires a form. This form is the beginning of all forms and has all forms within it. A point is the qualitative inside of the quantitative outside, that is, the circle. In its quantitative aspect, the circle is known as zero. Zero contains in essence all forms within itself, represented in numerology by the numbers 1 through 9. After each cycle of 9, it becomes essential to bring this zero in combination with the next series of numerals to start a new series. Thus, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 form an arithmetical progression in which unity becomes diversified, but after 9, the zero has to appear in combination with the first numeral of the series to start the new permutation of numerals. The figure 10 is a combination of 1 and 0, and in the new series which starts after this, 1 is repeated continuously in combination with the numbers 1 through 9. That is 11, 12, 13, 14. Now the same point comes again, whereupon a new series has to start with the next number, 2. This process is never-ending. The circle thus represents the whole phenomenal world, known as Brahman in Sanskrit. It represents infinity, the beginningless beginning and endless end. It also represents space, which is all encircling. In terms of the elements, the circle represents water. A circle with a point in the center represents the sun in astrological symbology. A triangle is the simplest form after the point and the circle. It is composed of 3 lines, which is the least we need to make a pattern or form. In evolution, fire is the first element to have form, and the triangle represents the fire element. See Table 4. A line has a character of its own and is the shortest distance between 2 points. A horizontal line represents inactivity and stability. This forms the base of a triangle. Perpendicular horizontal lines represent movement and are least registered as a stimulus. That is, our eyes respond more to slanted lines than to perpendicular horizontal lines. Because a triangle is composed of 2 slanted lines meeting at one point and 1 horizontal line, which forms a stable baseline. It is a dynamic and eye-catching figure. Triangles in pyramid form offer great stability, as opposed to isosceles triangles, which express a dynamic upward movement. Both forms have been used in architecture, and it has been observed that pyramids, if aligned properly to magnetic north, can preserve things for a long period without decay. The pyramids of the ancient Egyptians and Aztecs are a wonder of architecture, and even now scientists are puzzling over their structural equilibrium, which offers much more than mere shelter. Triangles can be upward pointing or downward pointing. Upward pointing triangles draw the attention up and away from the world. They represent male energy. Downward pointing triangles take the attention down and represent female energy. Equilateral triangles represent balance. A triangle in a circle in the square forms the most basic and simple visual pattern in yantra form. An upward pointing triangle symbolizes Mars, the fiery planet. The square. A square represents the most practical use of space. The space filling a circle is most practically used in square form. The square symbolizes a materialistic attitude, stability, solidity, and stagnation. It is interesting to note that a square is made of 4 lines, 2 of which are vertical and 2 horizontal. Since horizontal lines represent stability or inactivity, and vertical lines represent movement, a square is a combination of the two, and thus has a balanced, although prosaic, character. The lines are perpendicular, and it has been noticed by physiologists concerned with the visual functioning of the brain that such lines do not serve as a powerful stimulus to the eyes. They are not noticed by the eye or registered by the brain as much as slanting lines. This makes a square a pattern of great importance for yantra makers. Symbols placed in a square work dynamically because a square does not attract the attention and does not stimulate the eyes the way a triangle does. This makes a square the substratum, the base of yantra drawings. It remains a neutral holder of form in the yantra pattern and is therefore very popular in yantras, forming an enclosure, restricting the field of vision, and defining the space of the yantra. This square is supposed to be the seat of the yantra, the foundation. It also serves as a pedestal. The use of square forms in architecture has created a whole new avenue for builders of the modern world. The square has great significance with regard to earthly awareness, for it represents the element earth itself. The 4 dimensions are the 4 directions: a square, a circle inside the square, and a triangle inside the circle, and a point inside the triangle make the most powerful basic yantra pattern as seen in Tara Yantra. To the square in a yantra is added a T-shaped form in the center of each line. The T-shaped structures are aligned with the 4 cardinal directions and are called the gates of the doors. These doors are sometimes open and sometimes closed. The same yantra may be drawn with open and closed doors by different sadhaks and tantrics. These doors create a movement in the square. It becomes 8-dimensional and thus represents the 8 directions and is called Vipur. The same square, when placed with points upward, downward, and sideways, becomes dynamic. Sometimes we see 2 squares superimposed in this form in a yantra. In Sarvatobhadra Mandala, a square with its points upward is used. The 6-pointed star. The 6-pointed star, known in the West as the Star of David, is a combination of an upward pointing and a downward pointing triangle. The upward pointing triangle represents the element fire or male energy, and the downward pointing triangle represents the element water or female energy. The superimposition of the two in a symmetrical pattern brings about a balance of the 2 energies. The star is very popular in yantras, and in many yantras the central figure is a 6-pointed star inside a circular pattern of lotus petals. Sometimes there is a triangle inside this 6-pointed star, as in Ganesh yantra. Lotus petals. Lotus petals in a yantra usually appear inside a circle, which itself is inside a square, the Bhupur. These lotus petals are known as the Chandra Mandala, and the circle outside is known as the Surya Mandala. Chandra means moon, and a mandala is a circular pattern representing the cosmos. Surya means sun. Whenever this Surya Mandala is portrayed in lotus petals, the number of the petals is 12, representing the 12 signs of the zodiac, which are 12 months and 12 different states or changes through which the sun passes in a year. The Chandra Mandala is shown with 16 petals because the moon has 16 kalas. This word kala is different from the word kala, which means time. In kala, the first A is lang, whereas in kala, the second A is lang. Kala is synonymous with beam in the sense of a ray of light, but here it means latent energy. The sun is said to have 12 kalas and the moon 16. Surya Mandala therefore is drawn with 12 petals and Chandra Mandala with 16 petals. Whenever the number of petals is neither 16 nor 12, the symbol refers to the manifested reality, which is eightfold. This eightfold manifested energy is the phenomenal world, composed of 5 basic elements: akasha, air, fire, water, earth plus mind, intellect, and ego. A lotus represents purity. Its roots are in the mud, but the flower bears no stains of the mud and is pure. The individual consciousness also grows in the mud of samsara, but when it is pure, it is unattached to the world around it, unstained by the mud of desires and attachments. The phenomenal world is full of the mud of greed and competition, temptations that stain the consciousness. Sometimes the number of lotus petals is 24, and then the lotus represents the basic 24 elements. Concentric circles. Concentric circles around or inside a triangle represent the 3 gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. When these circles are on the outside of the lotus petals, they represent the 3 modes of time: past, present, and future. The 3 aspects of time are encompassed in kala. An inexhaustible number of fresh yantras can be created by rearranging these basic forms or by reshuffling the mantras. With each new mantra combination, a new yantra emerges. The directions in yantra, unlike a map, a yantra has east at the top and west at the bottom, south at the right, and north at the left. In Sanskrit, the directions are termed as follows: east, purva, northeast, ishan, west, paschim, southeast, agni, south, dakshin, southwest, nairata, north, uta, northwest, dayal. Each of the 8 directions is ruled by gods and goddesses, and the symbols of these energies are portrayed outside the vipur. Varieties of yantras. Shakta yantras. Yantras that represent any form of the Divine Mother are called Shakta yantras. As Sati, the Divine Mother, manifested herself to Lord Shiva, her husband, to show him her power, when Lord Shiva did not permit her to attend the great yajna, fire sacrifice, that her father Daksha had arranged. He had invited all the gods and sub-gods, rishis, seers, and maharishis, great seers, to attend, and he deliberately did not invite his own daughter and son-in-law, Lord Shiva. Shiva knew that Daksha did not invite them because he did not like Shiva, but Saint Narada persuaded Daksha's daughter to attend, saying that she did not need an invitation from her own father. She thus became convinced and asked her husband for his permission. Lord Shiva knew that it was not right for Sati to go, and he refused her permission. Yet it was impossible to stop her. At that time she manifested herself in 10 forms: Kali, Badla, Chinnamasta, Bhuvaneshwari, Matangi, Shodashi, Dhumavati, Kamla, Tara, and Bahaya. When she reached her father's house, she found out that she was not welcome there, because she had come all the way to her father's house without her lord's permission. In shame and sorrow, she gave up her life by jumping into the main fireplace where the yajna was being performed. Lord Shiva immediately knew what had happened and produced from his hairlock a great energy in the form of Veerbhadra, who destroyed the yajna. Lord Shiva himself carried away the body of Sati and roamed about with it in grief. This disturbed the balance of the 3 worlds, and the gods and sub-gods requested Lord Vishnu, the preserver, to help them. Lord Vishnu, with his discus Chakra Sudarshan, cut the dead body of Sati into 51 pieces, as given in Shiva Charitra, or 52 pieces, as given in Tantra Chudamani. Wherever on earth these pieces fell, that place became charged with the energy of that particular piece, part of the body of the Divine Mother, and these places are known as Shakti Tirthas, places of energy. Where the Divine Mother is worshipped with her bhavas, sub-gods or male counterparts of a female deity, under different names, the 10 forms of the Divine Mother. Dash Mahavidyas means 10 different approaches to knowledge, or 10 different dimensions of knowledge. In Markandeya Purana it is said, all Vidya's approaches to knowledge are different forms of the Divine Mother. And in Lalita Sahasranam, we see the Divine Mother described thus. She is all Tantra and all Yantra. Being the mother, she is very much concerned with the welfare of all children, and whenever some evil force creates imbalance and disharmony, she appears in some form to destroy that evil force and establish harmony and balance. The evil forces also are her creations, but because of the misuse of their power, they became evil. All Rakshasas, demons, were great ascetics who, by performing penance, obtained boons which gave them power. After achieving those powers, they became egotistical and began to conquer the three worlds, driving the gods and sub-gods out of the heavens, thus making it impossible for saints and virtuous people on earth to meditate and worship. For this reason, the sub-gods and people prayed to the Mother, and she appeared in form to save her dear children. After the evil force was conquered, a reign of peace was ushered in, and saints and seers started meditating on that form of the Mother which had freed them from the clutches of evil. This meditation on her form gave them new dimensions, new ways, new knowledge. Each form is created by a binding force, a law, dharma, and through meditation that law reveals itself to the aspirant and visionaries, who afterward write scriptures for the welfare of humanity, expressing the fundamental principles and their experiences of that form of the Divine Mother. Thus becomes a Vidya. The Cosmic Mother exists in such forms as Saraswati, goddess of knowledge and fine arts; Lakshmi, goddess of wealth, peace and prosperity; Beautiful One, and Napurna, goddess of grains, and so on. But the Dash Mahavidyas are her 10 cosmic forms in which she has manifested herself in different yugas and on different occasions, each form suitable for the destruction of the evil force, and are her forms before she again became Uma, the wife of Lord Shiva. The 10 forms in which she appeared on different occasions are represented by 10 different yantras. These yantras are given here and can be used as a tool to enter into the 10 different dimensions of knowledge. Each Mahavidya is connected with her male counterpart, Shiva, and the special night on which she should be worshipped. In India, these nights are celebrated as important times, and tantrics spend this time invoking powers and doing japa. Mantras related to each Mahavidya are as follows. Kali mantra: Kring, 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 Hing, Ring, Dakshin, Kalike. Kring, 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 Hang, Han, Swaha. Tara mantra: Bang, Hang, Ring, Kring, Hum, Fa. Sudasi mantra: Fring, Ka, Ila, Hring, Sa, Ka, Hala. Fring, Sa, Kalafin. Bhuvaneshwari mantra: Fring, Dinamasta mantra: Shring, Fring, Kling, Ing. Vajravai Roshni: Hum, Hum, Fat, Swaha. Tripur Dairavi mantra: Hasin, Haskering, Hasin. Dumavati mantra: Dam, Dam. Dumafti, Da, Da. Bagla Mukti mantra: Am, Fring, Baglamukhi Sarva. Dushtanam, Davashamukam. Istamhe, Jifankile. Burinashe. Fring, Am, Swaha. Vatangi mantra: Am, Fring, Kling. Matangai, Fat, Swaha. Kamla mantra: Am, Ing, Hing. Shring, Kling, Hasot. Jagat Prasutaye Nama. In addition, there is a Durga yantra, Aum Hring Dum Durgai Nama, as well as many other Shakta yantras, including Saraswati yantra, Gayatra yantra, and so forth. Vaishnava yantras. Vaishnava yantras are related to Vishnu and do not belong to the Mother, worshipping Shakta tradition. They include Ram yantra, Vishnu yantra, Sri Gopal yantra, and Hanuman yantra. In most cases, their forms are identical to some of the Shakta yantras, but the colors differ. This is also true of the Shaiva yantras. Shaiva yantras are related to Shiva and the Shaiva tradition. Bhairav yantra, Maha Mehitunjaya Yantra. Architectural yantras. Architectural yantras are used for the ground plans of temples. They also include mandala yantras and shatra yantras. Mandala yantras are to be engraved on the roof, and shatra yantras on the top of the seat of the goddess. Astrological yantras. Astrological yantras are used in working with the energy of the 9 planets: Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, Rahu, the north node of the moon, known as Dragon's Head. Numerical yantras. Numerical yantras are composed not of basic geometrical forms, but of numbers. Some of them are composed as magic squares and are used as talismans. The yantras composed by numbers are most popular and are used by 10 tribes for all kinds of purposes. The yantras composed of geometrical forms are divided into 2 categories: Vish, Mantra, Yukta. Those yantras in which the beach sound is engraved or written in the center. Mantra, Varna, Yukta. Those yantras in which the Sanskrit letters are put in an order to create the mantra. In this type of yantra, the alphabet can be arranged in Bhupur, square form, or in the circular petals form. In the center is the Bish mantra. Then there are numerical yantras classed according to their forms. Va, Prashta yantras, engraved or drawn on a flat surface. Meru, Prashta yantras, 3-dimensional form composed of metal or stone or gemstones and shaped like a pyramid, having a broad base and narrowing gradually toward the top like a mountain. Patal yantra, deeply engraved, exactly the reverse of the pyramid yantra. Meru Prastha yantra, composed of pieces that are glued or welded to each other instead of being one solid piece. The work of yantras. Almost all the functions that are performed by mantra are done also by yantra. The only difference is that the mantras can be used without yantras, but yantras are of no use without mantras. The same yantra can be used for different purposes by changing the mantra or by adding some more words or biji sounds. But in any case, a mantra is a must with a yantra. The mantra sadhak may use an idol, a picture, a flower, or a lamp as a centering device, along with his or her mantra japa instead of a yantra. The yantra is an abstract way of depicting the deity, whereas an idol or picture depicts it in human or semi-human form. The yantra is more powerful as a centering device because it is based on fixed laws of geometry. But pranapatishta, the invoking of prana, vital life force of the deity, is necessary for a yantra or an idol, and this is done with the help of mantras. Mantra is the deity himself, and yantra is the body of the deity. The deity is installed in the yantra by mantra. This process is invocation or pranapratishta. Yantras are used mostly for 6 purposes, which I have discussed earlier in connection with mantras. Shanti karma, peaceful tasks; akarshan, attracting; pashikan, enslaving; istambhan, stopping or paralyzing; ujjatan, distracting; maran, bringing an end to the physical form. Yantras and the elements. The elements produce different effects in yantra sadhana. We have already noted that the elements appear and disappear in the body during each cycle of breath, when the breath is flowing from the right or left nostril. Any yantra worship, starting in a particular element, enriches the sadhak with the character of that element. Earth gives stability, patience, inspiration, mental quietness, physical comforts, and success in sadhana. Water gives respect, love, satisfaction, knowledge, and alertness, activity. Fire gives excitement, a hurrying nature, obstacles, destructive tendencies, and mental problems. This element can be used for istambhan, uchatan, and maran karmas. Air, if it suits the nature of the aspirant, helps to achieve his desired goal. Akasha increases spiritual elements, love of knowledge and spirituality. It opens the mind to receive knowledge and increases intuition, the power of contemplation, and a desire to be alone. The best element for yantra and mantra sadhana is earth, and the second best is water. Akasha also is good, but fire should be used only for hard tasks, and air only if it is suitable. Laws for constructing yantras. Time, the time of year indicated by month, the constellation connected with the month, the lunar date, and the day of the week play an important role in the construction of a yantra. Selecting the right occasion makes the work easy and guarantees success. The selection of time is directly related to the nature of the work for which the yantra is constructed. For happiness, peace, prosperity, longevity, purification of a place, house, or workplace, and achievement of wealth, April and September are supposed to be the best months. They correspond to the Hindu months Vaisak and Ashwin. For the city of the mantra and for spiritual growth, October and November, Kartik and Marchi are best. For all kinds of desires and achievements in worldly and spiritual fields, February and March, Falgun and Chaitra are suitable. Constellation, Nakshatra for knowledge, Chatvika, Uttra Falguni, Rohini for achieving wealth, Has, Punarvasu, Purva, Falguni for name, fame, and respect, Mool, Rivati, Uttra, Bhadrapada for peace, prosperity, and happiness, Ashvini, Vikshira, Purva, Bhadrapad for removing suffering, Naga for Maran and Uchatan, Pushya, Chitra, Swati. See Table 9 for English month equivalents. The Roman numerals denote one or more of the four steps, Charan, of the nakshatras. Each nakshatra is divided into these four parts, and the lines indicate how many parts of that particular nakshatra are connected with a given month. The rest are accomplished in the following month. Lunar dates, Tithi, for peace, prosperity, happiness. 7th day of the ascending moon cycle for knowledge. 2nd, 5th, and 11th days of the ascending moon cycle for wealth, favor from the ruling body, government, destroying enemies, and for all kinds of cities. 12th day of the ascending moon cycle. In time of need, if one has to do something during the descending moon cycle, one should select dates from the 1st to 5th day of the descending cycle of the moon. Days, Shanti Karma and Pushti Karma, Monday, wealth, and Vashikaran, Sunday. The increase in existing wealth, Wednesday, knowledge, Thursday. For removing suffering, Tuesday, Maran, and Uchatan, Saturday. Directions to face. The directions have their own effect on the human body. Tantra especially pays attention to directions which are also present in the human body. Our front is our east, and our back is our west. Our right side is our south, and our left is our north. The left side is magnetic and female. The right side is electrical, male, and solar. Facing east helps us align our polarity, because then the body is in exact alignment with the planet Earth, which is good in the early morning hours for performing all kinds of worship and meditation. Facing east makes our front, which is our east, face east, and then our back is toward the west, the right side toward the south, and the left side toward the north. The Earth is a big electromagnetic body. The energy comes from the magnetic north and then flows southward. Because our Earth is a sphere, the electromagnetic currents flow not in straight lines, but in sphere form. So the magnetic energy flows from north to east and then reaches south. There it gets converted into electrical energy and comes back to the magnetic north via the west. Each direction is ruled by some kind of energy or god. These gods help the aspirant who chooses the direction that corresponds with the energy of the Lord of that direction. For ordinary morning and evening worship, facing the sun is supposed to be very helpful. So morning worship should be performed facing east, and evening worship should be performed facing west. Tantra advises aspirants to become conscious of directions and choose the one best suited for the job for which the yantra or mantra is used. The chart reproduced on the following page should prove helpful in this respect. Nostril to use. The aspirant should breathe to the nostril best suited for the task in question. Consult Table 3 on page 17 for this information before starting the mantra or yantra sadhana. Pen to use. For the purpose of worship with any special motive, the pen best suited for that job should be used. Shanti and Pushti karmas, pen made from the branch of a banyan or pomegranate tree. Vashikaran, pen made from the branch of a jasmine or mango tree. Samohan, mohan, pen made of gold, gold ink and gold body. Istamhan, pen made of copper. Vichatan, Vidvaisham, Maran. The pen should be about 8 finger widths long. The aspirant should measure it himself. Ink to use. In writing a yantra, the aspirant has to use a special ink, just as he is prescribed to use a special pen made from a certain wood or metal. An ordinary gold, copper, or iron pen will not work with these inks. So the aspirant has to have the pen made with the help of a smith. A pen made from the branch of a tree can be easily carved by the aspirant himself with the help of a knife. The inks prescribed are Vashikaran, Kumkum, red powder, Akarshan, Kasturi, musk, Istamhan, haldi, turmeric, Shanti karma, and spiritual growth, Shandan, sandalwood, Maran, juice of the Datura plant, stramonium, Vichatan and Vidvashan, burning charcoal from a crematorium. If punch gand, 5 nice smelling ingredients. Ink is prescribed in yantra writing. One should prepare ink from the following 5 ingredients: saffron, musk, camphor, sandalwood, korosham, red mineral crystals, or red sandalwood. Ashtaganj, 8 nice smelling ingredients, are as follows: argaud, sandalwood, taiga, red sandalwood, koroshal, kintan, musk, saffron. Triganda of the following 3 ingredients: kumkum, red powder, haldi, turmeric, sindor, mercury oxide. Materials for construction: Shanti karma and Pushti karma. Crystal quartz, agate, precious stones. Akarshan, birch bark, mohan, gold leaf or gold plate. Vashikan, birch bark. Istamhan, copper leaf or plate. Uchatan, iron plate. Vidvation, iron plate. Maram, iron plate. If nothing else is available, use a clean piece of paper. For spiritual growth, the leaves of a banyan, fig, or mango tree can be used. Yantras made of geometrical patterns and associated with the goddess should be made of metal for worship. Copper, bronze, silver, and gold can be used. Copper is for Istamhan, so it is better to get it made on a bronze plate. If this job cannot be done by the aspirant alone, he should seek the help of a smith or anybody who can help him. At the right time, when the astrological constellations are suitable, on a right day, a right lunar date, and facing the appropriate direction, both the aspirant and the helper should sit down on the asanas after taking a purification bath and doing Kavitrikara mantra, apavitro avitro va sarva vastang kapapiva ya ismar punari kaksho sarvahiya abhyantar sushi. Everything that is not pure becomes pure, and all things that are impure, wherever they are, go away. Then the aspirant should write the yantra with the prescribed ink and pen on the prescribed material and give it to the helper, who, after meditating on the yantra and offering incense, should start the work of constructing the yantra on a stone or metal plate. When the yantra is completed, the aspirant should offer money and food to the helper. Invocation of the 9 planets for worship of any kind. The planets should be invoked in this order, from left to right, with the sun invocation coming in the middle. Yantras for worshipping are commonly made of wheat flour. Sometimes they are made with rice paste or with beans and rice, with or without the wheat flour. Before starting any ritualistic worship, the Navgraha Puja, worship and invocation of the 9 planets, has to be made. A square composed of 9 smaller squares is made by crossing 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines drawn with ink or wheat flour at equal distances within the largest square, and filling the smaller squares with beans and rice, representing the planets in colors. Then the planets are invoked and worshipped. After this, the worship of the deity concerned is performed. Then the beans and grains are offered to the birds, and the wheat flours formed into small dough balls and fed to fish. For ordinary meditation, the decoration of a shrine with yantras could be made by using art materials. Earth colors, opaque colors, or poster colors should be used. Colored yantras are mostly used on the mandap or seating of the shrine. Then they are made with earth colors or engraved in stone and embedded with colored stones. The black and white yantras given in this book could be colored by anyone who wants to enhance the functional aspect of his or her right hemisphere. Refer to full color art for proper colors. These yantras may not be used for any of the 6 purposes listed on page 58, but they may be used for meditation and as centering devices. The act of coloring will enhance the functional aspect of the right hemisphere alone, because there is no Bija mantra written in the yantras. But these patterns can help engraving the yantra on copper, silver, and gold plates, and then the yantras, with proper mantras, can be used for tantric sadhana. The role of colors. Colors are frequencies of light and directly influence our body chemistry. Meditation on a particular color produces an influence of the complementary color of the color on which the aspirant meditates. There are 3 primary colors. Red produces green, blue produces orange, yellow produces violet. Red is hot, vitalizing, positive magnetic, and stimulating to the adrenals. Orange is warm, cheering, positive magnetic, and stimulating to the gonads. Yellow is hot, positive magnetic, and stimulating to the brain and nerves, and arouses optimism and love of knowledge. The above 3 colors are all alkaline and astringent. Green is cool, refreshing, and neutral, and has a restful effect on the eyes and an invigorating effect on the blood chemistry. Blue is cold and acidic and creates pessimism, insecurity, and serenity. Sky blue has a calming effect on the nervous system. Violet is cold and germicidal, creates antibodies, and increases resistance and acceptance. It is the color that appears in meditation. Meditation on red subdues basic instincts connected with the brainstem. Meditation on orange calms sensuality. Meditation on yellow works on the cerebral cortex. Gold is sun knowledge. Silver is moon, life-giving. The place for making yantras, the place where yantras for worship are constructed should be as follows. Pure and lonely. It should be clean before starting the construction of the yantra, while reciting Pavitrikaram mantra, purifying mantra, as given on page 63. Devoid of noise and exciting or sensual visual stimuli. Free of people or objects that create fear or anxiety. Not dark or in the open air. One should always sit under a roof or shade, properly ventilated, with free passage for the atmospheric air. After the yantra is completed, the worship should be started, and the yantras should not be exhibited. Yantras on paper are made for seeing and are called yantras for darshan. They can be exhibited in shrines and institutions that teach spiritual sciences. Exhibiting yantras in art exhibitions and museums brings bad luck to the one who makes them. At the end of each construction of a yantra for worship, and at the end of each worship of the Shakti, the following mantra should be recited. Sharnamvi Saranam Siddha Vidyaratharnam Vuni Danujna Ranam Vyarhibipita Main Grapati Gra Gatama Dasibistrasitanam Homasi Shalmeka Devi Durj praised. Vidya Samastastav Devi Vida Istriya Samasta Sakala Jagatsu Tvitya Puritam Ambayita Kalte Istutish Istavya Ara Protita Shanti Shanti Shanti. I am in your refuge. You, the beholder of all Siddha Vidyas, the one who provides relief to all munis, sages, danavs, dainos, bans, and naras, human beings, give courage to those who are going to confront a king. I am in your refuge, Devi Durga. Here the name Kali, Tara, etc. can be used instead of Durga. All Vidyas are but your different manifestations, and all female forms are your form. You, Mother Amba, are fulfilling this universe. What can I say to praise you? How can I pray to you? You are beyond all praise and prayers. Peace, peace, peace. Locate the center of the paper. Draw a horizontal and vertical line through that midpoint. Draw a small circle of any radius. Bisect the 4 90-degree angles with the compass as shown, placing the point of the compass on points A, B, C, and D respectively, and draw the indicated arcs. Draw lines connecting the meeting points of the arcs to the center point of the circle, thus dividing the circle into 8 equal parts. Draw a larger circle with a radius of 11.3 centimeters. Please note The accompanying illustrations are reduced examples. Construct lines E, F, D, and G. Erase the small central circle CL, 2, and all unnecessary lines. Locate points I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P by measuring 2 come from the horizontal and vertical lines at and B. Locate points Q, R, S, T, U, V, X by measuring 2 come from the horizontal and vertical lines A and B. Note that the lines E, F, G, and G are 16 come. The lines A and B divides E into 8 come on each side. The points Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, and X are in the middle of the 8 chem. Erase between E.g., teal, man, and oak. Draw lines Q, Ru, sex, and 2, and continue the lines up to the outside circle. This way, the points A, B, C, D, B, I, Da, gain. Collect points arm, C, F, G. Locate points I, J, cake, 11, M, E, U, peep by measuring 2 come from points A, B, V, C. Using a distance already present in the Tantra increases the feeling of harmony. In illustration 3, the only usable distance is 2 come. Draw lines I, K, K, M, N, U. Draw lines from I, J, K, L, M, O, and P up to the lines of those in step 12. Erase unnecessary lines. The gates of Pupur are now ready. Draw inside Vipur 2 lines with a distance of 2 m from each other. Make a circle inside the Bupur touching points Q, R, S, T, U, W, and XX. Draw the inner circle. The diameter varies with the yantra. In this example, we have used the inside of the gates stuck. Put this distance from the most outer circle to the center, creating I. Make the inner circle going through point G. Using a distance already present in the yantra, like state, increases the feeling of harmony. Draw 2 more circles, 1 2 m inside the outer circle, and another 2 m outside the inner circle. Locate points A, B, C, D, E, F, K, and H on the circumference of the inner circle. Bisect the angle formed by points BAF. This establishes point K. Placing the point of the compass on point B, draw a semicircle from point J to K, with the same distance on the compass, placing on points F, C, C, T, D, D, I, E. Convert the semicircles into lotus petals by making them into heart-shaped forms. 2 examples are given. Lotus leaf D uses the semicircle No. Following the semicircle, go from O to D. Do the same with Dan. Then make a small triangle inside the lotus leaf. Lotus leaf H is made using tracing paper. Construct half a lotus leaf O. Put it on tracing paper, turn around point A, and trace the other half. Heat. By tracing the lotus leaf, a new leaf is created. Do this also on points R, I, B, F, C, K, and D, turning the tracing paper each time. Draw a circle. Draw a vertical line through the midpoint, establishing points A and B on the circumference. With the point of the compass on point B, locate points C and D, using the radius of the circle as the measure of the arc. Connect points X, C, D, and Da. Draw a circle with line out to the midpoint. Place the compass on A and draw arcs E and F using the radius of the circle as the measure. Locate points C and D from point D. Connect points X, C, D, Da, B, F, Ganesha. The name Ganesha is a combination of 2 words, Gana and Isha. Gana means all existing beings in names and forms, and Isha means Lord. Thus Ganesha is the Lord of all existing beings, that is, of the creation. Ganesha is a title given to the second son of Shiva for becoming the guardian or Lord of all creation. All tantric and spiritual worship in the Hindu tradition begins with an invocation of Ganesha, one of the most popular Hindu deities. He is propitiated as the remover of obstacles at the beginning of every undertaking, such as taking a journey, building a house, or writing a book, or even a letter. Ganesha is pictured as a short, pot-bellied figure with 4 arms and the head of an elephant, bearing a single tusk. In 3 of his hands he holds an ankush, hatchet, a posh lasso, and sometimes a conch. Sometimes the 4th hand is shown in a gesture of granting boons, but more often it holds a laddu, a sweet ball made of chickpea flour. His small eyes shine like jewels. He rides or is accompanied by a rat, who was once a demon whom Ganesha subjugated and then accepted as his vehicle. This demon symbolized vanity and impertinence. Thus, Ganesha subjugates false vanity, pride, egoity, and impertinence. Ganesha's outer form may not be very attractive or acceptable to the rational mind. His animal head and short, fat body attract children, but for those who think of themselves as grown up, he appears laughable. It is very foolish, however, to let oneself be put off by Ganesha's coarse appearance, for he is the patron of people of fine judgment who are not misled by outward appearances. Those who cannot see the divine in Ganesha and instead get diverted by his coarse appearance become a prey to the rational mind, the left hemisphere of the brain, which presents the greatest obstacle in the path of spiritual evolution. Acceptance of Ganesha as the divine force stills the rational mind and all its doubts, which are our greatest enemy. By the simple exercise of invoking Ganesha, by praying, paying homage, and surrendering to him, the rational mind is subdued and brought under control. That is why Ganesha is worshipped as the great obstacle remover. Faith creates a powerful force, turning the ever-flowing downward energy into upward-flowing energy and connecting us with the higher centers existing in our own body. Divine Ganesha is unshakable. He provides firmness to those who meditate upon him and invoke him at the beginning of all undertakings, worldly or spiritual. The Puranas offer many versions of the story of Ganesha's birth and the origin of his elephant head. One story says he was formed from a cleansing unguent, uptan, that Parvati, the divine mother, had removed from her body, and that contained some of the dirt from her body. It is said that one day, as Parvati was about to take a bath, she found that the guardian of her quarters was absent. She took some uptan, created a baby-like form from it, and breathed into it the vital life force, Tvana. This child she appointed as her guardian, arming him with an invincible scepter and instructing him not to allow anybody into her private palace. The baby guardian followed all that his mother and mistress told him, and stood outside with the scepter in his hand. Exactly at that time, Lord Shiva decided to visit his beloved wife, Parvati, and came seeking admittance to her palace. Barred from entering by the little boy guardian, Shiva became furious and threatened the boy. In his rage, Lord Shiva chopped off the boy's head with his trident. In another version of the story, it is Lord Vishnu who chops off the boy's head. When the Divine Mother learned what had happened, she became sad and asked Shiva to bring the child back to life. Brahma comforted Parvati, and Lord Shiva went in search of the head of a child that he could fix on the body of the boy. It was night, and all mothers were asleep with their children in a deep embrace, so that Shiva was unable to chop off any head. But suddenly he saw a baby elephant sleeping beside his mother, back to back, and he seized the opportunity. Shiva thus took the head of the baby elephant, fixed it on the body of the boy guardian, and brought him back to life. Another one of the many versions states that Ganesha was born after Parvati was granted a boon for her prayers to Lord Vishnu, and the Divine Mother invited all gods and sub-gods to come and bless her child. All the gods came and dutifully gazed at the beautiful child, except Shani Sadran, who looked down at the ground instead because he was under a curse from his own wife, which caused any being that he fixed his eyes upon to be burnt to ashes. The Divine Mother did not understand this behavior and insisted that Shani look at her child and admire him. Shani told the Divine Mother about the curse and refused to look at the child. The Divine Mother was sure that her child could not be injured by Shani's sight, despite the curse, so she again asked Shani to look at the child and bless him. The minute Shani looked at the baby, his head was burnt to ashes. The head of a baby elephant was brought by Vishnu, who traveled on Garuda, the eagle-headed god who serves as his vehicle, to find the head of the first available child, as was advised by the Creator, Brahma. There are many other stories about the birth of Ganesha from different kalpas, eras, But all the stories point to one thing, that Ganesha is a creation of the divine force, be it Shiva or Shak. He is created to be a guardian or doorkeeper of the palace of the Divine Mother. Thus, it is through his permission that one may reach the Divine Mother. He is the God of wisdom and prudence. A very interesting and eye-opening story explains how this god became the patron of all Danas and assumed his title of Ganesha. Once upon a time, Shiva was the only guardian of the gods, sub-gods, humans, demons, ghosts, spirits, and all other existing beings. But because Shiva was always in a blissful state of samadhi, trance, the gods and other beings found it very difficult to communicate with him. Thus, whenever the Ganas were in trouble, they had to spend hours chanting hymns and praying to bring Lord Shiva back to normal consciousness. They felt the necessity of having somebody else as their patron, someone who would be always available to them at the time of need, to settle their disputes and provide them with security whenever they felt threatened. The Ganas approached Brahma with their problem, but he was unable to solve it. So he sought the help of Vishnu to persuade Lord Shiva to appoint a new Ganapati, leader of the Ganas. Lord Vishnu suggested that the Ganas select either of the two sons of Lord Shiva as their guardian. Kartikeya, also known as Subramanyam or Lambodar, the pot-bellied Ganesha. In order to find out which of the two sons would be worthy of assuming the title of Ganesha, the gods and sub-gods decided to hold a contest between the two. They set a task for both the brothers. A day, time, and site for holding the contest were decided. On the appointed day, everybody came to watch the contest. Vishnu was appointed judge, and Lord Shiva and the Divine Mother Parvati were present, occupying the central seat. At the appointed time, Vishnu announced the task to the audience and to the two brothers. They had to go all around the existing universe and come back to the starting point as soon as possible. The one who came back first would be appointed Ganesha, the patron of all Ganas. After hearing the terms and conditions of the task, Kartikeya took his fast-flying peacock and flew off into space so as to travel the universe as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Ganesha remained seated on his route and did not move. Lord Vishnu, seeing Ganesha making no effort, urged him to hurry up. At Vishnu's constant insistence that he join the contest, Ganesha smiled and paid his homage first to his father and mother, then to the other gods and sub-gods, and finally took off on his route. All the gods and sub-gods were astonished when they saw that instead of heading for outer space, Ganesha simply rode around Shiva and Parvati, his mother, who represents the primordial Prakriti, the cause of all existing phenomena. After thus circling Shiva and Shakti, Ganesha came back to his starting point, bowed down to his parents, and declared, "I have completed my task. I have gone all around the universe." "It is not true," exclaimed the gods and sub-gods. "You did not go anywhere. You are lazy." Ganesha stood before Lord Vishnu with folded hands and said, "I know you understand what I have done, but to make everybody understand, I will say this. I have completed my task of going all around the universe because this phenomenal world of names and forms is but an expression and manifestation of the Divine Mother and my Divine Father. They are the source of all that exists. I have gone around the source, which is the truth, the essence of all existence, all phenomena. I know this samsara phenomenal world is an ocean of relative existence, that it is illusory, and it makes no sense to leave the truth behind and go all around the illusion. My brother is still busy going around the illusory world of relative existence. When he reaches truth, he will also reach the same truth, which is the only truth." This statement ignited a spark of true understanding in all the Ganas, who were astonished and delighted at its wisdom. Applauding his refined judgment and enlightening performance, they accepted the coarse-looking pot-bellied Ganesha as their patron. While Vishnu was putting the mark of victory, tilak, on the forehead of the elephant-headed Ganesha, Kartikeya came back sweating and breathing fast. He became angry and challenged the victory of Ganesha. The gods then told Kartikeya about the subtle sense and wisdom of Ganesha, and said, "You went after matter, which is illusion." Ganesha, by his performance, showed that the universe is but an extension of the truth. Truth is the source. The phenomenal world is Maya, illusion. Kartikeya realized that he had been fooled by Maya, for all his running around the ever-changing phenomena was in vain, and he had exhausted himself for nothing. Kartikeya had behaved like all other mortals who look at the world of names and forms as reality, and so get trapped by Maya. He accepted his defeat, and the title of Ganesha was given to the one whose wisdom goes beyond material existence, whose approach is real, precise, and accurate. Lord Vishnu also announced that from now on all Ganas will propitiate Ganesha at the beginning of every undertaking. Those who remember him first and propitiate him will have no obstacles in their way. Their path will become easy, and they will accomplish their work without difficulties. Ganesha Yantra. The effect of meditation on Ganesha's yantra is to inspire the sadhak to create balance in himself or herself. The Bhupur is of a radiant, clean viridian, as in Tara Yantra or Sri Yantra. Clean is a mixture of hot yellow and cold blue, and therefore is very powerful. It is the color of balance. Meditation on this green produces its complementary color, red. Red, a color that is noticeable from a distance, is the color of life, inspiration, revolution, and freedom from rules and regulations. The 8-petaled lotus of vermilion color represents the octave of Prakriti, the primordial nature. 1. Akasha. 2. Air. 3. Fire. 4. Water. 5. Or water. The 6-pointed star of light saffron color represents the balance created by the superimposition of one upward-pointing male triangle and one downward-pointing female triangle. The yellow upward-pointing triangle in the middle of the 6-pointed star represents the male sap, the elixir of immortality. The color of this triangle is the same as Ganesha's skin color. The bindu, which is seated in the middle of the triangle inside the 6-pointed star, is Ganesha himself. Meditation on this bindu is the main object of yantra worship. It is of a radiant golden color, attractive and soothing to the eyes. Durga. Durga in Sanskrit means invincible. The syllable du is synonymous with the 4 asuras, devils of poverty, daridra, sufferings, dukh, famine. The R in Durga denotes diseases, rogaphna, and the Ga is the destroyer of sins, aparna, injustice, irreligion, cruelty, laziness, and other evil habits. Thus, the goddess Durga destroys all these evils represented by Du, Ar, and Ga. The worship of Durga has been popular since very ancient times. Lord Ram worshipped Mother Durga to attain victory over the demon king Ravana. The Mahabharata mentions the worship of Durga by Krishna for obtaining victory over the Kauravas. Vaishnavas worship Durga as the Yoga Maya of Vishnu. For the Vaishnavas and Shaktas, she is another form of Uma or Parvati. Shaktas believe that she is the Mahamaya, the root cause of the world of names and forms. In Durga Saptashti, the most beloved scripture of Durga worshippers, she is mentioned by 108 names, and thus she is all forms of the Divine Mother, or the Divine Mother herself. The Markandeya Purana tells this story about the manifestation of Durga. From the mouth of angry Vishnu, Shiva, and Brahma, a large body of light was produced. At the same time, light issued from the body of other angry gods and sub-gods. In the end, all the radiance that came from the gods and sub-gods was united and became one body of light. Its radiance spread in all directions, and all the gods and sub-gods beheld a blazing ball of fire and radiance flaming with invincible vigor and power. This fire slowly converted itself into the form of a goddess. Her face was formed from the radiance which came from the mouth of Lord Shiva. From the radiance of Ram came her long dark hair, and from Vishnu's radiance her 2 arms were formed. From the radiance of the moon came her 2 breasts, and from the radiance of Indra the middle region of her body was formed. Her thighs were produced by the radiance of Varuna, Lord of water, and her buttocks from the tejas of Prithvi, earth. From the radiance of Brahma, her feet were created, and her toes from the radiance of the sun. From the radiance of the Vasas, the guardians of the 8 directions, her fingers were created, and from the radiance of Kubera, her nose, the 3 eyes of the goddess were produced from the radiance of 3-headed Agni, god of fire. Her ears were created from the radiance of Marut, lord of wind, and the rest of her came from the radiance of Vishwakarma and other sub-gods. All the gods provided Durga with powerful weapons. Shiva produced a trident out of his own trident and gave it to the goddess. Vishnu produced a disc from his chakra, and presented it to her. Aruna gave her his conch. Bhavan, Marut, gave her the bow and arrow, and Indra produced a Vajra, thunderbolt. Yama, lord of death, gave her a danda, scepter, and Brahma his Kamandalu, water pot. The sun god gave radiance to each and every pore of her body, and she received a sword and a shield from Kala, lord of time. Vishwakarma presented her with an axe and unbreakable armor. Thus did Durga become accomplished with all manner of weapons and decorations. This story from Markandeya Purana shows that Durga is the unified symbol of all divine forces. She is produced from the radiance of all the gods and therefore has their essence in her. This unified force only manifests when the evil forces threaten the very existence of the divine forces. Thus, Durga represents a joint venture of the divine forces to destroy disharmony and establish harmony. Her birth is to establish the rule of Dharma, righteousness. Durga is accepted as the primordial Prakriti and Shakti in the Skanda Purana. In Bhava-upanishad, she is praised as a Brahma Rupini, one who is like Brahma. The Karma Purana accepts her as Nirguna Brahma, the absolute God. Her first appearance was in the very beginning, before the creation had really begun. It is said that Vishnu was sleeping, and the creator, Brahma, was created from his navel during this yoga, sleep. Brahma was not conscious about the purpose of his birth, so he was meditating on Lord Vishnu as he slept. At that time, from the dirt of the ear of Lord Vishnu, 2 powerful asuras, Madhu and Kaitava, were born, and they ran toward Brahma to kill him. Brahma was not powerful enough to destroy the demons, so he prayed to the Shakti Mahamaya, the power of supreme consciousness, Brahman. On invocation, the Divine Mother appeared before Brahma and woke Lord Vishnu to expose the mischievous intentions of Madhu and Kaitava. Vishnu fought with those asuras for 5,000 divine years, but he could not destroy them. Then the Divine Mother enchanted them and made them say, "Vishnu, we have had enough fighting with you. Ask us for a boon." Being bound by their own words, they had to grant Vishnu the desired boon, whereupon Lord Vishnu took out his disc and cut their heads off. There is another story in Durga Saptashati, which goes like this. Once upon a time, there was a king, Suratha, who was living in the forest in a helpless condition because his kingdom had been taken away from him by his enemies. While in the forest, he became obsessed with thinking about his kingdom, his treasures, his palace. One day, King Suratha met a merchant named Samadhi. This merchant had been cheated and robbed by his own wife and progeny, who turned him out of the house. The merchant, too, was always worried about his lost wealth, and so the king felt sympathy for him, and they became friends. Together they constructed an ashram in the forest and started living there. On one occasion, they happened to have a great saint, known as Medha Rishi, as their guest, and he told them the story of the Divine Mother and how worshipping her in the correct way could bring an end to their miseries. Then there is the story of a powerful demon called Mahish or Mahishasura, who obtained the boon that he would never be killed by anyone but a beautiful woman. After obtaining the boon, he became invincible and defeated Indra, Lord of heaven, and dethroned him. He won all the 3 worlds and turned all the gods out of their abode in heaven. All the gods and sub-gods, accompanied by Brahma and Vishnu, went to Lord Shiva and told him about the cruelty and brutality of Mahish. Shiva became angry upon hearing of these misdeeds, but he knew he was helpless like all other gods because of the boom. Only the Divine Mother could bring an end to this terrible drama. In his anger, Shiva produced a beam of light from his mouth, and there also came a ray of light from all the gods. The rays of light united and manifested in the form of a beautiful woman, a goddess. The goddess made a sound that made the three worlds tremble, and Mahishasura, hearing it, sent his commanders to destroy the newborn power. Shikshur, Shama, Udagra, Mahanu, Asiloma, Vashkal, and Vidalaksh, all the great commanders of Mahishasura, came one by one with their army to fight, but all were killed by the Divine Mother, Durga. After the death of all his powerful generals, Mahishasura himself came in the battlefield and started to fight. Sometimes he fought from the earth, and sometimes he went up into space and fought from there. Then the Divine Mother stepped down from her line, jumped on Mahishasura, and chopped off his head. His death created a wave of joy among the gods, and they all worshipped Durga. We see then that there are many stories about Durga that are similar and also very different, but all of them remind us of one very important fact. She represents the unified divine force. This divine force appears in form so as to establish balance and harmony, peace and prosperity. All stories about Durga and other incarnations of the Divine Mother refer to the constant struggle between divine and demonic forces, the eternal pair of opposites. Without this struggle, the existence of the world of names and forms is not possible. Demonic forces are self-destructive, but very powerful, whereas divine forces are constructive but slow and efficient. The demonic forces are very powerful in the beginning because they are united, while the divine forces are scattered here and there. But when the demonic forces create imbalance, then all the gods unite, becoming one divine force called Shakti, and manifest as a goddess or god to destroy evil and create balance. Demonic forces are based on egotism, selfishness, and torturing others, whereas divine forces are based on sacrifice, penance, selfless service, love, universal brotherhood, and seeing the divine in each and every existing particle. All of these ancient tales of gods and goddesses emphasize the victory of good over evil in the struggle that takes place within the human being. The love of luxury, material gain, and physical comforts is a demonic force inside us and appears as anger, hatred, greed, pride, jealousy, delusion, conceit, envy, and attachment. Wherever self-interest is involved, these forces appear. In contrast, devotion, mercy, love, and thoughts about the summum bonum of human incarnation are divine forces inside us and appear as discipline. Durga symbolizes the non-dualistic existence of energized consciousness or conscious energy. Being the Divine Mother, she destroys the disharmony that is creating imbalance in the phenomenal world. She is the well-wisher of all, even toward those whom she destroys, because she is also their mother. After she killed Mahishasura, the gods asked her, "Mother, you could have burnt Mahisha and his commanders with your divine radiance. Why did you enact this drama of war with them?" The Divine Mother replied, "If I had burnt them like that, they would have gone to hell, and it would have been difficult for them to improve or evolve. But by fighting with me and getting killed by me, they attain heaven, where they will change into good beings." Thus, Durga wants not simply to destroy evil, but to transform it into good energy. Durga is most often shown with 8 hands, although sometimes she is shown with 10, and in the Mahadurga form she has 20 hands. She is equally worshipped by gods and demons and human of all castes and creeds. Durga Yantra. Meditation on the saffron color of Durga's yantra produces a calming blue color, which fills the aspirant with serenity and purity. The 9-pointed star is spectacular and attractive, as in the Sri Yantra, and it is visually the most powerful yantra after the Sri Yantra. The Bhupur is of the color of sunlight because Durga is the divine radiance unified in a female form. Meditation on this color produces the complementary color, blue, which brings peace and fills the meditator with magnetic energy. The 8-petaled lotus of the yantra represents the octave of existence. 1. Love. 2. Mercy. 3. Sacrifice. 4. Penance. 5. Selfless service. 6. Devotion. 7. Faith. These help the divine in us to evolve and to get away from the du, which is dukh, sufferings, daridra, poverty, and durvyasana, bad habits, addictions, R, which is roganya, diseases, and ga. The 3 golden rings represent the 3 phases of time, past, present, and future. The 9-pointed star in the center, which is created by 4 triangles superimposed over one another, represents the 9 Shaktis, Nav Durga. 3 of the triangles are upward, pointing and represent the 3 primal forces: creation, Brahma; preservation, Vishnu; and destruction, Shiva. They are so well constructed that they overlap one another, just as creation, preservation, and destruction overlap one another. These 3 triangles represent the effulgence or light that came from the mouths of the 3 gods of the Hindu Trinity. The 4th, downward, pointing yellow triangle represents the manifestation of the body of light as unified divine force. The overlapping of these 4 triangles produces another triangle in the middle. It points upward and represents the Divine Mother, whose each side is coming from the 3 divine forces. The center of the yantra and the central triangle is the bindu, which represents the Divine Mother herself, Sri Yantra. The worship of Sri Vidya has been popular in India from very ancient times. Swami Gaurpad, the teacher of Adi Shankaracharya, the first Shankaracharya, was a worshipper of Sri Vidya. He initiated Shankara into the worship of Sri Vidya, and Shankara wrote a very enlightening book on this subject called Sandarya Lahiri. Many contemporaries of Shankara, Sureshwar, Parmapad Vidyaranya Swami, the brother of Chaitanya, who was known as Nityanand, was also a worshipper of Sri Vidya, though he was a Vaishnava. Abhinav Gupta, a famous Shaivit master, worshipped Sri Vidya along with his Shiva worship. Thus, the worship of Sri Vidya has been popular among Shaktas, the Dantacharyas, the Vaishnavas, and Shaivas. The 3rd Mahavidya out of the 10, known as Shodashi, is Sri Vidya. She is known by various names: Sundari, Lalita, Vaipura Sundari, Shodashi, and Bala. To worship Sri Vidya, one has to understand her yantra, which is the most fascinating of all, and is known as Sri Yantra, Sri Chakra, or Lalita Chakra. The worship of Sri Yantra, the method of constructing it, and its complete explanation are given in Sandavya Lahiri. It is according to the most ancient path, known as Samaya Mat, as Shankara was a Vedantacharya and was initiated in Samaya Mat. This cult is different from the Kal Mat, which is purely a Shakti worshipping cult. The difference between the 2 schools lies in the placement of the yantra. Worshippers of Samaya Mat place Sri Yantra in such a way that there are 5 upward pointing and 4 downward pointing triangles in it. This placement is reversed in Kal Mat, where the number of downward pointing triangles is 5 and of upward pointing triangles 4. 2 different names are given to these yantras. The one with 5 upward pointing and 4 downward pointing triangles is the yantra of Shrishti Crown, order of evolution. The one with 4 upward pointing and 5 downward pointing triangles is the yantra of Samhar Crown, order of dissolution. The visible difference between the 2 yantras, which can be easily seen, is in the central triangle, which contains the bindu. In Samaya Mat, this central triangle is upward pointing, and in Kal Mat, it is downward pointing. In Kal Mat, the construction of this yantra is a secret taught only to initiates. In the scripture Lalita Sahasranam, one can also find the method of constructing a Sri Yantra. As a diagram, Sri Yantra is very eye-catching and powerful. It is constructed with an intersection of 9 triangles. 4 of these triangles are pointing upward and 5 downward. The 4 upward pointing triangles are Shiva triangles, and the 5 downward pointing triangles or Shakti triangles. A combination of these 9 triangles makes Sri Yantra the most dynamic of all yantras. If we construct a similar figure by intersecting 8 triangles, 4 pointing upward and 4 pointing downward, the imbalance created by the addition of one more triangle makes the yantra dynamic and more powerful. Sri Yantra is the only asymmetrical diagram, and the beauty of it is that when you look at it, it appears symmetrical. For the purpose of worship, a Sri Yantra is engraved on copper, silver, and gold plates as a flat line drawing, or sculpted from stone and precious gems, quartz, crystals, etc. This form of Sri Yantra looks like a pyramid, and there are many such yantras available from ancient times. Sri Yantra usually represents the body of the goddess Tripura Sundari, although some scriptures refer to it as the navel of the Divine Mother. In fact, sculpted forms of the Divine Mother are available in which the Sri Yantra is inscribed in the navel. Sri Yantra is also known as the Yantra of Cosmos. In the Bhairavaya Tantra, it is clearly said that the Yantra of Tripura Sundari is of the shape of the cosmos. In Kamkala Vilas, it is said that Sri Yantra is constructed on the same principles on which the human organism is constructed. Just as the body has 9 chakras, psychic centers, so a Sri Yantra has 9 chakras groups as follows: Bindu, Trikon, the central triangle which contains the Bindu; Ashtar, a group of 8 triangles outside the Trikon; Antardasha, a group of 10 inner triangles; Bahir Dasha, a group of 10 outer triangles; Chatur Dasha, a group of 14 triangles; Ashtadal, a ring of 8 lotus petals; Chodashdal, a ring of 16 lotus petals; Bhupur, the square form with 4 gates. The word chakra in Sri Yantra means a group, not the psychic centers of Kundalini Yoga, but there is a definite relationship between the 9 figures of Sri Yantra and the 9 psychic centers, as shown in Table 10. The Kamakala Vilas Agama states that it is very necessary to understand the true form of the goddess Tripura Sundari, and the only way to understand it is to understand the Sri Yantra. Thus, it becomes clear that Sri Yantra is the cosmic form, the diagram of evolution and development of the cosmos, the form of the human organism, the diagram of inner circuits of the body, the form of the goddess Tripura Sundari, because the goddess is energy, which pervades the entire phenomenal world. The 5 downward pointing triangles, or Shakti triangles, are manifested as 5 tanmatras: sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell; 5 mahabhutas: akasha, air, fire, water, and earth, and anus. In the human body, these 5 elements are skin, nerves, flesh, fat, and bones. The 4 upward pointing triangles, which are Shiva triangles, represent the male energy and exist as chitta, being buddhi, intellect, ahamkar, self-consciousness, or the feeling of I, also known as ego, and manas, ninde. As the 5 downward pointing and 4 upward pointing triangles are intersecting and overlapping one another, producing 43 visible triangles, similarly the male and female forces intersect in cosmos, producing various objects of the phenomenal world. As the Bindu in the center represents the Divine Mother, so there is Bindu in the Sahasrara Chakra, representing the individual consciousness, which is the self, Jiva, soul, spirit, or Atman. Bindu, the point inside the central triangle and the center of the yantra, is also known as Sarva Anandamayi Chakra, which means a chakra of total bliss. Bindu is the seed of the entire universe, and it is beyond time and space. In this Bindu, Kameshwar, Lord of Kama, or desire, and Kameshwari, the Shakti of the desire for final union, remain ever united. Kameshwar and Kameshwari are in human organism above the Som Chakra, in Sahasrara Chakra, the chakra of the 1,000-petaled lotus. During meditation on the Sri Yantra, worship of Shiva and Shakti in eternal union is done by concentrating on the Bindu. Worship of Ishta Devata, personal deity, and Guru is also done by focusing on Bindu. Bindu is the last point in the yantra, but because it is the center of the yantra, it is the beginning. Without knowing this point, the construction of a yantra is impossible. This makes the Bindu the prime cause, the seed of the yantra. The act of worship of Sri Yantra finishes with meditation of the Bindu, Trikon, also known as Sarvasiddhi Prad Chakra. The Trikon is the main triangle in which the Bindu is located. Kaulas worship it as a downward pointing triangle. According to Tantra, the Bindu itself becomes the triangle when it wants to manifest itself. Trikon is created by the radiance of Bindu. It is the seed of the tree of creation and remains inside it in its subtle form. Whenever the period of rest is over and the period of motion starts, the Bindu creates the Trikon. Whatever is hidden comes out. The free sides of the Trikon are created by free goddesses, Kameshwari, Vijeshwari, and Agamalini, who are accompanied by the three gunas, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. The three important lines of the Trikon are Pithas, abodes, and are present in human organism also. Kamaksha Pith, present in the Muladhara Chakra. Karnagiri Pith, present in the Anahata Chakra. Jalandhar Pith, present in the Vishuddha Chakra. The Trikon is also seen as a yoni, female genital organ, the primordial Prakriti with three gunas, three states of consciousness, Jagriti, waking state. The primordial Prakriti rests as Bindu in the period of rest and becomes active in the period of motion as Trikon. She is the one who is known as the Divine Mother Tripur Sundari Tripura, or Shri in Tantra, as expressed in Kamakala Vilas. There is no difference between the Bindu, Shiva, and Trikon, Shakti. Kameshwar and Kameshwari become the three aspects of consciousness: cognition, action, and affection, also known as knowing, doing, and feeling. The name Sarva Siddhi Prad means giver of all powers, siddhis. Meditation on this chakra gives power. Ashtar, the group of 8 triangles, is also known as Sarva Raghar Chakra, a chakra that destroys all disease. The 8 triangles are in fact 8 yonis, which create the octave of existence. Kameshwar is seen by tantrics with 4 arms holding 4 different implements, and Kameshwari is also seen with 4 arms. Thus the 8 implements held by Kameshwar and Kameshwari become the 8 triangles. These 8 triangles represent 8 goddesses. 1. Vashini. 2. Kameshwari. 3. Modini. 4. Vimala. 5. Aruna. 6. Jayani. 7. Saveshwari. This chakra is also known as Agnikand, dwelling place of fire, and the 10 energies of fire are present in it. The Ashtar is supposed to be the real Sri Yantra. The 8 triangles of Ashtar and 1 Trikon, these 9, are called the Navdwar Chakra, which is the foundation stone of the phenomenal world. In Tantric scriptures, the human body is also called Navdwar Chakra because it has 9 gates. The worship of the Ashtar, Trikon, and Bindu gives protection, power, and bliss, and takes away all kinds of spiritual, mental, and physical ailments. Antardasha, the group of triangles that surround the Ashtar, is also known as the Sarv Rakshakar Chakra. Protection is achieved not from outer, but from inner disciplines. In this chakra lies the power to protect, because this chakra is the control room of all the 5 organs of action and 5 organs of sense. By controlling the 10 indriyas, one gains protection from all external stimuli. In the 10 triangles are seated 10 yonis, shaktis. 1. Sarvadya. 2. Sarva Shakti Prada. 3. Sarva Aishwari Prada. 4. Sarva Dhanmai. 5. Sarva Gainmai. These 10 work as 10 body fires and perform the functions of 1. Vichak, purgation. 2. Pachak, digestion. 3. Shoshak, drying, absorbing. 4. Dahak, burning. 4. Dahak, burning, pessimism. 9. Dramhak, assimilating. 10. Mohak, creating luster. which makes one attractive. If one can regulate these 10 fires, then by controlling the 10 indriyas, one can get complete protection. Bahirdasha, the group of 10 outer triangles that surround the Antardasha, is also known as Sarva Arth Sadhak Chakra. Arth in Sanskrit means money as well as means. This chakra gives one the power to realize what one wants, whatever gives meaning to one's life. In the 10 triangles or 10 yonas or shaktis, 1. Sarva Sampada Prada, 2. Sarva Prayankari, 3. Sarva Mangalkarini, 4. Sarva Kamprada, 5. Sarva Kamprada, 5. Sarva Dukashini. These shaktis regulate the 10 pranas in the human organism. It is through prana that everything becomes alive and meaningful or full of art. Meditation on this chakra helps one get control over prana, and control over prana gives control over mind. Mind works through the 10 indriyas, 5 organs of action, and 5 organs of sense. The sense organs make the outside world meaningful, and the organs of action provide the ability to obtain the objects of desire and satisfy the senses. But without prana, neither group of organs can work. Chaturdasha, Shaturdashar, the group of 14 outermost triangles or yonis, is also known as Sarva Saubhadya Dayak Chakra. 14 Shaktis residing in the yonis are 1. Sarva Sanchubini, 2. Sarva Vidrauni, 3. Sarva Akashini, 4. Sarva Akashini, 4. Sarva Ahaladini, 5. Sarva Hasamohini. Parni, 13. Sarva Mantramai, and 14. Sarva Dwand Kshiyakari. These goddesses control the 14 nadis. 1. Alambusha, 2. Huvu, 3. Vishvadari, 4. Varuni, 5. Hasjiva, 6. Yashodari, 6. Yashodari, 8. Gandharisvani. For more details, see the Yogshik Upanishad. These 14 Shaktis reside in 1. Manas, mind, 2. Buddhi, intellect, 3. Chitta, being, and 4. Ahamkara, self-consciousness or ego. This way, these goddesses constitute the outside form of the antra, and the body microcosm, and bring all kinds of good luck, which is evident by the name Sarva Sabhadya Dayak Chakra. Ashtadao, the ring of 8 lotus petals, is also known as Sarva Sankshoban Chakra. These petals are the seat of 8 goddesses. 1. Anang Kusma, 2. Anang Mekla, 3. Anang Mekla, 4. Anang Madna, 4. Their functions are 1. Vashan, speech, 2. Adan, transference, 3. Payment, departure, 4. Love. The 8 petals symbolize 1. Rupa, form, 2. Rasa, taste, 3. Gandha, smell. Shodashtal, the ring of 16 lotus petals, is also known as Sarva Ashapurak Chakra, the chakra of fulfilling all hopes, of materializing all kinds of expectations. It is the wish-fulfilling chakra. The 16 petals are the seat of 16 Shaktis. 1. Kamakarshini, 2. Vudyakarshini, 3. Ahamkarakarshini, 4. Shabdakarshini, 5. Sparshakashini, 6. Rupakashini, 6. Rupakashini, 6. Rupakarshini, mean Rasakarshini, Vijakarshini, 14. Atmakarshini, 15. Amritakarshini, 16. Sharirakarshini. These Shaktis work through 5 elements, 10 indriyas, and 1 mind. The 2 rings of lotus petals are related to lunar energy, whereas the groups of 43 triangles are related to solar energy, and this makes the yantra dynamic, the combination of lunar and solar energy, the electromagnetic energy. Pur, the square with 4 gates, is also known as Trayalok Mohan Chakra, the chakra that attracts the 3 lokas planes, physical, Vuloka, astral, Vubarloka. Usually, Pupur is the seat of the yantra, the dwelling place of the Shakti. representing the gross material phenomenon, in which she dwells as long as the cycle of creation and preservation lasts. All guardians of the 8 directions, Dikpalas, are present in this Pupur. 10 cities, also famous as 8 cities, are present in this Pupur. 1. Anima, atomicity. 2. Latima, lightness. 3. Mahima, lightness, free. Icha, will to realize desires. 9. Prapti, attainment. And 10. Mukti, power to fulfill all desires. Also present are the 8 mothers. 1. Brahmi. 2. Maheshwari. 3. Kamari. 4. Vaishnavi. 5. Varahi. 6. Andri. This chakra is a meeting place of the 3 currents, Ganga, lunar, Yamuna, solar, and Saraswati, neutral, and so is called the Tirtharaj, king of all places of pilgrimage. In Ko Mat, the 3 rings around the 16-petal lotus are not included, whereas in Samaya Mat, these rings are drawn and are supposed to represent the 3 divine mothers, known as 3 different kinds of expression. The 3 combined together are known as Paravani. Here, the 3 rings are not included since I am presenting the yantras as drawn in Ko Mat. In Ko Mat also, there is a separate yantra for Shadashi or Tripur Sundari, included among the 10 Mahavidya yantras, with Sri Yantra given as an additional yantra. Sri Yantra is very complicated when seen as a line drawing, but when it is colored, all the chakras described above become clear, and it is a feast for the eyes. The yantra is worshipped to achieve all sorts of desired objects. The 5 downward pointing triangles are the seat of 5 Shaktis. 1. Parma. 2. Rodri. 3. Jayeshta. 4. Ambika. And 5. Parashakti. The 4 upward pointing triangles are symbolic of the male principle, Shiva, and of 1. Icha, 2. Kriya, 3. Gayan, and 4. Spanti. The triangles symbolize the yonis, the bindu, the 8-petaled lotus, the 16-petaled lotus, and the Bhupur are symbolic of Shiva. Thus, the yantra is a combination of Shiva and Shakti elements, which together are the cosmos. The 2 rings of lotus petals are believed to be the Sun Mandala, a mandala of the moon. Meditation on each of the 9 chakras described above should be done, and the sounds of the Sanskrit language should be made in proper order. Then the worship of this yantra brings all kinds of powers and achievements. But all this should be done under the proper guidance of a teacher, a guru who is initiated in Sri Vidya, and it is important to remember that meditation on Sri Yantra should not be done at night, since the eyes require daylight to work with the complicated pattern. Chapter 5. Yantras of the 10 Mahavidyas. Kalitara Mahavidya Shudashi Bhuvaneshwari Previ Shanamaster Chavidya Dumavati Takta Vatandi Siddha Vidya Cha Kapita Argamukhi Etta Dasha Mahavidya Salva Tantareshu Kopita Kali Tara Shadashi Bhuvaneshwari Bhairavi Chinnamasta and Umavati, Matangi, Kamala, and Bagla Mukhi are 10 Mahavidyas which are the secret of all Tantras. Kali. There is a story in Devi Bhagavad Purana about the incarnation of Kali. Once upon a time, 2 Danavas, demonic forces, Shum and Nishum, undertook hard penances to please the Creator, Brahma, and obtained from him the boon of being unconquerable by any man. After acquiring the power which came from the boon, they became invincible and started conquering the 3 worlds, the Bhuloka, earth, Bhuvaloka, astral plane, and Swarg, Loka, celestial plane. They drove the gods and sub-gods out of the Swargloka, the heavens. Knowing that no male energy could conquer these demonic forces, the gods and sub-gods, including Brahma the creator, Vishnu the preserver, and Shiva the destroyer, collected on the bank of the river Ganges, also known as Janvi, and prayed to the Divine Mother with the mantra Namo Devai. Hearing their prayers, the Divine Mother was pleased and sent her Shakti, the Mother Gauri, to help the gods. Mother Gauri appeared before the gods and heard their story about the power of Shum and Nishum. She then assumed the ferocious form of Kali and destroyed the evil forces of Shum and Nishum and their two generals, Chand and Mun. Kali is thus Mother Gauri, the present wife of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva, in his destructive aspect, is known as Mahakala, and the divine Mother Gauri as Kali or Mahakali. The Sanskrit word Kala is death on one hand and time on the other. Everything in this phenomenal world is time bound. When a being's time is over, its Shakti is gone, and the being is dead. Death, in other words, is the end point in time of the life force, prana. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. It only changes form. Death is therefore a change or transformation. Kali is the goddess of this transformation, which is essential for the renewal of the energy, the life force, and spiritual growth. Attachment to the material form, the physical body, causes fear of death. This is the basic fear rooted deep in our brainstem, the primitive brain, and is the basic obstacle in the path of the spiritual growth. Shum and Nisham are the demonic forces of attachment, threatening our spiritual helpers and forcing them out of their abode. Invoking Kali by these spiritual forces can bring an end to this threat. Kali thus removes the fear of death, the basic insecurity of the first chakra. For the ignorant ones who are attached to their physical body and are eternally insecure, she is ferocious. But for the gods, the spiritual forces, she is Gauri, who has assumed the form of Kali to help them. In that ferocious form, she conquers the demonic forces of false attachment, Shum and Nishum, Chand and Mund. The sadhak of Tantra has to confront his or her Shum and Nishum, and through invoking Kali, Kundalini, the sadhak can escape the clutches of the fear of death. The love of Kali removes this fear and opens the door of the knowledge, Mahavidya, of eternity. The physical body is dependent upon prana, flowing through the left and right nostrils, or the Ida and Pingala, so called because they excite the working of Ida and Pingala nadis when active. The Ida and Pingala nadis originate in the Muladhara chakra, first chakra, with Sushumna, and terminate in the left and right nostrils respectively. By pranayama, the prana is controlled and the passage of Sushumna nadi is opened. In an individual, prana is breath, but it is the same prana or pranic force that pervades the cosmos as time, movement, or frequencies. By mastering prana, the yogi becomes free from the bondage of time. Ida and Pingala, the lunar and solar currents, keep the sadhak time bound and create in him the fear of death. Sushumna is beyond time. It goes across the brainstem to the cerebral cortex, the seat of consciousness, where matter is transformed into consciousness. When the prana is made to flow through Sushumna, the evil forces of lunar and solar currents, Shum and Nishumpo, she rises up through the Brahmanadi, which is in the center of Sushumna, and pierces the 6 chakras, dissolving the 5 basic elements into their source, the Mahat. These basic elements are the material constituents of the physical body. Any attachment to these elements in any form, desire, creates a terrifying Kundalini experience. When the material attachments are removed by purification, Bhuta, Shuddhi, Kali, Kundalini, the primordial force, is pleased, and the sadhak is able to have a pleasant Kundalini experience, which leads him beyond tattva state, bliss, and transcends him to the region of eternity, beyond time, bound consciousness, where there is no fear of death. Kali is therefore the Mahavidya that removes the avidya, ignorance, that makes us fear death. She is the first Mahavidya, and also known as Adya, the firstborn, one of the names used for Kundalini Shakti, Kali Yantra. This Yantra form is based on the one given in Shakta Pramod, a very popular Shakta scripture. The outside square, known as Vipur, the seat of the yantra, is the same as for any other yantra, with 4 gates at the east, west, north, and south, corresponding to the 4 cardinal points. The 2 lines around the Vipur and the gates, colored gold and chrome yellow, form the 2 layers and the deep blue color of the Bhupur forms the third. These three layers are the three states of matter: solid, liquid, and gaseous. Each layer inside and outside the Bhupur seat is marked by a gold line which helps to maintain the geometrical structure of the diagram. Inside the Bhupur and outside the circular pattern appears a triangle that is only partially visible. This triangle represents the cosmic mother, Tripurama, inside of whom is the entire phenomenal world, represented by an eight-petaled lotus. This partially visible triangle is symbolic of the infinity of the Divine Mother, who is only partially manifested as Kali. The eight-petaled lotus represents the octave of Prakriti, the manifested phenomenon. 1. Akasha. 2. Air. 3. Fire. 4. Water. 5. Earth, 6. Mind. 7. The three gold circles inside the eight-petaled lotus symbolize the three aspects of time to which these eight petals of the phenomenal existence contribute their karmas. These three golden rings of time are past, present, and future, which are connected with the same point, the center being concentric. The three triangles overlapping each other represent the three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, which are the three qualities or modes of energy, the Shakti. These three triangles are connected with the three rings of time. In the center is the Bindu, the central point of meditation, the Divine Mother Kali herself. The color of this yantra is dominated by a dark or deep blue. Meditation on this color forms its complementary color, orange, which gives inspiration, makes one ready to accept the ideas of others, makes one sociable, and cures depression and pessimism. The crimson with a touch of blue, which is the color of the central triangle, inside of which is the golden bindu, is a color of love, faith, plural. The name Tara comes from the Sanskrit root tri, which means to take across. She who takes one across the ocean of the world of relative existence, samsara, is Tara. She is the Shakti of Akshav, one of the many names of Lord Shiva. There is a famous legend that describes how both gods and demons joined hands to obtain the Amrit, elixir of life, in the ocean. To churn the ocean, they used Mount Sumeru, which is the spine of our earth plane, Puloka, and they used the king of the snakes, Vasuki, as a rope. The head end of the great snake Vasuki was held by the demonic forces, and the tail end by the gods. The head is the end from which fiery breath issues, while the tail end is peaceful. All the venom is in the mouth of the snake, so the fiery solar end was given to the demons to handle, and the peaceful end was given to the gods. The churning started, and one by one, 11 most celebrated precious objects, ratnas, came out, followed by the deadliest of all poisons, Valabha. All the gods and demons became agitated, but Lord Shiva remained unperturbed. On the instigation of his Shakti, Gauri took the poison and put it in his throat, which became blue. And from that day, Shiva had two new names, Akshobha or Akshobha, or Akshobhaha, or Akshobhya, because of his being unagitated by pleasure or pain. Tara is the Shakti of this Akshobhya Shiva, and is also, like Mahakali, another form of the Divine Mother Gauri. After Lord Shiva drank the poison, the agitation and discomfort that troubled the gods and the demons were finished. Finally, the nectar appeared in a pot, Kalash, held by the divine medicine man and alchemist Dhanvantari. Tara is Bhav Tarini, ferrying across the ocean of relative existence, the samsara, and Vaya, Harini, remover of the fear of the trouble-making water. Navigators should remember her so as to be saved from the fear of storms, and people living near riverbanks should call on her when in fear of floods. Water is produced by tanmatra of rasa, taste. Water is also synonymous with life in Sanskrit. Water is life, for 80% of the material content of our body is water. Water is also the best solvent. Almost everything dissolves in it. Moreover, it is the binding material of all the elements. Worship of Tara removes problems caused by water, which is itself neutral and accepts almost everything, and converts itself into that substance. The seat of water in our body is the second chakra, and the seat of taste, rasa, is the tongue, which also is connected with water. The tongue is also connected with speech. This makes Tara also the goddess of speech. In Tibet, she is worshipped as Nil Tara, Blue Saraswati. She is the primordial sound, the nada, from which the entire phenomenal world arises. The energized consciousness is the first Shakti Adya, and nada is the second Shakti Ditya. Tara is also second in order in the 10 Mahavidyas, and also known as Divya. Her form resembles the form of Kali, only her tongue is not protruding like Kali's, and she is not holding a chopped off head in her hand. She has a garland of human heads around her neck, whereas Kali wears a garland of human skulls. Those Kali and Tara are shown on the corpse, Shava. A human corpse symbolizes the center of the phenomenal world, whose rasa essence is being exhausted. Tara is the Mahavidya, which is embodiment of rasa, emotions, and expression, which is speech. She is mentioned in Brahman Purana as guarding the pond of nectar of Manas. The name of the pond is Manas, which is synonymous with mind. Without her permission, none can cross that pond. She is attended by many maidens there, who cross the pond singing and dancing, chanting hymns of Tara. Those maidens are her Shaktis, who go across the pond of nectar of Manas. She is not mentioned as a Mahavidya in the above-mentioned scripture, but is definitely mentioned as a chief deity with subordinate Shaktis guarding the pond of the elixir of life. Tantra very clearly mentions that Siddhi of Tara can be achieved without any meditation, japa, worship, sacrifice, practice, or purification of elements, but shuddhi. Bina dayanam japyam, bina pujadi. Vipriya. Vina balim bina avyasam, but shuddhi adifya bina. Vina kleshadivya devi deha tukadi bur bina. Siddhi rashu. Gavits masmat sarvot mamata. Without dhyana, meditation, without japa, constant repetition of her name or mantra, and without any kind of ritualistic worship, without sacrifice, without any regular practice, and without purification of elements, without getting out of the psychological problems which are required to be solved for achieving one-pointedness, and without resolving problems caused by the physical body as ana, pranayama. Siddhi of Tara is possible just by remembering her with true devotion. If one just calls her name at a moment of distress, she appears and helps. The aspirant who adopts Tara as deity is not bothered by any rules and regulations, yama and niyamas. He does not need to observe any discipline. Remembering her only is sufficient. This makes her a goddess for anyone and everyone. Tara yantra. Tara's yantra is the simplest and the most powerful yantra. The bupur is of beautiful viridian leaf, green color, the same as in Ganesh yantra or Shri yantra. Green is balance, which is needed to cross the ocean of samsara, or hava, sagar. Meditation on green produces its complementary color, red. Red is a color of inspiration, free-flowing revolution against existing values, rules, and regulations. The petals are of rose pink color. Pink is representative of shyness. Meditation on this color creates frankness. The symbolism of 8 petals has been explained above under Kali Yantra. The upward pointing triangle is colored with vermilion, the color of rage, because Tara resembles Kali in her form. Tara also is the one who destroys fear created by storms and floods. Because of her connection with speech, the vermilion triangle has been set over the violet or purple shade of Akasha, the element of the 5th chakra, considered to be the seat of Saraswati, goddess of knowledge. Nadi Saraswati is one out of the 14 principal Nadis mentioned in Tantric scriptures. This Nadi terminates at the tongue, the vehicle of speech, and it is commonly said that Saraswati resides on the tongue of the wise. Meditation on this vermilion triangle, which forms the background of the golden Bindu, creates green. Thus, we see that meditation on the green, Bupur, creates vermilion, and meditation on the vermilion triangle. This balance is the key of Tara. It is balance which is Tarak, carrier. The boat, Tarini, is able to float and travel across because of this balance. The color green is neutral, neither hot nor cold, being a combination of hot yellow and cold blue. Vermilion is a color of violence, and green pacifies it. First, meditation is done on the green vipur to produce life, survival of the fittest based on aggression, then on red, vermilion, which produces green and establishes balance. In the end, the meditation is on Bindu, the Shakti Tara. Tripur Sundari, Shadashi. Tri is three, Pur is worlds, and Sundari is beautiful maiden, the most beautiful goddess, who is unrivaled in her beauty in the three worlds, is Tripur Sundari. Shodash means 16, and Shodashi means one who is 16 years old. All these names are attributes of the same Divine Mother, who is the fountainhead of all beauty and ever young. As long as the fear of death, because of physical attachment, is present, she is Kali. As long as emotional turmoil exists and freedom from all rules and regulations is sought. But when these two basic fears are taken care of, she is Shodashi, the source of inspiration, and Tripur Sundari, the fountain, head of beauty. Tantrics believe that Kali, Tara, and Shodashi are the three main Vidyas of the 10 Mahavidyas. From these three principles came 9 Vidyas, or 9 different combinations of the three. The three originally came from one which is their essence or complement. This one, the middle Vidya, or root Vidya, is the 10th Maha Vidya. That one which is the mule Vidya is Sri Vidya or Brahma Vidya. So in fact, Tripura or Tripur Sundari herself is Sri Vidya. Sri is Tripura because she is beyond the three gunas. She dwells in the three worlds of Manas, Buddhi, and Chitta. She is the mother of the three gods Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. So she is Trey, the unified combination of the three. She is also known as Lalita, the graceful one, and Kameshwari, the desired principle of the Supreme. As explained before, Tantra believes desire to be the secret of this phenomenal world, the creation. This desire first separates the Shakti from the Shaktiman, and when it has achieved its highest state in evolution, the human body, it seeks union. Desire in Sanskrit is called Kama, and she is the one who becomes the individual consciousness. The sleeping Kundalini stays in Muladhara Chakra until the desire for union becomes so powerful that the individual consciousness starts doing sadhana and the goddess is awakened. Then she rushes through the Brahmanadi toward the Kameshwara Chakra, piercing all 6 chakras and dissolving all the elements. She reaches above the Som Chakra, where Kameshwar Shiva is seated, and as Tripur Sundari, Lalita or Kameshwari, she unites with him and remains in union in Turiya. As Kali, she is Kundalini in Muladhara Chakra, and when invoked, removes the fear of death and basic insecurity. As Tara, she takes the sadhak across the turmoil of the mental modifications, appearing as high and low tides of emotions, while he is floating in the ocean of samsara. As Shodashi, she brings transcendental awareness. Because the goddess is also associated with Sri Vidya, her yantra is sometimes Sri Yantra or Sri Chakra itself. But in the Shakta Pramod scripture, a separate yantra is given for Shodashi. I have selected the yantra Shodashi and have included Sri Yantra also, as separate from the Shodashi yantra. All the 10 Mahavidyas are one, but as one Vidya, they do not perform specific functions, so they have to achieve 10 different forms to perform their specific functions. Sri Yantra is also associated with Sri Lakshmi, and Vaishnavas also worship it, but Sri is included in the 10 Mahavidyas as Kamala. A yantra for Kamala also exists. So I have kept Sri Yantra separate from the yantras of the 10 Mahavidyas as the 11th yantra for Shaktis, and will not discuss Sri Yantra here. Shodashi Yantra, the Bhupur, is of a dark green color. This darkness in color is because of the darkness of Saturn, which is associated with the 7th chakra. It is the darkness of the corpus callosum, also known as Anshkuk, the blind well. Meditation on this color produces bright vermilion, and removes basic or primary fears and instinct. The three rings represent the three worlds, the three aspects of consciousness: will, icha, action, kriya, and knowledge, jnana. The three worlds are the three states of consciousness: waking state, jagrat, dreaming sleep, svapna, and dreamless sleep, sushupti. The 24 petals are representatives of the 24 elements. The color of the lotus petals of the three Mahavidyas is almost the same, with slight variation. In Terra, it is more transparent because of the water element, which is itself very transparent. The effect of meditation is almost the same as discussed before. Then there are three rings for the three phases of time: past, present, and future. The two sets of three intersecting upward and downward, pointing isosceles triangles form a six-pointed star, a little different in form from the Star of David, which consists of two equilateral triangles. These six triangles are set in a pure dark background and are of effulgent gold color. The dark background is the Anshkuk. Meditation on a black point creates an effulgent golden orange, a color that inspires. On the base of the upward pointing innermost triangle is a lingam, the symbol of Kameshwar Shiva. In the center is the Bindu, which is Shodashi herself, Bhuvaneshwari. The Sanskrit word Bhuvan means phenomenal world. There are 3 lokas, plains, and 14 Bhuvanas, worlds. Bhuvaneshwari means the Ishvari, the sovereign, the queen of the total existing phenomenal world. In the Devi Bhagavad Purana, there is a story about Bhuvaneshwari. Once Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva quarreled over which of them was the supreme. When the quarrel became serious, and each started using his powers to prove his supremacy, the Divine Mother intervened and took them with her to her abode, where Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva saw themselves as her 3 women. They had been deluded by the illusory Maya Shakti and had forgotten that they were only tools used for creation, preservation, and destruction. Their source was the same, and they were only 3 aspects of her infinite energy. Thus, tantric scriptures claim that the Maha Vidya Bhuvaneshwari is the same prime force, Parashakti, which manifests herself as the phenomenal world. All gods and sub-gods are but her manifestations. As time, she is Kali, and as space, she is Bhuvaneshwari. Shodashi is the Isha Shakti, and Bhuvaneshwari is Gayan Shakti. At the time when Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva got involved in their quarrel, they were dominated by ignorance, Alyan, and Bhuvaneshwari as Gayan Shakti. Thus ended the quarrel, and the 3 gods worshipped her. The verses given in Devi Bhagavad as the hymns sung by Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva in praise of the goddess Bhuvaneshwari are the best verses of the knowledge of Shakti Advaita. Bhuvaneshwari is the Divine Mother as the sovereign of the existing Bhuvanas, and not the separated young Shodashi who desires union. The desire for union turns Shodashi away from existing phenomena, which are as real as the spirit. Bhuvaneshwari as Rajeshwari, the queen, is interested in the welfare of her subjects and presides over the existing phenomena. She is in the phenomena as Parashakti, and in the individual consciousness as Gayan Shakti. Her seat is the heart of the phenomenal world, and the heart chakra in the individual consciousness, the jiva, the sarhaka. Her bija sound is the same as the bija sound of Maya. That is why she is called Maya. Maya is the illusory power, and all we know as the manifested world, and its knowledge is Maya. This Maya leads to false identification with the body, which is the strength of the first 3 chakras, but Maya becomes the presence of the divine in the existing illusion of reality. Through the worship of Bhuvaneshwari, the divine plan is realized, and the illusory nature of Maya becomes the play of the divine Leela. This realization brings about a change in both the emotions and the body chemistry, a change in consciousness and awareness. Bhuvaneshwari Yantra. The Bhupur is of chrome yellow, with a touch of vermilion and white. Yellow is the color of knowledge, and knowledge produces bliss. Meditation on yellow produces a shimmering, effulgent violet the color of Akasha, which takes one into a deep meditative state that gives awareness. The circular band of the eight-petaled lotus is a light saffron color. The color has been a favorite of lovers of knowledge, the ascetics. Its character is different from that of orange. The eight petals are the octave of experience: merit, demerit, right apprehension, wrong apprehension, detachment, attachment, mastery, and slavery. These eight are four pairs of opposites, which are the basic characteristics of the human brain: the cerebral cortex, the Maya. The second circular band of the eight-petaled lotus is of a slightly lighter or the same chrome yellow as used in the Bhupur, with a touch of white. These eight petals are the octave of Prakriti, the five elements and three gunas. A light purple six-pointed star composed of two equilateral triangles is the center of the yantra, in the center of which is the Bindu, Bhuvaneshwari herself. This hexagram of six-pointed star of effulgent violet is set in a white neutral background. White is not a true color. It is the color of light, inside of which there is the full spectrum. White does not absorb light, but reflects it back. Thus, it is synonymous with knowledge, in contrast to black, which absorbs all colors, is a negation of light, and is synonymous with ignorance. Meditation on the effulgent purple hexagram produces the yellow of knowledge, and thus the whole yantra is composed of complementary colors, creating balance. Tripur Bhairavi. Tri means three, Pura means plane of existence, the Loka, and Bhairavi is the Shakti of Bhairava, the ruthless Shiva. So, Tripur Bhairavi is the Divine Mother who is immanent on the three planes of existence, the physical, astral, and celestial planes, known as Bhu, Bhu, Va, and Swa. She is the Shakti of Kal Bhairava, also known as Dakshinamurti. Thus, she has some affinity with Kali. Kali is Kundalini, and her seat is the Muladhara chakra in the human organism. The seat of Tripur Bhairavi also is in the Muladhara, inside the mole trikon, the downward pointing triangle of the base chakra. Kali destroys the fear of death, Kala. Tripur Bhairavi destroys the 9 impediments of mind: sickness, incompetence, doubt, delusion, sloth, non-abstention, erroneous conception, non-attention, erroneous conception, non-attainment of any yogic state. These are the 9 obstacles that create fear. Tripur Bhairavi terrifies those who cling to their 9 impediments and who keep her away from union with her Lord, who is seated in the highest chakra. In this aspect, she is similar to Tripur Sundari. As Tripur Sundari, she is the primordial desire, Ishcha Shakti. And as Tripur Bhairavi, she is the Kriya Shakti. As Shodashi, Tripur Sundari, she is desirous of union. And as Tripur Bhairavi, she destroys all the obstacles that restrict her from the great union. She is radiant like the rising sun, wearing red garments and a garland of human heads. The crescent moon adds glory to her crown, which is the same as the crown of Tripur Sundari. Tripur Bhairavi is the latent potential of Tripur Sundari. She makes the upward movement of energy possible and acts like a savior of those who desire to progress. Her worship leads the sadhak to experience the upward flow of the seminal fluid. She helps those who have overcome lust, anger, avarice, spiritual ignorance, pride, and envy, which are great enemies of spiritual growth and of the awakening of Kundalini and its ascent, even if it is awakened by the grace of the Guru. The energy flowing in lower 3 chakras and consume the nectar pouring from the Son chakra. Without the grace of Tripur Bhairavi, this nectar cannot be absorbed by the sadhak, who may have a terrifying Kundalini experience. This fate can be avoided with the grace of Tripur Bhairavi in constant practice of Sama, Dhamma, Uparati, Hitiksha, Samadhan, and Shraddhan, and Shraddha. Tripur Bhairavi Yantra. The Bhupur is a dark green shade, darker than that of Tara or Tripur Sundari. The effect of meditation on this green is the same as discussed above in reference to Tara and Tripur Sundari, the 8-petal lotus of scarlet red, the color of violence and aggression. The 8 petals symbolize the 5 elements and the 3 Antahkaran, mind, intellect, and ego. The 9 downward pointing triangles of golden color are the basic 9 energies, 9 nadis, also known as 9 Durgas. Tripur Bhairavi in many aspects resembles Durga. The number 9 is a number of completion. 1 is symbolic of being, spiritual unity, and light. 2 is symbolic of reflection, conflict, dualism, bisexuality, change. 3 is symbolic of spiritual synthesis, Trinity, the gunas. 4 is symbolic of terrestrial space, earth, the cross, the swastika. 5 is symbolic of the human being, health, love, the senses. 6 is symbolic of equilibrium, the union of pairs of opposites, male and female, fire and water, and the 6 directions of space, and is associated with trial and effort. 7 is symbolic of perfect order, complete cycles, 7 musical notes, 7 colors of the rainbow, and 7 chakras. 8 is symbolic of regeneration, the eternal spiral, and the balancing of opposite forces, static and dynamic. 9 is symbolic of the complete image of the 3 worlds, physical force, energy, ambition, power, fulfillment. These triangles are set in a purple background, little darker than that of Tara, as explained in reference to Tarayantra. In the center is the Bindu, which is Tripur Bhairavi herself. Chinnamasta. Chinna means chopped off, and Masta is Mastak, or head. Chinnamasta is a goddess who has chopped off her own head. The head is the seat of all activities of mind. So with the cutting off of this head, the activities of mind, the mental modifications, vritis, are stopped, which is the goal of yoga as defined by Patanjali in his Yoga Sutras. Chinnamasta is seen dancing the cosmic dance of destruction. Tandava, the famous dance of Shiva, who performs it to bring an end to the phenomenal world. The phenomenal world is a playground of worldly desires. The 5 sense organs, which are agents of these desires, have their seat in the head, that is, the brain. The chopped off head symbolizes the cessation of these 5 senses, which enhances the 6th sense, intuition, whose seat is the 6th psychic center, Adna or Agya chakra. The goddess is dancing with her 2 associate dakinis, sub-shaktis, who are on her left and right side, and the dance is performed on the body of Kama, the desire principle. Kama is shown in sexual communion with his wife, Vrati, and Chinnamasta is dancing on his spine. From her headless neck flow 3 streams of fresh blood, which is being drunk by 3 heads, 2 heads of the 2 dakinis on the right and left side, and the central stream by her own head, which she holds in her left hand. In their left hands, the 2 dakinis hold 2 chopped off heads, and in their right hands they hold a cane, a sword-like weapon, broad at the end, smeared with blood. They are dancing with the goddess and at the same time drinking her blood. Like Kali, she is naked and wears a garland of human skulls, and her tongue is protruding. The total image has some affinity with that of Kali. Kali is known as the fierce one. The Shandi in Chinnamasta is even fiercer than Kali and known as Prashant Shandi. Shakta Pramod scripture says she is that Para Shakti who is the Paradakini named Bhagwati. Para means beyond and primordial. She is the Shakti of Kavan Shiva, the one who destroys the phenomenal world at the time of Pralaya, annihilation. The Shakti who is beyond even the primordial nature. The 3 streams of blood coming from the neck represent the 3 nadis, the Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. Her 2 attendants drink Ida and Pingala, and she herself drinks Sushumna. This explains the loss of her head, the seat of the desires, located in the 5 chakras, which are up to the neck, and the head, which is separate. The first 5 chakras are ruled by the brain stem, the controller of basic instinct. The chopped off head is the seat of higher consciousness, the cerebral cortex and its 2 hemispheres. The cosmic dance of destruction is performed on the spine of Kama, the principle of desire, while he is in sexual communion with his wife, Rati. In other words, Chinnamasta is the Shakti, which takes her sadhak away from sensuous involvement, grants him the upward flow of energy, complete control over the sexual impulse and other primary impulses and instincts. She is located in Sushumna, which destroys ignorance. Only Sushumna goes up to the cerebral cortex, the seat of higher consciousness. Worship of Chinnamasta brings power of will and vision. While meditating on her, one must see her dancing on one's own spine and concentrate on her head, drinking the middle stream of blood coming out of her headless neck. Chinnamasta yantra. The bupur is black. In some yantra drawings from different schools, it is supposed to be dark green. The effect of meditation on green, dark, has been discussed. Concentration on black empties the mind and produces an effulgent orange, similar to the radiant color of the rising sun. The 8-petaled lotus symbolizes the 5 external and 3 internal senses. Sometimes these petals are colored pink, as for the Tara Yantra. The big downward pointing triangle symbolizes the primordial Prakriti, the Parashakti, inside of which are the 3 gunas. The 3 concentric circles represent the 3 gunas. The triangle inside these concentric circles represents the Paratta, beyond the Prakriti, Shakti. This triangle is also downward pointing. The Bindu inside this triangle is Chinnamasta herself, Dhumavati. Dhumavati, Dhuma, smoke, Vati, beholder, is the beholder of smoke, or the smoky form of Shakti. She is also known as Vitya, widow, or Purush Shunya, the one without a Purusha. Purusha is male, so she is the one without her male counterpart, a Shakti without Shiva, the eternal widow. She is also called the Jayasta, the oldest Shakti, Kutila, the crooked one, and Kalahaspada, the quarrelsome one. Her hair is dry and tangled, and she is dressed in dirty rags. She is riding a chariot which bears a flag with a black crow inscribed on it. She is ferocious, ugly, and dark in complexion. In her left hand she holds a shurp, an object like a dust collector made of straw, used for cleaning grains in India. She is also called a Lakshmi, one who is without any Lakshmi, wealth of Sri radiance, the one who is poor. Lakshmi is the goddess of beauty or aesthetics, and Dhumavati is her opposite, ugly and unaesthetic. She is called Dhumra Varahi, the smoky Shakti of Vara. As she is a widow, she is not the spouse of Vara, the boar incarnation of Vishnu. Dhumavati is the divine mother at the time of deluge, when the earth is underwater. Her big, broad, ugly teeth arouse fear. She is holding a shirt in her left hand and is blessing with her right hand those who still can see the divine being, the divine mother, in her. The black crow on her chariot in flight is the symbol of dark forces, black magic. She is Chanchala, the restless one, without any decoration, unorganized. Her face is distorted, wrinkled, and lifeless, and in her eyes is a harsh look. Dhumavati is the divine mother in distorted form. She is unorganized energy, which is destructive, because life is a product of organization, i.e., organism. The sadhak who has not reached a higher state of consciousness will feel aversion to her form. Sadhana of Dhumavati is Tantra's unique feature, which enables the sadhak to achieve a higher state of consciousness, the non-dual state, which leads to total awareness. As Shiva without Shakti is the Shava, a dead body, so is the Shakti without a Shiva awesome, quarrelsome, ugly, unaesthetic, crooked, dark, unorganized, and poor. She is unenergized energy, the state prior to the state of conscious energy. The worship of Dhumavati is performed to invoke the dark forces of Maran, Vuchatan, and Vigveshan. It is done in a completely naked state, in a crematorium, or in a lonely spot in the descending moon cycle on the darkest night. Dhumavati Yantra. The bupur is smoky gray or dark bluish purplish green, the color of hatred. Meditation on this color produces a reddish, effulgent orange, which strengthens the primary instincts and removes the obstacles produced by them. The 8-petaled lotus of smoky violet color represents the eightfold Prakriti in its pre-evolu. 5 petals are the 5 tanmatras of sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell, from which evolve the 5 elements: from sound, akasha; from touch, air; from sight, fire; from taste, water; from smell, earth. The 3 petals are Bindu, Bish, and Nada. From Bindu evolves Gayan, knowledge; from Bish evolves Icha, will; from Nada evolves Kriya, action. This is the octave of creation before the formation of intellect, ego, and mind, and the 5 elements. The hexagram of 2 equilateral triangles superimposed on each other, as explained before, is of yellow ochre with a touch of green viridian, and white with a touch of black, the color of lifeless dry earth. Meditation in this color produces shimmering violet and enhances akasha, which is the color of smoke. The hexagram is set in a very light purple background, which produces the yellow color of light. The Bindu is in the center of this hexagram and is the goddess Dhumavati herself. Vagla Mukhi, the word Vagla, is a transformation of the word Valga, used in tantric scripture. Valga is the goddess's Vedic name. It means the powerful one. In the scripture, Shakbaf Brahman, there is a Shruti canto, which explains her might. Valga means power to bridle. Volga is the carrier of the power of stopping speech. She is the Kritya Shakti, the dynamic or kinetic aspect of Shakti. Aglamukhi is thus a powerful goddess who converts a speaker into a mute, a king into a beggar, opposition into favor, anger into calm, vice into virtue, learning into ignorance. By her grace, the sadhak can paralyze enemies, arrest their speech, stop the flow of natural objects like wind or clouds, remove obstacles from his way, attain victory in contests. She is meditated on as a yellow goddess wearing yellow clothing and ornaments, holding a gada, club, in her right hand, and the tongue of a vicious, demonic opposing force with her left hand. She is invoked to attain victory over opposing forces, to remove obstacles, and to paralyze natural forces momentarily. She stupefies opponents, and therefore is invoked in Istamhan, Karma, and Vidvashan Karma. The sadhak is supposed to wear yellow dress, which is common in most of the worship and rituals, and use a rosary made of haldi, turmeric, the yellow root. The color yellow is the color of life, giving light, the color of knowledge, a color that repels germs, the color prescribed for the dress of a brahmachari, celibate, seeker of knowledge, student. Yellow is luminous, and when combined with any color increases in brightness. The direction prescribed for meditation on Bagla Mukhi is east, the direction of receiving light for our planet. The aspirant sits facing east in a convenient asana and practices pranayama. During the kumhak in pranayama, performed by holding the breath, the sadhak should meditate on the Bijay mantra Haring. By the grace of Bagla Mukhi, the sadhak is able to gain siddhis and can do miracles, eliminate those who pose obstacles to him, and create a suitable atmosphere for himself. The worship of Bagla Mukhi provides perfect security and harmony, and makes the sadhak self-confident, courageous, independent, and invincible. Bagla Mukhi Yantra. The bupur is mauve or maroon with a mixture of chrome yellow. This is the color of fear. It produces dark green in the body, which removes fear and hatred. The 8-petaled lotus of the manifested eightfold Prakriti symbolizes the 5 elements and the 3 gunas. The color of the petals is saffron, another shade of yellow, as in Bhuvaneshwari. The hexagram, made of 2 equilateral triangles overlapping each other, is of the color of the goddess herself. The color yellow produces the violet, explained in reference to the Bhupur of Bhuvaneshwari. A downward pointing triangle in the hexagram of the same color as the Bhupur represents the goddess in her paralyzing, stupefying power. The yellow bindu in the center of the triangle is the goddess Bagla Mukhi herself. Vatangi. Vatangi is to be meditated on as she is described in the following mantra. Vanikya Vena Makul Alyanti Vadalasam Manjul Vagbilasam Mahendra Nil Duty Komalangi Vatang Kanya Mansa is Swami, the one who has an enchanting veena embedded with rubies, the one who has intoxicating beauty and whose speech is charming, the one who is tenderly built and has the glow of a blue sapphire. The Kanya daughter of Matang should be meditated on. She is supposed to be Shayama, the dark one, of a beautiful emerald green color. She is called Chandali because she was born as the daughter of Matang Rishi, who was from the lowest caste, known as Chandal. Matang Rishi is mentioned in the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, the two famous Indian epics. He was a highly evolved being who did not believe in the orthodox caste system and wanted to achieve Brahmanhood through his karma. He worshipped Indra and on Indra's advice invoked Saraswati, the Vagdevi, the goddess of speech, who appeared before him and promised to become his daughter. Thus, Matangi was born as the daughter of Matang Rishi. She was Saraswati, or the energy of Saraswati, and was unequaled in her intellect. The word for intellect in Sanskrit is Mati. The name Matangi comes from the same root. She was adored by men and women, and because she was named after her father, he gained a reputation to which only Brahmins are entitled. Matangi is the goddess of speech, music, and writing. She is meditated on as seated on a beautiful Vatnapith, throne embedded with precious gems, radiant like the moon, charming, tender, of dark complexion, having nicely braided hair, dressed in red garments, playing beautiful music with her vaina decorated with radiant rubies. She wears beautiful ornaments, has a parrot that recites enchanting verses in a human voice, and has a pot made of a beautiful conch shell. Her seat in the human body is the throat, the fifth chakra, which also happens to be the seat of the goddess Saraswati. Saraswati is more sattvic and is dressed all in white, but she also has a veena in her hand. The veena is supposed to be a replica of the human body. It is an instrument made of two pumpkin gourds and one long, unknotted bamboo stalk. The two gourds help to produce deep sounds and sympathetic overtones, which influence the emotions of the listener. The stalk of the veena represents the human spine, and the two gourds are the two ends of the spine. The Muladhara, first chakra. The strings are nerves, which produce frequencies of emotion. Matangi is an advisor, mantrini, to the goddess Lalita, who is also known as the Tripur Sundari and Raja Rajeshwari. Her worship leads the aspirant to Tripur Sundari. She is the goddess of speech, Vag, who gives Vagavilas, power of oratory, fluency in speech and expression. She enchants everybody with her sweet melodic voice, her music, and her beautiful and attractive personality. She should be invoked to achieve command over speech, creativity, music, knowledge, and fine arts, and to remove disharmony and achieve harmony in life. Vatangi Yantra. The Bupur is of dark olive green, a combination of yellow ochre and olive green and white. The eight-petaled lotus symbolizes the eightfold Prakriti, the five elements, and three internal organs, mind, intellect, and ego. The color of the petals is pink. A six-pointed star of light yellow ochre with a touch of emerald green is set in a neutral white background. The golden bindu represents Matangi herself. Kamla, or Kamala, is another name of Lakshmi, the consort of Lord Vishnu, the preserver. Because she is seated on a pink lotus, she is called Kamla. She is the daughter of the ocean of milk and a sister of the moon god. Both Kamla and the moon emerged from the ocean of milk as a result of churning of this ocean. The name Kamla also means the one who is clad in water. She is of a luminous golden complexion and is meditated on as sitting on a pink lotus flower. She has 4 hands. In 2 hands she holds 2 beautiful pink lotus flowers. One of the other hands is shown in Abhaya Mudra, gesture granting fearlessness, and the other in Varad Mudra, granting a boon of peace and prosperity. 4 huge white elephants are constantly pouring water over her, and she is dressed in a white sari. She is the goddess of peace and prosperity, the remover of poverty of all kinds. Kamla is also known as Shri, which means radiance and excellence, and Rama, the one who dwells in everybody. Thus, she is the support of the phenomenal world. One of the mantras prescribed for her meditation also describes her as holding the golden pot of nectar in her left hand and granting a boon with her right hand. She is supposed to be the most beautiful goddess, a goddess of poise, aesthetic, and pure. She is Shri, but not Shodashi, who is supposed to be Kameshwari, Tripur, Sundari, or Lalita, because Shodashi is the Shakti of Kameshwara and Lakshmi is the Shakti of Vishnu. The only similarity is the word Shri. Sri Yantra, which is connected with Sri Vidya, is worshipped by both the worshippers of Lakshmi and those of Tripur Sundari or Shodashi. But in fact, they both have their individual yantras, as given in the Dash Mahavidya yantras in the Shakta Pramod scripture, and I have included both in this book. The Sri Yantra also has been included because of its visual importance. Kamla is the opposite of Dhumavati, and so Dhumavati is also known as Alakshmi. Dhumavati is Jesta, the older, and Lakshmi is the Kanishtika, the youngest. Dhumavati is devoid of Shri radiance and is Ruksha, dry, Daridra, poor, and Asuri, crooked, cunning, and demonic. There is also a strange relationship of nakshatras, constellations of the moon. Dhumavati is Jesta nakshatra, and anyone born under the presence of this nakshatra must suffer with poverty all his or her life, whereas Lakshmi is connected with the nakshatra Rohini. Rohini is also the name of one of the most beloved wives of the moon god. Rohini and Jesta are opposites, exactly 180 degrees apart from each other. One of the other names of Dhumavati is Avarohini, the opposite of Rohini, which means ascending. At the time of Jayesta, the sun is descending and is in the Kanya Lagna, Virgo ascendant, when the sun is least powerful and in its downward movement from Aries to Pisces. Kamla should be invoked for peace, harmony, progress, and wealth. It is hard to worship her because of her alluring nature. She can only be had by Vishnu, who preserves all. He who wants Lakshmi, wealth, should start sharing with and taking care of everybody around him. When she is pleased and the aspirant becomes wealthy, then his desires for luxuries make him selfish, and selfishness brings all kinds of evils. Thereupon Lakshmi, who is very sensitive and sattvic, moves away. One who takes care of others, preserves their spirit from calamities, helps them, and spends money on them, can have her favor, because then he acts like Vishnu, Lord of preservation. Kamla is connected with the lotus, which is a symbol of purity, as it grows in the mud, yet is not stained by it. The lotus is also connected with light, as it opens at dawn and closes at dusk, and can be invoked by purity and knowledge. Kamla Yantra. The Bhupar is a radiant green color. The 8-petaled lotus is the manifested Prakriti, as explained from Matangi Yantra. The color of the petals is pink. The 6-pointed star is a golden saffron color. She is a sister of Brahma and of the same golden color as he. The gold Bindu represents Lakshmi Kamla herself. Chapter 6. Tantric worship. Tantric worship is a combination of yantra worship and mantra recitation done simultaneously. Many kinds of worship are prescribed according to the nature of the aspirant. The type of worship is also connected with the desire of the aspirant. The worshipper must decide what is the object of worship. Worship done for liberation is different from worship done for the fulfillment of worldly desires. Tantra believes that worship can bring any desired result, that one does not worship only to be liberated from the cycle of life and death, and to end suffering. Desires can be fulfilled. Sufferings can be brought to an end. The impossible can be made possible. All is possible by worship, if the sadhak has true devotion, purity, good intentions, and patience. The sadhak is free to choose the deity or yantra, whichever triggers him or her emotionally. The next step is to find the teacher. Anyone who is emotionally and practically involved in Tantra worship is competent to become a teacher. Tantra is a method, a technique, a path, and one who is on the path can lead others. or lead them to his or her own teacher. The selection of a guru, a great task in itself, is followed by initiation and learning the techniques. In Tantra, there are 3 different schools. See Table 11. Samaya Mat is the ancient path of worship. Vedic in origin, it believes in sacrifice and penance. Kol Mat is the path of heroes. Those who can face challenges and remain balanced and centered can enjoy both yoga and voga, sensual enjoyment. Desires should be fulfilled, and a state of having no desire except the desire for union should be achieved. Voga is used as an instrument for yoga. A kol is an evolved being who dwells in non-dual consciousness and a constant state of awareness. His madhya, liquor, is amrita, soma, dripping from some chakra. To him, mans, meat, is his anger, greed, and attachment. Matsya, fish, is taste, egoity, pride, avarice. Mudra, money, is hope, seeking, anxiety, fear, jealousy, shyness, envy. Methuna, sexual communion, is the union of Kundalini with Shiva. This is the real Panchmakar Sadhana of a cow. Mishra Mat, the mixed path, combines yoga, tapas, and mantra. Local customs and tribal rituals are also included to ensure the emotional involvement of the aspirant. According to this school, the intoxication that comes by knowledge is liquor. The silence that comes by sadhana is meat. The stopping of the constant floating in Ganga and Yamuna, Aya and Pingala, and Yamuna, Aya and Pingala, is eating the fish. The precious achievement of experience and knowledge is money. Nada and Bindu is sexual communion. Whatever path the aspirant may follow, certain requirements are common. Objects for ritual worship: an altar, an asana, seat for the deity or yantra or both, an image, idol of the deity or a yantra or both, an asana for the aspirant, a water pot made of gold, silver, or copper for offering water, and mala, andal, scents for offering to the deity, cloth from the deity, jewelry for the deity, flowers, incense, sweet of any kind for offering as food, sandalwood paste, a mixture of yogurt with honey and cream or ghee. The aspirant should not use any tailored cloth or stitched cloth. A yellow, red, or white dhoti or sari is prescribed. If nothing is mentioned about the color of the cloth, a yellow cloth can be safely used. The worship should begin with purification, which creates an electrochemical balance in the body and thus prepares it for worship. Generally, purification means cleansing of the body. If the digestive tract and the lower abdominal tract are not clean, the sadhana can bring adverse effects. Cleansing means not only taking a bath or washing face, hands, and feet. Purification is cleansing in the complete sense. The purification of the lower abdominal tract and body, of the various psychic points in the body, of the place of worship in which water is sprinkled over the floor and in all directions, and of the altar. Then the asana for the sadhak is laid down and purified by reciting the purification mantra and sprinkling water to generate more pranic negative ions in the atmosphere. Ganesha mantra is recited next. Then the sadhak recites the mantra for the salutation to the god or goddess who is being invoked. Then the sadhak fences the 10 quarters, a protective ritual called Dikbandhan. The sadhak does this by striking the earth 3 times with the left foot, saying the bija mantra fat, clapping and snapping the fingers twice, while moving them in a circular motion around the head. Then the sadhak performs pranayama, and the elements of the body are purified. Next comes nyasa. The word nyasa means to place. The fingertips and the palm of the right hand are placed on various parts of the body while uttering certain mantras. First comes rishi nyasa, or invoking of the rishi who originated the mantra being used. Then anganyasa, body organs. Karanyasa, fingertips. Hridyanyasa, Vardhyanyasa, fingertips, hari, hearts. Then comes meditation on the form of the deity or yantra. Then panchopchar, or worship done by 5 panch articles, char, gandha, smell, earth. Maivya, taste, water. Dew, lamp. Duck, incense, air. Push, flowers, akasha. Then comes manas puja, offerings made mentally, and meditation. Then comes the reciting of various names, mantra japa, and finally the recital of kavach armor. Kavach is supposed to be the essence of worship. Without reciting kavach, the full benefit of a worship cannot be obtained. Another method of worship is shodashopchar, or worship done by 16 shodash articles of par swaga, welcoming the deity by chanting mantra, asana, offering the seat while uttering mantra, padya, washing the feet of the deity while reciting mantra, arghya, offering of uncooked rice flowers, sandalwood paste, and turmeric as roli with durva grass, afman, offering of water twice while reciting mantra, afman, again an offering of water twice while reciting mantra, madhupak. Deity is offered a cup of yogurt mixed with a tablespoon of honey and a spoonful of cream or ghee. Snana. The deity is offered a bath, cleansing of the mouth and then bathing are performed. Vasana. The deity is offered clothes. Abharana. The deity is offered jewelry. Gandha. The deity is offered scents or sandalwood paste to anoint the body. Pushpa. The offering of flowers is made. The deity is offered incense. Dep. The offering of the lamp is made. Maivya. The deity is offered food. Vandana. Prayer is offered. After the Shodashopchar worship, the same order of manas puja meditation and mantra japa and kavach is done. If a yantra is to be made before the worship, then it should be made after purification and deepbandhan. Yantras for worship should be made on copper, silver, or gold, or a mixture of the three called trilo, or written with astagandha on bhojpatra, birch bark with a pen made from the branch of a pomegranate tree. If the yantras are to be engraved by a craftsman, he should be purified, and the plate should be handed over to him after drawing the yantra with astagandha, or any prescribed ink, which may vary with the nature of the job and worship. After the yantra is made, it should be worshipped, and the energy of the deity should be invoked by reciting the mantra for prana prahishta. Prana is life, and prahishta is establishing. Thus, prana prahishta is putting life into the yantra, that is, invoking the deity. Before prana prahishta mantra, the sadhak should recite Ganesha mantra and meditate on the obstacle, remover Ganesha, so as to achieve the fruits of worship. The prana pratishta mantra should be recited next, and then either panchopchar or shadashopchar worship can be used. Table 12. Material of yantras for worship. Yantra materials: Kali yantra, Katar, Tara yantra, engraved on birch bark or copper plate, or sculpted in pyramid form. Ink of Ashtagandha, pen of the branch of the pomegranate tree. Shodashi yantra, trilo, mixture silver, copper, and gold. Any semi-precious or precious stone. Before engraving, the yantra should be drawn with sindoor, mercury oxide, or kumkum, red earth color. Bhuvaneshwar yantra, trilo, mixture silver, copper, and gold. Rahul yantra, birch bark or copper plate. Shinamasta yantra, birch bark or copper plate. Dhumavati yantra, birch bark or copper plate. Pavlamukhi yantra, gold plate, silver, copper, birch bark. Vatandi yantra, birch bark, copper, silver. Kamla yantra, gold, silver, copper, crystal, birch bark. The use of gems and talismans is also prescribed as an additional aid to worship and for curing the effects of negative planetary aspects. The next section provides one full ritualistic model of Ganesha worship to illustrate Shodashopchar worship. Worship of Lord Ganesha is one of the unique features of Tantric sadhana. The external image of Ganesha is charming and attractive, although not acceptable to the rational mind. Worshipping Ganesha quiets the left hemisphere and enables worship to be performed without obstacles. The greatest of all obstacles is our own doubt, which weakens faith and blocks the path of spiritual evolution. Worship of Lord Ganesha, dhyana, invocation. Gajananam Bhutkanadi Savitam, Kapita Jambu Falcharu, Akshanam, Umasutam Shopvinashkarakar, Namani Vineshwar Padbangajan, elephant, faced, worshipped by the existing beings of all living beings, tasting the elephant apple cake, and Jambulana, Jamun, Avahan, Swagat, welcoming on which shall Jagandadhar, Sura Sarvararkiti, Anafna Sarvadya Girvan, Parapuji. Please come, worshipped by both the gods and demons, thy Lord of helpless persons, omniscient, specially worshipped by gods, and the base as whole universe. Asana Sikh, Swansin Hasanam Divyam, Navaratna Samvektam, Samartyam Maya Devatatra Tvam Samupalish. I present the throne studded with multiple jewels. Please be seated on it. Padya, water for washing feet. Devdevesh Sarvesh Sarvatar Haitain Jalam. Padyam Nihan Gana Ganpushvaksha Tayutam. Lord of gods and Lord of all, Ganeshji, please accept thy feet, washing water brought from all the several places and mixed with fragrant things, unbroken rice and flowers. Argya, offering, Pravamukta Fayapura Nam, Tembu, Jambuna Damashta Gandam, Pushpakshata Yuktamamu, Kahashakta Datan Mayarbhyam, Safal Yakuruswa. Please accept Argya, water filled with pearl, coral, jewels, gold betel nut, made from leaf and nut of betel plant, fragrant products, flowers, and unbroken rice. Akantan, cleansing. Kanda Diseva, Tirthabaya, Parflitam, Poya Mutamam. Karpuraila, Lavangari Vasitam, Svikuru Prabhu. Please accept the water brought from the Ganga and all the sacred places, scented by camphor, white cardamom, and cloves. Tailor, anointing with oil. Champakashok Pakula Malati Malika Divi. Pasitam Sinkta Hetum Talamcharu Pragrihyatan. Please accept the oil scented by Champa, Ashok, jasmine, and Bela Mulshri flowers for anointing. Dagda Snana, milk bath. Kamdenu Sambutan Sarvishan. Javana Param. Avanam Yaganja Hetum Tapaya Snanarthama Piktam. Please accept milk for bathing. Produced by Kamdenu, the celestial cow, giving life for all, created as a purifier by the Lord for sacrificial rites. Dadisnam, curd bath. Tenudubda, sambalvutam, shudam, sarvagatam, pratyam, mayanitam, dadhivaram, snanatham, patigrihyatam. Please accept the curd for bathing, prepared from the milk of the cow, and preferred by all. Gritas nana, di bath. Navanade samutpanam sarva santosh, Bhavanam. Yathangam Devata Haram Graitam Suratam Samarpitam. Please accept ghee for bathing prepared with butter, all satisfying and complete food of gods. Madhusnana Aniba Vektasara Sampotam Sarva Tejo Vivadhanam. Sarva Pushtikaram Dev Madh Slenarthamarpitam. Please accept the honey for bathing, which has been prepared by red bees and which promotes agility and gives energy. Sharkarasnam, sugar bath. Ikshusar Samudputam Sharkan Suman, all round. Malafarinam Snatum Grihan Guam Mayarpitam. Please accept the fine sugar which has been prepared from an extract of sugar cane and removes filth. Kurasnan Jagri bath. Sarva Madhurya Tahetus Svados Sarva Pratyam Karo. Pushtikritsna Tumanit Ikshusur Haval Guda. I have brought jaggery, unrefined palm or cane sugar for bathing, the cause of all sweetness, loved by all, energy giving, tasty, and extract of sugar cane. Madhu Parka, sweet offering. Kanzi Kansina Pihito Dadhimadhwa Jaya Purita. Madhu Parko Mayaneta Pujartham Pratigvidyatam. Please accept Madhu Parka for presentation, which is in a bronze pot covered by a bronze cover, mixed with curd, honey, and ghee. Sudhodaka Snana, clean water for bath. Sarvatar Tahaitam Toyam Maya Prafaneya Vipho. Suvasitam Grihanedan Samak Snatum Sureshwar. Please accept scented water brought from all sacred places for bathing. Vasana, garment. Tavastra Yugam Dev Lokalarja Nivarnam. Anardyamati Suksham Chal Grihanadam Mayarpitam. Please accept 2 red garments, valuable and fine, removers of shame. Upavil, sacred thread, Rajatam Brahmasutram, Kansham Rakta Sanyutam, Patyupapaditam Devgrihan Parmeshwar. Please accept the sacred thread of silver, along with gold and red color, Bhushan, Abharana, ornaments, Anekratna Yuktani Bahuni Cha, Tatadansh Kanchanani Yuzami Tavagaya. I present you the gold ornaments studded with gems to put on different limbs, Ganda, sandal, Al Samayuktam Rakta Shandam Uttamam, Radha Shangeshu Devalapyami Kripam Kuru. Please accept the red sandal mixed with 8 fragrant products, Astagandha. I anoint your 12 body points with it. Top of head, pineal, eyes, nostrils, ears, throat, back of neck, heart, navel, arms, wrists, and base of spine. Akshat, rice for sprinkling. Rekta Shandan Sameshwan Standulas Tilakapari. Shobhayai Sampravasyami Grief and Parmeshwar. Please accept for beauty the unbroken rice and sesame mixed with red sandal. Pushpa, flowers. Patalam, Kanikaram, Cha. Vandukam, Rakta Pankajam. Mogar Malati Pushpam. Grihan, Sumanoharam. Please accept the beautiful flowers of rose, of Kanea, Dupahariya, pink lotus, bila, and jasmine, incense. Dasangulam dupam sarva sangandhya karkam. Sarva papak shaya karam divam grayam mayar piptan. Please accept the incense of 10 fragrant things with the resinous gugulu incense that washes away sin. Dip, lam, sarvadya, sarva lokesh, pamonashan, uttamam. Grihan mangalam deep dev dev namastud. I bow to thee. Please accept the lamp, remover of darkness, omniscient one, and Lord of the universe. Naivedya, meal, nana vyanjan shobhadyam, shalyudana, manutamam, tali dogtahri tairayuktam, lavangaila samanvitam, marishikona sarita kvataka, vlatakanvitam, rajikadhanya sanyuktam, metipishtam setakrakam, hingu, jiraka, kushmandam, Marichi, Mashpistakai, Sampaditai Supakvishashcha, Arjitar Patakail Tam, Moda Kapupla Dukshashkuli, Manda Kadishi, Parpatai Rapi Sanyuktam Napedyam, Amultavnitam, Haridra Hingu Lavan Sehitan, Suputamam, Sesamudram Grihanadam, Ojanam, Kuru Sadam. Please accept the food, kheer, rice and milk, sugar, rice, curd, milk, ghee, kahi, thick soup made with buttermilk, prepared by cloves, cardamom, and peppers. Patika, prepared by veti, rapeseed. Dhania, coriander. Methi, sweet balls made of chickpea flour. Pupa, laddu, puri, math, beans, and papad and tasty things. Pulses prepared with turmeric, aspharida, salt, and sea salt. Please accept all these things. Ashaman, sutrakti, Karakam Toyam Sugandam Shal Viveshchaya. Vai Chipul Jagatritam Niti Atrite Mahatmani Uttaraposhanartam Hidadami Toyam Suvasitam Vuk Pani Vishudyartham Punas Koyam Dadami. Please drink scented water, all satisfying. The whole world is satisfied when you satisfy. Fal, fruit, Dadiman, Madhuram Nimbu Jambam Rao Panasarikam Draksha Ramhafalam Pakvam, Karkantu Karjuram Falam, Narkelam Shawan Martungam, and Jiram Jambiram Tatha, Urvarukam Chav, Devesh Fayan Yaktani Kriyatam. O Lord of gods, please accept these fruits, pomegranates, sweet citron, lemon, jambalana, mango, jackfruit, grapes, well-ripened bananas, jujube, bear, arshamon, and karudvatama, water and powder for washing hands. Arshaman, Bukspani Dizudyatham, Punastoyam Dadamite, Grihan, Chandan, Charu Karangodvartama, Shobham, Nana Parmal Dravya, Niyamitam, Chanamutamam, Sugandhi Manakam, Punyagandhi, Sharu Pragrihyatam. One again give you water to wash muddy hands. Please accept sandal paste along with fragrant powder to rub your hands with. Sindor, vermilion, mercury oxide, charu, shalur, samhutam, vanshsa, samvud pava, siman, vushanam, honam laksha, ranjit mastut. Prepared with shalur and calcium, obtained from bamboo, banshlokari, and with lacquer. Please accept this red paste upon your head. Tambu, better leaf, Sachandra pu Kurnadyam, Kandia Kadir Sanyutam, Ellalavam Samishwam, Tambulam Kashanvitam. Please accept the rolled betel leaf full of camphor, betel nut powder, kateshu, bark extract, white cardamom, clove, and saffron. Dravya, presenting of coin, Munitiri Tapujaya Sampurna, Falhatav Dakshing Nam Kanshanim Devstapyami Tavagrata. I present you with the gold coin to fulfill whatever has been overlooked in the worship. Mala, garland, Sitpitais, Datha, Raktar, Jalajai Kasumai, Shubhai, Graphitam Sundaram Malagriham Parmeshwar. Please accept the beautiful garland prepared with white, yellow, pink, and red lotuses and other flowers. Durva, a kind of grass. Haritas, Datvana, Apanshtripatra. Sanyuta, Dovankura. Maya, Data, Agvinshati, Samata. I present to you 20, one tufts of two, or free, leaf Durva grass. Pradakshina, moving around the idol or god. Ikivin Shanti Santyaka Kuryam Dev Pradakshina. Had paid to Devesh Nashyautu Patkani me. I go 21 times around you. Please wash away my sins at every step. Arartikam, lamp of many wicks. Odumbar Rajat Vakansi Kanshan Samhavi. Patro Prakalpitam Dipam Grihan Chakshura Pakam. Pancharatir Panchdipar Dipitam Parmeshwar, Sharu Shandanibam Dipam Griham Visivaranam, Yatasya Nakshyati Bashma Tatha Papam Vinashaya. Please accept the lamp placed on Indian fig, gula, with silver, bronze, or golden pot, which gives light to thy eyes, prepared with 5 wicks. The 5 lamps are like the moon, dispeller of difficulties. Please ward off my sins as I touch the ash of this. After this Shodashopchar worship, the tantric worship of Nyasa follows, and finally comes the prayer, meditation, and japa. The tantric worship finishes with the recital of Kavach,